Welcome to Gamers Without Borders, presented by Savvy Gaming Group. Watch, game, learn, and donate. It is day 2 of this charity Rainbow Six Siege tournament. I am Jackie Jing and so excited to be here. We had some thrilling matchups yesterday, but lots of action ahead of us. And some people could get eliminated today. So elimination on the line, money on the line, glory on the line, and all for a great cause. But I have 2 very special people that I would love to bring in the mix here. Everyone say hello to Jess and Jacob. Come on, B-Boop. There we go. Lovely.
I thought you said you weren't doing this. I thought we killed the B-Boop bit before broadcast started.
B-Boop bit continues because Patrick, our director, said no, B-Boop must live. So, you know, I booted him back up and he is here. And Jacob, you're going to have to deal with B-Boop.
I don't have a problem dealing with B-Boop. I got more of a problem trying to figure out which between Heroic and Rogue's going home today, because that bracket got flipped upside down. We have one T1 team going home today, and I kind of don't want Spoit. I mean, is it funnier if Spoit goes home in 2 straight series, like as soon as he makes his debut, or do we want him to make a lower bracket run?
I think you and I, especially out of all of the cohort in Siege, would agree, Jacob, that we would find that the funniest out of all people. So it would be.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was
Young
kind
Prodigy
of a
makes his
wild day
debut,
yesterday.
comes up, and he's like one of the most mechanically gifted players ever, and then nothing. That would be funny.
Well, y'all know it's Siege, so we never know what's going to happen. But before we start breaking down what is going on today, I do need to give a special shout out to these folks who are putting this whole tournament on. So first off, it's UNICEF, Gavi, Direct Relief, International Medical Corps, King Solomon Humanitarian Aid and Relief, and the UN Refugee Agency, because today's tournament benefits 6 different charities, and we want to thank them so much for this. And also, we're going to roll out the prize pool. First from each region takes $250,000, second $125K, third gets $75K, and fourth gets $50,000. And we talked about this yesterday. That period still kind of throwing me off. It's a European Australian thing.
Yeah. You got to get used to it. You know, we mean it as like a little comma, but that's how it is. We mean the big dosh.
Yeah, and not in the US. That's not how it is over here. But okay, I got to adjust to that. But anyways, again, this is all for a great cause. We're really excited to be here. But let's start talking about what we're going to see today. And we are beginning with EU. So let's roll up that bracket here. And Jacob was kind of touching on this. Just a very strange start to this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be mistaken if you think that this is going to be the Tier 1 domination, both Tier 1's team dropping down. But my focus is going to be on WYLDE and Victus, as you said, our very first game of the day today. WYLDE, everyone knows WYLDE after Usain Bolt came out and was like, yes, I'm going to partner with this org. You know, watch us fly by.
I forgot about that, yeah.
Yeah, this is the whole Usain Bolt thing we got going on here. Plus, Corey came out of retirement to play with them. Aces as well. I mean, one of the OG gunners inside Europe is playing on the roster. I spoke to BZ yesterday on Twitter as well, and he was really happy that we were able to spot some of his gunning that he was able to put on display. There is a wealth of talent on the side of WYLDE. And for Victus, well, I think for them themselves, I think that they're going to be the underdogs in that matchup specifically, just considering what we've seen from WYLDE so far. I could be wrong. Victus is full to the brim with talent as well, but I think if you're really setting your expectations for this match to come, this upper bracket, to snag yourself that grand final for the $250,000 for charity, I think that is going to be WYLDE's bread and butter for this upper bracket semi today. Well, tonight, if you're in Europe, let's throw away the US folk for the moment. Tonight we got the EU game, and that's where it all matters. And you know, we have seen a lot of Oregon. We saw a lot of Cafe as well throughout multiple regions. I think the only map that we haven't seen, I don't want to say, or rather hasn't been banned, I have it up here, is Cafe. Cafe is the only map that hasn't been banned, and a very popular one inside Europe at the moment. So yeah, let's see what they do for the map bans today.
All right, well, just breaking it down for the EU bracket. So, Jacob, I will put you in the hot seat for the LATAM bracket. And that was the opposite of the European bracket, our favorite securing the wins there.
Yeah, that also happened in North America. We saw the teams that are already at a top level, that are already in their Tier 1 leagues claim victory. But specifically in Latin America, it was made more interesting because we learned some things about that Escalina Debubu team that we didn't really know too much about them. And then a Siege GG article actually came out today talking a little bit more about it in an official capacity. That's the farm team of Xset, more specifically of Bodega being a sponsor, trying to put a squad of Brazilians together that really are probably like the next step up. We looked at there might be rumors about a guy named Wizard on that squad, like potentially jumping up to a Tier 1 team at some point later down the road, very, very shortly. But teams that have been sponsored or have been just a big collection of some really prominent guys in Latin America already have been put onto these squads before, and most of them have made it into Tier 1 teams. Guys like Alamau, Lagonis, Dots, Dash, a lot of them have come from systems like that, like in the past. So them playing against Furious will be more of an interesting matchup. We should probably give a little bit more credence to that when that one shows up in the lower bracket. For FaZe and MIBR, that's just the expected outcome overall. To see both of them at the top of this bracket is something everyone kind of figured was going to happen, and now we're getting a look at what was a pretty prominent matchup back during like the 6th Invitational or BR6. We've seen these teams go toe-to-toe, head-to-head literally every single week as far as BR6 is concerned, so that one already we know what we're going to see. We'll figure out what maps look like once we get there, but it's going to be that same kind of overall expected back and forth contest for FaZe and MIBR.
Yeah, Jess, to be honest, I think yesterday when we were on the desk, we were all a little bit shocked when Escalina took a map off of FaZe, and also Furious, they're looking to make their mark as well. What are you thinking about this lower bracket?
I think it's fun to be able to see new talent. I mean, you've got to talk about the fact that a lot of people will, and I have to call out people in the community that say this, that call tournaments that aren't Tier 1 or Tier 2 tournaments Mickey Mouse tournaments. Guess what? The people who play in Mickey Mouse tournaments are the ones that take your spot on a team later on, my friend. So that's something, that's something you have to learn, is that the more you play competitively, there will be teams that do take a map off of a team like FaZe. Even in a charity tournament like this, it's impressive. There are players that have really proved themselves, and they put themselves on the map here quite literally. So that's something that's really exciting for me. And regardless of who's sponsoring them or how this has been sort of formulated, that is an exciting prospect for new talent coming up, because that's kind of the new philosophy about picking up players. You get the new young blood in, and well, watch out.
Oh, by the way, Jess, B-Boop had a message for you. That's why he zoomed in. He said, your glasses are on your head.
Yeah, look, Yeah, I have a problem with not putting my glasses on my eyes.
So are mine, but no one mentions anything about that. This is my head.
But yours aren't on top of your head. It's like
mine's a glorified
hair. That's his problem.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll have to talk to B-Boop. You know, he's still getting the hang of things here, everybody. But we have to talk about the NA bracket as well. Jess, I'll put you in the hot seat for that one. So SSG and Leftovers, they came out on top yesterday. Narrowly, though. Those are both barn burners.
Yeah, I think for Space Station, I think PB gave them a much bigger run for their money than we expected. It started off slow for PB. Let us not get this twisted by any way, shape, or form. It was a very defensive-sided sort of series that we saw there. But by the time we finally got to that last map, Space Station put everything together, worked out what the aggression from PB was going to be, and really put, like, you know, a hold on that and said, yeah, we know how to control this now. I do think that a lot of the teams who are in the bracket, regardless of region, even SSG, have been tested, and I think they didn't expect it to be tested so heavily. So shout out for PB getting Gunner on the roster, and you know, Blaz also popping off, a bit of EU representation over in NA as well. I think the rosters look good. I would like to see a little bit more from, of course, the more unknown teams in North America, something that we want to pay a bit more attention to, in my opinion. So we spoke about the Latin American region before, so those would be the kind of teams I'm looking for. Furious, specifically today, what do you have on show? Put yourselves in a nice little montage reel, huh?
Yeah. Okay. And Jacob, I do want to touch on Gaming Gladiators and Parabellum a little bit. They're out for vengeance after these close losses. And they also don't want to get eliminated.
No, they don't. I think Gaming Gladiators probably should have had that game against Leftovers, given that it went to round 15 on Chalet on map 3. It was really close. Well, for 1 second, let the record show that Jesse said that, oh, it's going to be a quick 2-0. SSG are going to 2-0 Parabellum. And then by the end of that series, once it got like deep into map 3, and I checked the stream again, I'm just like, I remember when he said that. And I think Jackie and Jess are probably fuming in the background, because that Parabellum squad is not to be underestimated. They gave it their all. It was an 8-6 on map 1. And I feel like even though they lost the first map against Space Station, that gave them a little bit more drive to jump into map 2 and really give it their all. Even though this feels more like a sandbox, especially given that both maps that they played in that series, at least for maps 1 and 2, were maps that Azami felt like it had a little bit more of a presence, and it was a case where it's not as banned nearly as frequently. I feel like NA teams are willing to get a little bit more experimental, and Parabellum and experimenting just kind of go hand in hand with one another, don't they?
Great scene Azami, and we had some really fun series, and there's so much fun ahead. So I do want to talk about the schedule for today. We are going to roll that up, right? Beep, boop, beep, beep, beep. Get on that. Okay. So we do have a fixed schedule, so make sure you're marking this down in your calendar, folks.
I swear you're saying thick schedule, Jackie.
Fixed.
Nah,
Yeah.
I'm hearing thick every time.
Wow. We do have a thick schedule. You know what? I'm gonna.
Maybe my
jump
mind's in the
here.
gutter. Maybe that's on me.
No,
There is a thick schedule here. Look at the timings there if you're an EU fan.
Gosh,
We were here until 4:30 a.m. yesterday, CEST, and by the time I laid down in bed, I was still absolutely pinging off the games. You know, the games definitely increased in quality throughout the night. Not increased in quality, but it definitely got you into the hang that there were a lot of teams who were taking this seriously. And even Heroic, their coach, Mr. Officer, he put out a video, a very entertaining one, so shout out to him, about their loss, and they look like they're taking it pretty seriously. So it's good to see that they're taking opportunity for competitive,
What did the Rogue guys do? I think they immediately jumped into a hot tub as soon as that game was done.
Look, it's 50-50 what you're going to get from these teams.
Yeah.
They said it was their first day of boot camp, so it's whatever.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always down for hot tub. So anyway, I always think that's a good option. But really quickly, WYLDE versus Victus out of Europe, then FaZe versus MIBR from LATAM, and then Spacestation Gaming versus Leftovers from NA. So make sure you mark down whichever one you're vying to watch. So honestly, yesterday was really, really fun. So they've been really, really great series. But our teams are getting ready. They are very, very close. So Victus versus WYLDE will be happening momentarily, everyone. We are almost into the map selection process, and we're working to get that information up on your screen. But Jess, I'll put you in the hot seat. I keep on putting Jess in the hot seat. I don't know why.
You just love hot seats in general.
Her red shirt, I just keep on looking over, and then I'm just like, oh, okay. But anyway,
sorry.
What are we anticipating here?
Wear some colors, friendo. Otherwise, you're not going to be in the hot seat ever again.
I'm cool with that, actually.
Yeah, fair.
You got to wear like a bright blue shirt tomorrow. That's what we're thinking.
I do have a bright blue shirt. We can do that.
Oh,
Yeah, nice. Okay. I'll find blue.
Look, if Jess is hotter than me, that means I'm cooler than her. So
Yeah, that's true. That's how the balance works. That is a fact.
I heard that joke in high school, and I've literally never let it drop.
Oh, last year when you finished high school? Yeah. Anyway, so Matt videos are
2
up.
years ago.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, that was a burn. And then Jacob said, actually 2 years ago. And I was like, I'm going to leave.
The reality was a little too much. A little too much.
Exactly.
Matt Vito, though, this is what we're jumping in because I wanted to make a quick note about the fact that yesterday when we saw Heroic and WYLDE go head-to-head here, I saw really good maps on both Clubhouse and Cafe. The fact that Clubhouse is out, but Cafe is almost certainly going to be picked, spells, probably a little bit of disaster for Victus because that was a really good map I felt from the side of WYLDE. So I want to see that again. I hope Cafe comes in the mix. Clubhouse not being there, okay. There we go. Oh, I thought WYLDE would pick that. Victus is like, you know what? We want to take you onto your own stomping ground. Okay, fair enough.
I just want Skyscraper. We've got one map potential left. Like, give me a little bit more of the new stuff. Like, the teams that can pioneer on new maps, especially ones like that, feel like they're a little bit more ahead of the curve, especially since some of the older teams are like, we just don't want to worry about it. So that'd be cool to see. But there's still plenty of options left.
Hey, there we are.
Hey. Let's do it.
Skyscraper it is. Okay.
Question is that a map that we see Azami on? That's like, I'm going to be doing this like all day. Just give me a new op check about the different creative ways that we can see Azami utilized. But if we just see your band every map, then that's also interesting because teams have decided that there is enough utility that is worth leaving on the board for their opponents to use against them if they take Azami off, or if they decide not to ban her, then you're kind of leaving yourself open to a lot of crazy stuff that you can provide on the field, and your opponents can also still use her against you. So it'll be curious to see if teams decide to leave her up, take her out, and then what happens as a result. So that's what I'm most curious about today.
Okay, so we have locked in Cafe, Oregon, Skyscraper. So predictions. Who's taking this one? I know you've both hinted where you're leaning a little bit, but give me your final argument, final thoughts here.
All right. I mean, I'm just going to speak about Cafe in isolation, is that I think the game that Heroic had against WYLDE on Cafe was way more impressive and way more higher quality than Victus had against Rogue, because I actually think Rogue were rather speedrunning their Cafe and not in a quote-unquote good fashion. So the quality of game that I saw from WYLDE against Heroic was way higher, and therefore I rank their Cafe to be way higher than Victus's at the moment with the evidence we have. So I think Cafe should, even though Victus has picked it, I think that should go in the hands of WYLDE.
That's a great analytical answer, but I'll keep it short and sweet. The fact that we have a combo of Aces, Corey, and Usain Bolt all on one team is just too much star power for me, so I'm going to go with WYLDE.
Great analysis. That trumps mine. I'll give you that.
God. Okay, predictions locked in, maps locked in. So, B-Boop, please take us to the Cyberpunk basement with Ace and Fresh. And Ace, you can explain to Fresh who B-Boop is. Come on, B-Boop.
Wait, why is Fresh in the basement?
Thank you very much, Jackie. And B-Boop, of course. B-Boop Fresh is our resident robot, controls all the arms and the screens and the fancy stuff. And as you may notice, it is Fresh indeed joining me down in the basement. How are we doing today, Fresh?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I watched all of the games yesterday. I know Jess said that she was up till 4:30 a.m., analysing them. I was up till 4:30 a.m. watching them all because I thought the quality of Siege yesterday. I watched the EU, the LATAM, and all of the NA games. I thought it was absolutely spectacular yesterday.
Turn the passion up to 11, did you?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. It's obviously it's a lot of money to charity. It's and especially in this EU bracket, this fixture, I'll be honest with you, Ace, I was not expecting it to be WYLDE against Victus. I was expecting that we would see Heroic against Rogue today. So I'm all up for the underdogs. I've cast both of these organisations within the UKIN when WYLDE were a UKIN team. I know they're a GSA team now, and also Victus, who are a resident UKIN NPL team as well.
That's it, WYLDE have gone through some pretty big changes over the last couple of months, but like you say, this is really the exact opposite of what a lot of people were expecting, or it's probably the last matchup I think we'd say we expected in the upper bracket final for EU. We would have expected at least one Heroic or Rogue to make it here, but they're going to have to battle it out in the lower bracket to see if they can get themselves that second chance, because these two, they came really meaning business. I've got to say, I cast a WYLDE game yesterday. I know that you were watching the Rogue Victus game. I was really impressed by WYLDE yesterday. They came out, there's a couple of things they can tighten up. They can sharpen up the teamwork and the synergy a little bit, I think, but that's to be expected. They're pretty new as a roster, but overall, some really great performances, particularly from Jay. How did you find Victus yesterday?
Victus, I think they've been a team that have been on a journey. Obviously, they they were under like an LFO brand going through UKIN 2 into UKIN. And they're playing the NPL at the moment to try and get into Challenger League. And actually, they've taken it by storm. They've kind of unassumingly gone above as a kind of favourite from the UK region to go into Challenger League. Oscar's a player in particular that I would watch out for. He's a very good player. He just gets about his business, but he can get a lot of kills as well. And when he needs to, he can just put his team on his back and get 15 kills and absolutely just, wipe the floor with the opponent to drag his team through, even when they need to. But they're so coherent as a unit. They play very well. They've got a good amount of experience. Skeptic Snake, for example, he was playing in CL, 2 years ago. So they've got a good amount of experience, a good amount of youth, and a really well-balanced team.
I know for sure how much you are liking Oscar. You were in the DMs earlier with me about Oscar, saying how much of a talent he is. So really looking forward to him going up against WYLDE here, because of course there's a lot of experience on the side of WYLDE. I mentioned Jay, BZ had a great game yesterday as well, but also Aces, Corey, they've got everything that they need really on paper of WYLDE to be a great team.
Yeah, and I think it's like you say, it's the experience. Like, this is like a pro league roster, right? That's got the best German up and comers in it. You've got a lot of experience of, as you say, Aces, Corey, who have been to, not just pro league, they've been to 6 Invitational as well. And then they've picked up, they've joined in with an existing GSA roster that has a lot of potential as well.
Well, we are going to be heading over Fresh. We're not going to have to wait any longer to find out how this one is going to shake down. We've got Victus, we've got WYLDE, we've got them in the server, and we're going to be getting into Cafe momentarily. First ban is going to come in, Sledge. That's an interesting one for Cafe. Often used for a lot of verticality, Fresh. How do you think that's going to impact things?
I think whenever you see a Sledge ban, I always think of Castle. That's what I think of instantly, because if you think about particularly the top floor, particularly trying to get into top red, you think about the castle shop holds and how you can put the castles on the windows alongside, Arunis, potentially as armies now as well. And Sledge just can't get rid of the castles. You've got to expend utility. So it screams that the team that are starting on defense, WYLDE in this case, is really going to try and play into a utility type of game, because Sledge is just so good at dealing with castle, obviously. So I always think that on Cafe is that a team's got a very certain plan, and it will 99% of the time involve a castle.
We're going to be getting into round one, though, and the bans rounded out with Flores, Mira, and Valkyrie, so no major surprises there. Flores seems to be, I won't even say a 50-50 ban, he's much lower than that, but if he's going to get banned, Cafe is definitely the one of the maps that he does get picked up on.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's kind of this utility denial. From the attacker point of view, is if you're seeing a load of utility now, how are you going to deal with it? You've got no Sledge, you've got no Flores. You're going to have to play a lot into Sophia and Finka with those Gon 6 and the impact grenades, and then nades as well if you can. Obviously, Thatcher is up, which does create a massive help.
Yeah, that's definitely going to change things. It's going to shape some of the attacks, especially where you deal with that denial. But we've got to remember, Fresh, as well, we had that nerf to Thatcher recently whereby he's not destroying gadgets anymore, just disabling them. So it's got to be timed well now. Yes, you can bring the Thatcher. Yes, it's going to deal with that utility for you to a degree, but it's not going to do it permanently anymore where it used to. So you've still got to sort of push at the right time, get through that utility, maybe clear it out as you go if it's mute jammers, you know, whatever it might be. You've got to deal with it along the way. So we'll see just how they use that. We've got the knock coming along on Flexi. We saw quite a lot of knock play yesterday. Limited success, I'd say, but obviously the nades there are a potential factor with Sledge not being available.
What I heard from Victus, so it's very clear with the defensive lineup. There's Aruni, there's Azami, there's Castle, there's Wamai, and there's Jaeger. This is full. It's like we're going back to 20-second meta kind of vibes here. You've got no Sledge, you can't deal with any of the utility really, and you've 6 picks off your Thatcher. I want to see an east side take come out of Victus. I want to see them really just ignore all this utility, go for the complete opposite side, play on the windows, play behind, which is what we're seeing Skyty do already, try and get those picks, because if they get caught up, they could easily waste 2 minutes just trying to deal with all of the utility that WYLDE can just sit behind, because like I say, they can sit behind the Azamis, they can sit behind the castle barricades, and they can be quite oppressive. I don't even think top red was reinforced. I think there was holes in it so that they could hold any players dropping from top red, if I remember rightly there. So it's just going to be an absolute hellhole for the attackers to try and drop themselves into, which means they're going to have to absolutely adapt from what is the default attack.
Flexi moving in to the bottom floor. He's going to head up the brown stairs. Could find himself coming together with Corey at some point, who was playing on the underneath. Didn't go for the jump out in the end. Now then, he's just around the corner there. I think he is. Flexi manages to win it out after missing the man on the first one. And YZN managed to get the kill onto BZ just before that. So that gives Victus a great start here on their first attack, round one. And look at this. Flexi going and finding them all over the place. There is knock anywhere they can hide from him, Fresh.
Oh, you've started with the jokes already.
You were waiting for it.
You've started with it. I heard them yesterday, and I was expecting them today as soon as I saw a knock. Jay gets a nice peek back onto Oscar. However, it's still a 4v2, and there's a lot of work for these WYLDE boys to do, because basically site's free. They can swing in, they can hold it from the skylight. Jay's locked in this kind of cigar shop area, and it's all up to Gisela really to try and make something happen for the defense.
As you say now, it's just sit and wait, essentially, for WYLDE as the defenders. They're going to try and hold their angles. What they need to hope for is to get themselves a pick or two here by holding an angle. Somebody moves into it, they get themselves a little bit of a freebie, and then that starts bringing things back in that direction. It's been interesting to see how Victus have played this attack without being able to access the top of red stairs effectively. You picked up on it at the beginning because the holes have been shot out. They haven't been able to push there now then. Flexi's going to move up here. Does he know that Gisela's just led down on the floor? This could be Gisela's moment here. Flexi is approaching. I don't think he's aware. No, not. It's an absolute freebie. And the kill comes in for Jay at the same time. They're fighting back here, Fresh. It was a 2v4. It's now a 2v1. Unreal from WYLDE, managing to string together 3 kills and leave YZN with 15 seconds left to go and a round to win. He's going to have to drop red stairs. He knows that Jay has likely dipped away, because I'm sure the call came that a lot of damage had been done to him. But now all he can do is go and hunt. He doesn't have the diffuser in hand. He finds his first. Can he find the second? Gisela's just going to keep himself out of danger here. Let the time run down, and somehow WYLDE come back in round one with a 2v4.
and they played it absolutely perfectly. I was loving the positioning on the white stairs, that castle barricade on the window, so crucial to allow the WAMI just to play there, play very safe, and use the sound cue of the barbed wire to get rid of Flexi. And from there, it was taking 1v1 engagements that the defenders ended up winning. I thought Victus actually played this attack perfectly until there was about a minute 30 to go. I think that's where it all went wrong. In this position with a minute 30, they had all of the space to just swing in from those cocktail windows on the east side of the map and get a plant down in the default position that side. Instead, they tried to adapt and try and plant under the skylight. You know, potentially maybe it's a little bit safer to hold the post plant, but in doing that, they gave up so many 1v1 engagements that 2v4s like that can happen. And, you know, if there is one thing about WYLDE, they've got the players. I know you mentioned it to me earlier, that Jay, for example, you know, he can clutch up big when he's needed to, and we've seen it in round 1 of this game.
Certainly clutched up big there. 3 kills for him on the round to get himself underway, and impressive stuff from WYLDE. Flash, how much of an impact do you think the top red, the limitation of access to top red had? Because for the longest time, that's the first time I've seen that opened up at any sort of reasonable competitive level. You know, it is just a default, double reinforce, that's it. And then attackers, every single time, they feel safe. Yep, they've got to cover the flank potentially from mining, but otherwise they feel safe to drop in there, and that's their little beachhead to get going from. Whereas Victus just didn't have that option. How much of an impact? You know, is that the reason that they're out of position there?
No, I don't think so. I think obviously the bans and the utility and the fact that his army was now in play has kind of dictated that's the way that with these bans that you would try and hold on to top red and really force the attackers to do something else. With Cafe top floor, you either go for the top red default across, or you go for that east side repel kind of poke strategy, which is what Victus went for. It was just, I think with a minute 30 to go, they kind of just lost their way a little bit and then changed it up when they could have just done a complete default east side attack to work for a plan. It was unfortunate, but like I do like that top red hold. I think it's so oppressive for the defenders, and I think especially in this kind of attacker repick meta that we've got going on right now, it's what you want to aim for. You want to aim for being as oppressive as possible to not even let attackers in the building, as we see Oscar get the first kill onto Aces.
Not allowing Aces into the building, gets himself a headshot, and that's going to take out the Jaeger. 5v4 for Victus now as they start to build this attack. They've got themselves established at least at the top of red. They can start moving in towards Piano. I think that's whereabouts the kill will have come in from Aces. He was likely holding on to somewhere around Pixel Spot or Bathroom, I would imagine, and just trying to keep them out of there because that's directly above sight. So they want to get in there with the book, start opening things up, and I think we'll see Flexi doing that work very, very soon, getting themselves that vertical access down into sight. You can see there we've got complete top floor control for Victus now, so things are going to start to get a little bit heated for WYLDE down inside.
Yeah, the full top floor control, it's taken 2 minutes to achieve, but they've also got the kill and the man advantage. You'll see Flexi, he's going to start doing work on that book already, basically opening up sight, so it looks like we're going to basically just try and force people out of this mining room by forcing them out of reading and just basically squeezing a buff because there's so much verticality above this. Flexi does find the kill onto Corey, and with 45 seconds to go, they can basically trade out man advantage now into a round win from Victus' point of view. Jay's got a massive power position here though.
Possibly a little bit of a mental game to be played here, given the last round. The fact that they lost that 2v4, it's surely going to be fresh in their minds, and they're not going to want to see the same again. As you say, if they don't pick up on Jay, we've seen him hit on the flank so many times, and it just gets allowed to happen. There he goes with a big 2k. We've seen it before. We will see it again. Jay levels things up. 3v3, 15 seconds left to go, and once again, time could be a factor. Skeptic's going to go down. YZN's going to be finished off by Jay, and that leaves us now 3v1, and it is going to be WYLDE who take the round. BZ and Giesler coming in with the final kills, and once again fresh, once again Victus throw away a man advantage. 3v5 and WYLDE able to turn it around.
Jay is such a smart player. That's 2 rounds in a row that his positioning has won his team the round by just being able to have a big impact in that very late round when the execute's going down, just to be able to pop up, get a double kill, and really bring his team straight back into it. That's 2 rounds in a row, and I think Victus, they're doing things so well for a minute, 2 minutes of the round, and then it's just falling apart. I don't know if it's communication, I don't know if it's shot calling, but that's 2 rounds in a row that you've let go if you're Victus, and you've got to start wondering, we should have won that as a team. And I wonder how much that's going to start playing into their mental, because they should be 2-0 up, but instead they're 0-2 down.
Well, this is it. You know, I picked up on it there and I said, is the 2v4 going to play into their minds a little bit? They think, oh, it's 3v5, you know, but it's not guaranteed. We lost the last. And now you've just doubled down on that. You've just had that same situation come back to bite you again. I'm amazed that they're not watching closer on the flanks. Jay did it at least twice yesterday, where he was able to just pop up from nowhere, like you say, perfect positioning, and he was just getting 2k, 3k, and it just completely flips the round on his head. It's just, he's such an instrumental player in that last 40 seconds or so. That's when he really comes alive. He's 6-1 at the minute, absolutely fine, but the majority of his kills have come in the last 10 or 15 seconds in both of those rounds. They've just been perfectly timed, and they're going to have to get a handle on him. It's going to come down to that drone game. I'm looking, they've got 9 left, so they're not throwing them away in the prep phase, Victus. That they need to make sure that they are consistently using them as the round goes on, so they know exactly where, particularly players like JR.
Yeah, and I think it's... Jay's not even played any kind of off positions there. In those 2 rounds that he's won his team rounds, he's played in, I won't say default positions, but positions that should have been drones. So I think maybe it's kind of late round. I think it's Victor's maybe been a little bit nervous, maybe trying to force it a little bit, rather than taking that extra 10 seconds to just double check all of the positions, create a plan, and then go from there. So I hope that they do that this round. Is, you know, he's just keeping it. He keeps himself safe, and then obviously pounces late on. We're going to go for a top floor clear again if we're Victus, and they were actually very good at this in the previous round of getting that information, getting that initial foothold. They'll work their way into top red as you see the Sophia drop in now, and try and work their way across before then playing vertically. They've got no book this time, and obviously there's no sledge on the board, so they're going to have to think about, you know, maybe trying to work without too much verticality.
That's going to play into the hands of Victus as Oscar manages to open things up. That's his second entry kill in a row, and he is going to take down that man. It's going to be Jay 6-2 now instead of 6-1, and Victus can continue to sweep across this top floor. They're looking to get that control. There's a lot of mute jammers that are just going to hold them up in terms of denying access through those walls into barback storage, and it's just going to allow the man on hatch, BZ, there to try and hold on for as long as possible. Flexer is going to find Corey elsewhere in the map, though. This could be a big problem building for Wild, but you say that after the first 2 rounds they've still been able to hold on every time, so can they do it again? That's the big question.
And like I say, we've been here before. That's verticality established, but how do you deal with the verticality? There's no breaching charges, there's no buck, obviously there's no sledge because of the ban, which means defenders can play a little bit more safely inside of sight. You see the defenders, they can play reading with much more ease right now than they could if there was that vertical element. So I think for Victus, this time it definitely is. It's about forcing your way into sight, and it's definitely about trading those bodies out. Whereas then he will drone that spot that Jay was ratting in the previous round, and that's good. That's good drone commitment. It's taking a little bit more time, but they're ready to execute now.
The clock could be a problem for Victus once again. We've seen that play its part previously, and with 19 seconds left to go, as you say, they have a rush into sight because they just haven't brought the right tools, the right operators. They're going to get absolutely obliterated on the door by the shotgun, but the kills elsewhere leave Aces completely outnumbered. His double is useless, and that is going to be Victus managing to pick up that first round, engaging at distance. The shotgun never stood a chance, and Victus, they managed to lock one out, and it was a big concern still fresh. You know, they've got to be thinking about the site that they are attacking and the utility they bring in, not having something, anything to take up those floors on a reading attack. You got to be asking questions of Victus there. They still got it done, but it was a gamble.
Yeah, it absolutely was a gamble, and you've got to say that's, you know, potentially Flexi that should be on the book there. He was on the book previous round on the train attack. He should have been on the book there because he did play knock. And that, I appreciate it, right? 6 set of nades because you've got Ayana, you've got your Finker, and then you knock. You've got 6 nades, and people love nades in this current meta. But you've also got to play into the fact that there is no sledge, and you have to therefore bring a book whenever you are not attacking the top floor. Because Cafe is so vertically dominated by, because, you know, you think about Cafe as the landscape of a map. It's a big square with 3 floors. If you're not attacking the top floor, you've got basically vertical over the second floor and the first floor. So you need that form of destruction, whether that is breaching charges or a buck. You need to figure that out as an attacker. And I think the one thing that I did like about Victus there, the one thing that I really did like, is previously they executed on around 30 to 40 seconds to go. This time it was 20 seconds, make sure they double droned everything. Sure, Aces nearly made a hero play, but it worked so well they managed to actually get that round because they took 10-15 seconds extra and actually considered where they needed to go for and the position of the defenders.
Got Corey off out in the map. Again, we saw that from him in round 1. He's with the Aruni, so he's got that one-punch option for barricades. We saw him sort of teasing the double door in Bakery, but this time he has already been chased back to the middle floor, maybe all the way back up to site. We'll see as Oscar continues his clearance here. Heading up with the drone ahead of him. I like that from Victus. It's something that I picked up on from Wild on their attacks. Aces was droning himself in a lot of the time on the Iana, and it did just burn an extra 15 seconds before he could react to the information ahead of him, and quite often cost him the opportunity for a kill, whereas this time Oscar, he's got a buddy droning him in, drone at his feet. It's a lot more impactful when those players get picked up, but there's nobody to be found in the first 2 floors. Corey's been there, he's gone, he's in freezer, he's sitting on ice waiting for the rest of this round to unfold ahead of him. Now then, Wild, we've got this setup again from them. We've seen this previously with the Azami, keep barricades up there, just trying to create this safe space on the hatch.
And I think you see the power of these bans is that Victus aren't able to enter the building on the top floor. You've got Oscar in on the mid floor, and that's realistically it. Although they have killed the player in Piano now, so that's Jay off the board. That's a lot of utility off the board. Obviously, his army gets the regeneration, and it's a big area that the defenders now do not control. For the defenders, they've taken a minute and a half off the attackers. They've only lost 1 life for it. And Piano's still going to be so hard to get into because of the freezer holes, because of the bathroom holes. The defenders can hold it, especially Castle with that 1.5 times scope. So for the attackers, it's really about trying to force a plant on the default position, maybe without having to go into Piano, which is a very hard thing to do.
Is there a little bit here, Fresh, that Wild have been playing by the seat of the pants a little bit, and they're starting to get found out now we're in round 3 and 4?
Maybe. I think, you know, these early kills are costing them. It's as simple as that.
Well, that's 3 in a row for Oscar now.
Yeah, they've given up entry deaths, they've given up early deaths, and again, Skyty's found another one. They're having to come from behind all the time. They've done it magnificently twice, but it's not sustainable.
It's not something you can rely on, absolutely not. YZN gets in, kill onto BZ. This looks like it could be a flawless round as Flexi manages to find aces. Corey does something from the freezer. Can he do a little more? Yes, but shut down by Oscar. That's going to be another round to Victus. That levels things up to 2-2 now. And Victus fighting back and starting to close out those rounds that they really shouldn't have given away in round 1 and 2. And for me, when I look at this on balance, when I look at the whole thing, I've got to say Victus are a little bit in the driving seat here. As you said, Wild, a couple of great rounds in 1 and 2, a couple of great comebacks, but you just can't rely on it long term, and it seems like that's the strategy right now.
Victus should be 4-0 up. I mean, that's the top and bottom
that's the reality
of this game. Is the reality is Wild are kind of lucky to be in this game at this point. And I know Rogue thought the same thing, particularly on this map yesterday, was that one thing Victus were very good at was playing that kind of poke strategy of not really entering anywhere, but managing to find kills, of kind of, you know, just almost baiting out kills by just being on the repels. We saw Jay die there on his army, which realistically dying to a nade with that much utility in play on the top floor just shouldn't be a thing that happens. And I think that's one thing Victus have been very good at, is managing to find those kills in the early round that set themselves up for success, even if they have thrown it a couple of times. They're not going to be too upset with this scoreline, right? Because attacking Cafe, particularly with the bans, because these bans do lean to a more defender-sided Cafe, as I say, with the way that Wild want to play it. So they'll be happy, especially if they get free attacks.
It's interesting, just noticed in the old chat there, Oscar picking up and just asking Wild, I think a little bit tongue-in-cheek, a little bit cheeky, not like in the basement, but Corey coming back with, it's great, but I can't cook. But ultimately, yeah, it was something that we saw from Wild yesterday as well, Fresh. Didn't use kitchen at all in their defences. Mining, reading, bar. They don't want to go down there.
I think the kitchen bomb site is one that's very team specific. There's some teams, Old Empire for example, that made it look absolutely unplayable when you're attacking it, because they're so good at defending it. But a lot of teams now are really leaning towards not playing it. They don't like it because it's very formulaic for attackers to attack now. It kind of clubhouse vibes in a sense of you do 1, you do 2, you do 3, and if you do it in a fast enough time, then you will win the round as attackers. And I think it doesn't give us much opportunity for the way that Wild want to play, which is oppressive, which is kind of baiting out the utility, etc. Kitchen basement site it's a very different site in terms of Cafe, and I think that's why we're just not seeing Wild play it whatsoever.
Oscar looking to push through, being supported by Skeptic. They need to be careful. Skeptic, of course, having the diffuser in hand. They don't want to get too aggressive there. They are attacking onto mining, so this is still the top floor clearance element. Oscar, you see the barrel of his gun. He knows the man's there, but no! Giesler's managing to just slip out of freezer there and find that kill. Beautiful bit of teamwork. I don't know if I can go as far as to say Ace has baited him in a little bit there, but one way or another, he got pulled into a bad situation, thinking there was an opportunity. Jay, he's going to double down, managed to find one on Flexi. Leaves us now 5 versus 3 in favour of Wild, and I think that might be the first time we've seen them really ahead in terms of man count, Fresh.
Yeah, it's a really good position they've got themselves into. They've got the picks. They've managed to actually play together. You call it baiting, but you can also call it teamwork. Even if one person dies, Aces would have picked up that first entry kill. Skyty's got a massive play. He's been able to walk all the way down White Corridor. However, there's only one defender left on the top floor for him to kill, and he might not have even droned it. This defender might well swing on him and get a free kill, as we see Skyty. There it is. Corey does manage to find the kill, picks up a second one as well, and it's all up to YZN wondering how it's gone from bad to worse. Does find the kill onto Corey in the 1 versus 4. He's not even going to play for the diffuser. Manages to find the second kill onto Jay, who throws an impact at him instead of bullets. Puts him down to about 10 HP, and at this point he's just looking to try and find his 1v1 engagements, find himself a couple of kills. But I think Wild, they're too experienced for this. They're going to regroup, they're going to play as a team, play in close proximity to each other, and then when YZN does eventually come, they'll be able to play a crossfire and win it out from there.
Yeah, that's it. They're just going to sit inside the site now. Like you say, far too much experience in this team, especially Corey being off the board here. He's going to be in the comms. He's no doubt going to be looking at those cameras as we just saw. He's cycling through who's left. He's going to be feeding that information and saying, just, wait for your moment, boys. It will come, or the clock will win it for us. And that's exactly what will happen as the round finishes off. Wild managed to get themselves 3-2. And if I believe I'm right in saying, Fresh, I'll double check in a second. I think it was Wild who chose the defensive side because Victus chose the map. Yes, it was. So they're going to be definitely looking for a 4-2 here. A very important round 6 coming up for Wild.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward to say because I've got to go back to this, is the fact that that's their first round that I believe they've strategically, tactically won against Victus, but they are in the lead. And a 4-2 for them, they'll feel like they've gone and robbed a bank at that point, I think. Because, Victus have played very well so far. I think the one thing that I did like about Wild was the team play early on to actually manufacture that man advantage, because we've not seen it. That's the first round in 5 that we've seen Wild actually get into a good man advantage lead as the defenders, and they reacted super well to it. Everybody but Corey then fell off, got themselves back to site. Corey then just kind of ratted it out, found himself a double kill. It all went perfectly for Wild. If you're Wild, that's one thing that you want to do again when you're going on to this defense.
Going to be heading then up to the top 4 for that final defense. We saw them hold on to this in round 4 last, but Victus were the winners. They got themselves a good advantage, used that man advantage well, and got in and got the job done. So wow, 50-50 on this site so far. Going to be looking to extend that to 2 wins and 1 loss before they head into the second half. Just got an opportunity here for Corey. He's just looking. We've seen him getting aggressive up towards doors and windows so far. He's not had any opportunities, and nobody spawned there, Corey, I'm afraid. Marciu just giving us a little screen wiggle there to let us know, and he's not going to get his chance at a spawn peak. I was sort of hoping it might come along, but the drone being shot out there is going to signal to YZN that there's somebody at least playing in and around White Stairs, so they need to be careful about their push immediately in there. They also need to be careful about rappelling up onto the building. Obviously, an opportunity potentially for somebody to have a little look out of the door, but Skyty, he was watching yesterday. He knows that the jump outs are possible out of those top windows. Going to be getting the claymores down just to prevent that, at least guarantee a trade if it does come out.
Yeah, and I think just crucially, looking at the defensive composition here, we're not seeing the castle, we're not seeing this army. This is much more of a traditional defensive hold by Wild, in terms of they want to hold the pixel shield, they want to hold bathroom, and really play the layers of this defense. So the run out does come in the meantime from Jay, gets punished by YZN. But what I was saying about the defensive composition is that now allows Victus, because it's a traditional defensive composition, it allows Victus to go for a traditional attack, starting with top red control, as we will see what they will go. That's what they will go for, obviously with that run out aside, which they had covered as well.
Corey still roaming around on the underneath, just conscious that there could be somebody on white stairs. Nobody ahead of him at the minute, but obviously just paying special attention over to that side with the initial aggression towards white door that they saw with the drones coming in, but there was never really any push coming through from there. Ace is underneath as well. Now then, he does not have nitro in hand, so any attempt to deny this vertically, as you say, is pre-placed, and if he's looking particularly for picking up the diffuser, it may be a couple of shotgun holes and then try to switch to the SMG and find the kill from underneath, but there's going to be work to be done. The thing is, it leaves them a little bit light potentially on site. They've got 2 back in Cocktail, but a lot of the top floor otherwise has been given up to the attackers. Aces does manage to find YZN though with a good angle up onto the balcony just under New Hatch there, so that's going to be a nice long range kill, just bringing us to 4v4.
And it's a bit of a standoff at the minute. It's the trigger point. When will Victus go? Because I think what they might try and do here is crouch walk all the way up long bar and flood the site.
Skyter, he's going to move in. Oscar it is, however, that gets the kill onto Corey underneath. BZ nearly has an opportunity, but just doesn't see his man across the top of the bar. Giesler manages to get one. Aces with another, but then Flexi on a big double 2v1 leaves Aces miles out of position here, and there's an opportunity for them to start getting the diffuser down, and that's exactly what Victus are going to do. The attempt at the denial from underneath, he just can't find the man. Skeptic managing to get away with his life there, and Flexi, he is also in a position to try and hold on to this. There's the drone, spots out Aces, so they know where he's coming from. It's always difficult to get back up onto the top floor here as there's only 2 staircases, so they can keep eyes on both quite easily. Now then, Aces, he's going to work his way around to Lumber, but no, he's going to switch things up. He's going to come in through the freezer angle. He knows where one is, doesn't take the pre-fire, and Flexi able to get the kill. Even one pre-fired bullet there would have taken Flexi down and given Aces the chance in the 1v1, but no, Victus able to close it out 3-3, and you've got to call that their half.
Yeah, absolutely their half, and a great decision there, I think, to flood site. We saw it in terms of there was a trigger point of a Sophia stun, of a Thatcher EMP grenade going off, and they weren't to get locations of defenders. They were sound cues because attackers were pushing through deep into site. They managed to find all of the kills. Obviously, Aces, a bit of a ill-informed jump out, should I say, because he was then in a 1v2 being detected outside and did all he could, but great play from Victus. I think 5 rounds they should have won. 3 rounds they did win, which when you're talking about Cafe, with, you know, they've sustained also an ideology of how Wild want to counteract them with the sledge ban, with the utility. They've still managed to get a 3-3 attacking half. They will be more than happy with that.
We switch sides then. Victus move on to the defence now. They're going to be taking us up to the top floor to begin with, and well, that first half hasn't really told us too much. You feel like Victus are in the driving seat, but Wild, even with that, have still managed to, under pressure, get themselves 3 rounds and keep things level. However, we might expect Victus to come out with a better defensive half here. Now then, YZM, where are you going? All the way down to the ground floor. He's applied a couple of Kiba barricades. Out goes the window. Is he going to get cheeky here? Victus looking to take the fight to Wild. He's waiting for his moment, and he might just get it as the silhouettes ahead. They look like they're being cautious to me, though, Fresh. He's going to take the jump out. He takes the pop shot, but it's elsewhere that the opening kill comes in. Oscar manages to get a headshot onto Corey, and that is Victus not even allowing Wild to get to the building line.
So one thing I just want to say about this is I was in TeamSpeak. I was playing some Siege. I was watching the games, as I said, until 4:30 this morning, effectively, Tim. I was watching all of the games, and whilst the NA games were going on, I was actually in TeamSpeak with the analyst from Victus, who was going through every single round with a fine-tooth comb of Wild, and I'm wondering if that was a particular counter-analysis of they always spawn here, they always hit this point by X amount of time, we can get a free spawn peak. And that's exactly what Victus have done in round 1, getting that spawn peak onto Corey. I wonder if that's a tendency thing that the support staff of Victus have spotted. If so, it's put themselves in a great advantage in this round.
Absolutely, just shows the value of the work that is done by all the analysts around the leagues. Jay is going to find a kill onto YZN to level things up. That's going to bring it back using the Finker there, the LMG. I mean, we've seen the power of that weapon. We started to see a lot more Finker bans yesterday, obviously allowed through here, but we definitely saw a couple coming in, and I think over time we're only going to see more and more. Now, Oscar got himself wedged inside a bar back storage here. He's waiting for the push into Piano, and at the halfway mark, Wild still not in a position to be moving in and taking over that area yet.
Yeah, I think they've managed to get the first kill onto YZM, which is that Azami again. Once again, that utility that can be 5 Azami keeper barriers that get deployed over the course of the round. That's a great operator to get off the board early. And piano control is kind of half in control of the attackers. There's still the defenders, there's still those holes, as you see, through buyback storage, through bathroom that the defenders can peek back through. So it's still a hard ground for WYLDE to actually go in and go and take. And then they've got a minute to try and set up for a plant here. The defenders, they're just going to play the backline and really wait for WYLDE to make their move.
The beat coming round, pixel spot there. Flexi taking a lot of damage on the defense, but Jay going to be down, going to be finished off by Oscar. Tried to get the nanobot boost, but it just was a little bit too late. Ace is now challenging, ring around the roses. He goes left, he goes right. Does he find his man? He's got him behind him. It's an absolute freebie. Beautiful footwork from Aces there, giving him a little bit of the razzle dazzle and losing Oscar in the lights. Manages to find him, and that is going to be Giesler managing to get in now, put out those track stingers, and WYLDE are well and truly in control of Piano. They need to start pushing on though. There's 14 seconds left to go and a diffuser that needs to be planted. BZ with an important kill there onto Flexi, might give him the opportunity, but SkyT comes back with one just as important. Will BZ be allowed to finish this plant? Almost certainly not. He has to come off. It was SkyT and Skeptic is managing to close out the round, and that is Victus taking their first defense. It was back and forward fresh, but they managed to hold on.
And you know that I love a compare and contrast, Ace. And one thing that Victus did on that top floor attack when it was a conventional attack, they pushed deep with sound cues and played for the kills. WYLDE there, they played for the plant in a 3v3, and you saw the raw power of when you've got a 3v3 and one of your attackers is planting, that's essentially a 3v2 in the defender's favour. They peaked, they got the kills, and they won the round off the back of it. Very small stylistic difference between the two teams and what they wanted to play for, but it was huge in terms of the round won or loss on the attacking side. Victus, they played it very well, I think. They got the opening kill, they got that entry pick, and you go all the way back. That's ultimately what potentially would have won them the round, because Corey was off the board. Dokkaebi was off the board in terms of the calls, that sound cue to push deep. That's potentially why the Dokkaebi was brought. So you take it back all the way to one spawn kill that's potentially won them the round there.
Just see the drone being placed there on the bottom floor, just in the corner of VIP. That's going to be watching over what can be a key area for this defense. Victus choosing as their secondary site to go down to the kitchen, which is not something that we saw WYLDE use at any point. They're going to be shaping up at the minute to potentially hold on to the bakery side. Not too much attention on that VIP side. We'll see whether somebody locates themselves in there or not. Yes, they have. SkyT got a shield. He's got himself set, but will he spot the drone that's in the corner? If not, there's going to be a lot of information potentially coming in. It was the top left corner as you're looking at it now, Marcio. It was just up on one of the sort of benches at the waist level, if you will. Bottom left now. Just scroll to the left, Marcio.
Yep.
Somewhere there near the drone plays a big impact. I think it's been shot out. Marcio can't quite find it, and I think it has been shot out, so that's going to help to keep the man safe. Jay, he's going to get the opener onto YZN, and the pressure's going to come in very, very quickly onto SkyT.
And I think this is perfect from WYLDE. They don't have any vertical because of the bans, because of no book, no hard breach, no breaching charges. Instead, they've gone laterally, aiming to squeeze out VIP. They've managed to find 2 opening kills, one with nade, one with a gun, and this is a great start for them. It's fast-paced, but this is exactly what they need. They need to get the WAMI off the board. They need to get their utility off the board early, because of course it's not set and forget. 3v5 from Victus, they're going to feel very squeezed into sight now, because WYLDE, they're going very lateral, and they're just basically surrounding Victus at this point. There's got to be a break for Victus. There's got to be somebody that pops out, gets a little bit aggressive to try and recoup this man disadvantage.
I think obviously maybe the band's playing a part there. Fresh not having the sledge available. Yes, but can go in there and rip up that floor, but you lose the frags. So potentially just playing into the strategical choice as well as the operator choice. Oscar managing to pick Aces up as he tries to walk in through the door. There will be no free entrance here, and he's going to be shut down. Corey is looking for his man though, and that's beautiful comms. You can just see it. Aces gets taken down, pinpoints Oscar's location, and as he tries to push through, Corey is there ready for a late trade and keeps them now in a 4v2. It is all up to Flexit and Skeptic, and it's not going to be easy for them because WYLDE have got time here, and what they're going to do is they're going to narrow down that circle. They're not even going to bother actually. They're just going to take it from long range. Flexit taken down from distance. Jay manages to find the last. That Skeptic closed out, and WYLDE managed to get their first attack done and on the board.
And if you wanted a 101 of why WYLDE did not play this site, it's precisely because of that. Attackers have so much utility now with repick to be able to enable those. Previously you had to do these full vertical clears that took so much time, whereas attackers can now, they can just do a horizontal clear, they can pick the right tools for the particular job, they do a horizontal clear and they can just squeeze the defenders out of sight. I think for Victus, if they're going to go back down there, I'd want to see them roaming a little bit heavier, forcing the attack to go and clear them. But for now, I think they've done the right thing here. They've changed off, they've gone to a reading room site, because that bottom floor, it is becoming harder and harder to defend.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Victus maybe played into the operator bans a little bit themselves there, but in a negative way. Like you say, by not extending themselves out into the top two floors, they didn't force WYLDE to play up there. And without the sledge, you can make a good guess that actually WYLDE might not bother trying to go for the vertical here because the buckle cost them nades. So, like you say, maybe put a few boots on the ground up there, just actually force WYLDE to play with that verticality, and it's going to waste them a ton of time at that point. If they don't have the book, they've got to clear you out completely above, and then it doesn't really gain them anything because they've no vertical angles into sight, and they've still got to push down and force a lateral strategy. So, yeah, definitely an interesting one from Victus there, but they decide to dip away. They're not going to double down. They're going to head to reading instead and look to see if they can get this one done.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, I think it's a good choice. They can play a more conventional reading without needing to, you know, you can do a half clear for reading. It's much harder for teams to do because it still does involve an element of verticality. And obviously that's the big key word that we're saying today, because there's no Flores, there's no sledge. There's only a buck, and teams are just not wanting to bring buck. They love their grenades way too much. Jay's got a nice drone, however, that will be spotted out but not killed. Getting information on that player inside of train. He's having a lot of fun just constantly quick peeking with a drone there. It's like a game of cat and mouse. And I think ultimately, until the mute dies, this position is well known by the team, obviously.
Yep, I think it's going to be no surprise to WYLDE that there's somebody playing inside of train, and the challenge will come at some point. But for now, the focus has to be on the top floor. Corey nade in hand. Can he get a little bouncer in here? He does send it to the right location, but the man is gone. He has run away, and he's not going to be keeping himself in danger there. So Victus able to keep hold of that life for the time being. They've still got 3 up on the top floor, so lots of work for WYLDE here.
I'm wondering where WYLDE go from here, because what they can do now they've got piano control is they can transition into a half clear, and all that means is that they need to take control of train and then go for the dining room. So it means they don't need to play vertical. It means they don't have to clear the top floor. All they have to do is hold the defenders from retaking that hatch that's above Jay now, and I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Jay's got himself into a great position, and WYLDE don't really need any more map control. They can start working for a train plant now. Corey might push deep. I'm not too sure what their full plan is right now, but if they wanted to do a half clear, they definitely could.
Corey knows that there's a man on top white, but he's makes the challenge, not able to find any shots. Jay's got himself established there, and that white stairs position is a little bit perilous. Corey continues trying to do something about top floor, but with 50 seconds left to go, they've not done a great job of getting hold of the map control that they need fresh. Skeptic, he manages to find Corey. That takes down some of that top floor presence for WYLDE and goes a little bit more as Skeptic manages to find aces. BZ with one back onto Oscar, but in a 4v3, 35 seconds and no top floor control. This could be a dangerous plant attempt, but Jay's got the cover. Somehow they're going to get away with this. BZ manages to stick it, but kills raining along the way. 2v2 now. BZ, after that plant, manages to turn around, get one on the white stairs. It's all up to Skeptic. 1v2. He hears the placement of the Claymore. It allows him to get the kill. He's going to take it out. Now, is he going to stick this? He knows that the man is going to come for him. It looks like he's going for it. No, he's going to dip off, and that is perfectly played by the WYLDE attacker there. Giesler just managing to coax him away from that attempt. He just needs to try and burn as much time. The challenge comes in, but no, Giesler is able to stand up to it, get the kill, and WYLDE somehow sneaking the diffuser down there and snatching around.
And that's exactly the half clear that I wanted them to do. They kind of scuffed it up in terms of the top floor. Corey and Aces playing up on that top floor, getting picked off by Skeptic. But it was a great play in the end, particularly from BZ, who was just confident enough to walk himself into sight and get that plant down, because WYLDE had the necessary map control that they needed for the half clear. And that's another great attack from them. That's 2 on the bounce, and we said that they got away with it on the defenses, managing to get a 3-3 split, and they've transitioned into a wonderful attacking half so far. 2-1 up currently on the attacking half.
Going very well. They're going to be attacking onto the top floor then in round 10. It's going to be Bar and Cocktail as Victus get themselves set up there on the top floor. We've got no significantly unusual choices on the side of Victus. They've got the Maestro. It's not one that we see too often. Of course, there is a spot in Cocktail named after Maestro here. Thank you very much, Marcy. It's just in behind that reinforcement. He's going to play in there and just try to feed information in from those cams. Need to be careful because it's always possible to get underneath and nade him out, so he's going to have to be careful with his positioning, and he's going to be feeding in an awful lot of information. With those 2 Evil Eyes that he's placed, one on the pillar high up just underneath the skylight and one in piano, it gives him a view of about 70% of this top floor, so it is really critical that the attackers deal with those.
We're seeing once again a 6-nade lineup with that not being preferred above a buck, and it's the same thing that we saw from Victus. Corey is also choosing to play not. I know that you absolutely love it, Ace, but it's the power of nades. I'm wondering if Corey will try and get himself into the mid floor and, as you say, get those up nades below, particularly onto that Maestro. Skeptic needs to keep himself safe. I think we'll see a very traditional attack coming out once again from Wild. Gisla's going to open the top red hatches, get the flank under control. He's obviously playing gridlock. It makes it very hard to flank up those stairs when there's a lot of gridlocks. I know there's a debate of gridlock or nomad, who's better. A lot of people don't think gridlock's that good. In this specific case scenario of Cafe, gridlock is great for these particular staircases because you have to make so much noise as a defender to even get a flank off if you use at least 2 of those gridlock traps on the red stairs.
And of course, you're limited to 2 staircases to be able to flank back up if you're trying to get back up onto the top floor, so further restricted there. Now then, Oscar, he's just holding himself. The drone sees him. The challenge is surely going to come. I like that little bit of aggression there. Well timed from Oscar, knowing that the push might immediately come from reading door, but he was certainly ready for the challenge. He dips himself away, lives to fight another day, and he's going to be able to rotate himself back over to the red stairs and likely up that side. But he needs to be careful because Aces is heading in that direction, so we could have a little bit of a game of cat and mouse here while they try to find Oscar, who was for the time being bunkered down inside a VIP.
I'm wondering why Oscar's doing it on the smoke. Why is it not YZN on the Jaeger? Why is it not Flexi on the mute? Why you've got a player with such a valuable utility out on this roam, out in these positions? I don't know if he's locked himself there by accident. He might get himself a freebie, but looks the wrong way as Aces looks the right way and manages to get that entry kill onto Oscar. That was a proper game of cat and mouse, and that, crucially, that's not just a player off the board, that's the smoke off the board as well. Mid-floor control established now by Wild, one of the better players from Victus. Everything set itself up. It's taken a lot of time to get there, but they've set themselves up nicely.
45 seconds left to go, and time for Wild to start building this final push. Now then, there's a man inside of Cigar Shop, and I can only presume that Aces doesn't know, because obviously the wall is soft, and if he peppers it in through there, he's going to hit some shots onto him, almost certainly. But YZN, he's just going to hold his position. He moves out, he gets aggressive, he finds a kill. They had no idea he was there. That levels things up. 4-4, he gets a second onto Jay, and what a flank. YZN has effectively pulled off their absolute beauty to net himself a 2k and put Victus back in the driving seat. 4v3, and all of a sudden Wild are scrambling fresh. 13 seconds left to go. They've got to make something happen. Corey, he's going to go for it up the white stairs. They know he's coming though. You sit down, Skyt, he says as he takes the kill, and that is going to be 2 more flying in. Flexi and YZN finish off the round, and Victus level things up and guarantee us at least 12 rounds of Cafe.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be a big shift generally in kind of the consensus around Cafe, as previously, I remember Jess last year on EUL saying, this is the most defender-sided map in the pool. And I think we're going to a much more of a 50-50 kind of map. We're seeing defenses actually won on hero plays rather than actual strategical team decisions. Why is it then there getting a massive 2k? He doesn't get that. Jay was in sight. There was nades coming out from Aces. It wasn't looking too good for Victus, but he was there. He did pick up those 2 kills and then collapsed off the back of it to have that man advantage. And I think it seems strange to say about Cafe that it feels a little bit more attacker-sided. However, we're going to go to the bottom floor. We're going to go to kitchen. And if you remember Victus, they couldn't hold on to the VIP area. They were basically, there was a horizontal attack coming out of Wild the previous time that they attacked this, and Victus found it very, very difficult to hold on to it. There's only a Wamai this time, there's no Jaeger, and I'm wondering what will they do? Will they try and play a little bit more vertically, or will they just try and hunker up and double down on those power positions, really try and hold on to them, and make Wild work for those kills a little bit more?
Personally, I want to see the vertical fresh. I want to see them get out into the map. I just don't think they were anywhere near last time, to be honest, holding on to those positions. Like you say, you know, Wild came in and just decimated 2 of them straight away, 5v3, and just worked laterally. So for me, I want to see them force Wild out into the rest of the map. They had an absolute age left in a 5v2 to just push onto site. It was never going to work out for Victus. At the minute, we can see there's at least 1 on the mid floor, so they are going to have to pay some attention. Obviously, the danger is any vertical holes that Victus open up to be able to offer significant threat from the mid floor, because let's not forget, Wild could just ignore them and go straight to site anyway, so they need some vertical holes themselves, but that will then open them up. That exposes them to that threat should they not hold on to that position. So it's going to be a careful balance for Victus, but for the time being, Wild are working on that VIP position. They're going to take down the shield, but no, there comes the jump out. YZN manages to get 1 onto Jay, and he just keeps going. He's going to fight his way back in with a pistol. He gets himself a second, drops the diffuser on the ground, and this is better from Victus fresh, and it comes from the mid floor.
And that's exactly what we were saying about maybe not the vertical in the sense of holding above sight, but getting out of the window, knowing that Wild would go for the exact same approach, and they're scrambling now. We're seeing Aces force his way in without really any intel, just throwing nades to try and find a kill back. That man disadvantage is so important in this attack because you can't squeeze people out if they've got more people than you have. So Aces needs to be careful because he wants to try and find a pick. He needs to be careful he doesn't give his life up because Oscar is very close by. He does manage to get that kill onto Oscar, and SkyT is now in a lot of trouble.
Wild desperately needed those from Aces, and he's that player that we've seen that can do that, that catalyst in the mid-round where you desperately need a 2k. Who's going to find it? It's going to be Aces. He's 8 and 9 so far on the day, and 2 very important kills there to bring us back to 3v3. YZN is going to drop as well, and it's Aces again. He's on a triple kill and could find more. Skeptic and Flexi, they're going to have to hold on to site, and there's a minute. They are left with an absolute age to defend against once again. Same position as last time, only that Wild have got a couple of less players, so there's at least a little bit of something for Victus to look towards there. Skeptic, he looks to get aggressive, but it's Flexi who manages to get one. Skeptic chases down Giesler, and that leaves us now Aces in a 1v2. It's Ace or nothing. It's going to be Aces to get the quad. Can he find the 5th? He pops up, he sees his man, but no, Flexi finds him through the soft wall, shuts down the Ace, shuts down Aces, and closes out the round.
Honestly, that round was absolutely on the it was like a seesaw. One team had the advantage, then Victus had the advantage, Wild took it right back, and then Victus reclawed it. I love the adaptation to jump out to get those guys bottom white. I love, and I want to say this throughout this game, Aces, you know why he was in Pro League. His movement is absolutely incredible. We've seen it 2 or 3 times now. The way that he's managing to find kills by just navigating himself around and shooting people in the back, does it in this particular clip right now to get that kill back onto SkyT. He's a sensational player. Gets another one here at bottom red of somebody not looking at him. He manages to pull his team straight back into it. One thing that I did like about Flexi and SkyT in, I think it was Flexi and SkyT? No, it was Flexi and Skeptic in that 2vX scenario, is that it seems very insignificant, but a C4 went out and it wasn't used to try and get a kill. It was used as a sound cue for both of them to move and peek as the sound went off so that Wild didn't hear. Managed to get themselves the kills because Flexi got himself into coat, get a kill, and recover that man advantage. Really good play coming out by both teams, and normally, Ace, I'd be saying, I want to see this in a best of 3, because normally, you know, you'd imagine this would be in a league fixture. I'm so happy we get to see this in a best of 3, because these are 2 teams that I think, genuinely, I think we'll see both of these in CL, and I think we'll see both of these teams pushing to be in that EUL spot come the end of the year.
Oh, they're going to be battling with each other. This right now is just a prelude. This is just, you know, giving us a taste of what's to come, because these are for sure 2 very talented teams. At the minute, Victus finding themselves on top of Wild, and that might be difficult for them in the terms of the match overall, Fresh, because, of course, you know, we saw Wild yesterday going to Cafe, having a good performance there. We expect that this is a map that they want to play, that they may be going to come and have a good game on, but if they lose this, it was tough for them on Oregon, and they might just find more of the same here against Victus. Now then, he's going to get the drone in from Red Stairs, just make sure everything's clear. He'll be able to drop himself down after the track stingers go out to just prevent any movement coming from around top floor. They want to get top floor control, attacking onto Reed in here, so they need to force out those Victus players from top floor. It's going to be largely Cocktail and White Corridor, but they may have extended into Piano for the sort of beginning of the round.
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's it's what you need to do on Cafe realistically. Jay's going to take himself a drop in, and he, again, I've been talking about the movement on the Wild players. He's got some great movement. If you remember the last time that this was attacked, he managed to get himself established and trained very early on. He's got a drone in front of him, he's got both of his flanks covered now, although he will give away a lot of sound cues that is here. Obviously that Thinker LMG, a lot of people know to listen for it now, just given the prevalence of that particular weapon. But once again, it looks like the half clear is going to come in. They're going to try and clear the player out of train, make sure piano control is established, and go for the same attack that worked for them last time. However, one thing Victus have been excellent at is that adaptation of knowing, here's what Wild did last time, here's what we're going to do to adapt onto it. We saw it in the previous round for Kitchen, and we've seen it a little bit on this round. They're trying to get a little bit more aggressive in train. There's a C4 from below from YZN as well.
Oscar onto BZ, that's going to be our opening kill, and he's gone really well on the entry so far today as Oscar really giving Victus a great start in a number of rounds. 5v4, 50 seconds left to go, and a lot of work for Wild to do. They get themselves down onto a lateral push, but they still don't have that top floor control. They managed to plant the diffuser last time around inside of dining, but I'm not sure that that's something Victus are going to fall for again. Corey, he's going to be holding the long angle up onto Cocktail Door, but I've got a feeling that that man is moving absolutely nowhere. He wants to keep that vertical down onto Reading Door.
Yeah, Oscar, he's got a massive play to make here, especially if Aces swings out. It's a big game of cat and mouse, and how many times have we said that? Who's going to be the one to blink first? Who's going to be the one to go? Skeptic, he's going to drop on top of Aces as the kill comes in. On the other side of the map, the plant attempt is going to come in from Wild at the minute. Skeptic manages to find another one, 3v2. Plant can't go in now. Wild need to find a kill before the plant goes in. There's surely not enough cover. Skyty walks in, takes shots on the cover, gets the plant, gets the down, and that will be the game from Victus. Man advantages once again. A great story of adaptation, particularly on those final 2 rounds to get them over the line.
Fantastic plays from Victus there, really having to fight. You know, there was those couple of rounds at the beginning, fresh round 1 and 2, where they had big man advantage, they got beaten down by a Wild, and you start looking at that thinking, you know, maybe this is going to be difficult for them to get themselves into, but showing great resilience.
Yeah, I think it especially was at 0-2, it could have been a real problem for them mentally in terms of getting themselves back in, but they came up with some good adaptations, some big rounds, and big players stepped up when they needed it. It was a great game from what I thought was a very balanced team, so on the balance of it, where they were very equally matched, and obviously Victus, it was their map choice. It looks like they'd done a little bit more homework, and it came out trumps.
It really did. So we are going to head into a short break. Don't go anywhere, because this is a best of 3. There's plenty more of that to come, and we'll see you soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. I'm Jackie Jing, and I am on the Triple J desk here with Jacob and Jess. And man, that was a close battle on Map 1 Cafe. Victus just edging it out barely, Jacob. I mean, they performed well, though, without a doubt. But I know there were some things that you were focusing on with WYLDE that you're like, they could have improved here a little bit.
I mean, I wanted them to win. I figured they were going to. They came this close, and when it got to 5-5, I'm like, all right, you know what? I don't think this game's going go into overtime. It'll probably just be whoever wins these next two. But the problem for Wild stemmed from it looked like a lot of individual play, especially at the front when we're looking at Aces. He's solo droning. He wants his own kills. He's going to do all of the work himself to find that entry kill, and he usually did, but then nothing really manifested after that kill was found. And then towards the end of a round, sometimes it's just a matter of coverage. If you're looking for an opportunity to get a plant down, Wild sometimes understand where they want to plant, but they don't have people in proper positions to cover it. It feels like it's a couple of basics on Wild's side that doesn't really seem like it's coming together as much as it should, and it felt like Victus overall had all of those fundamentals down just a little bit better, and the overall difference was just 2 rounds, but that was enough for them to take this one.
All right, and then Jess, we got to talk about YZN. I mean, a standout performance. Truly, YZN led his team to victory here.
It's not even that he led his team to victory. I think there was a lot of really good group effort from Victus there. But what I found astounding in this matchup is if you heard us on the desk and you heard us speaking about Wild yesterday specifically, and a little bit on the pre-desk, we alluded to it, Wild brought the fury, they brought the thunder, they brought the aggression, they kicked Heroic on their back foot, and Heroic just couldn't keep up. Well, guess who's keeping up and setting the pace today? Now it's Victus. And I didn't think that someone could give someone a taste of their own medicine the same way that Victus has dished it straight back onto Wild today. That was really fun to watch. I think from almost like a TDM mechanical standpoint, a lot of this match came down to those gunfights, positioning, aggression, jumping out of windows. There it is. Thank you very much. Almost on point. And those taking sort of people by advantage and manipulating that kind of, hey, you've got a gap here in this, we can use our aggression to really bolster that. I thought that was just excellent. So maybe not from a technical standpoint was this one of the most fantastic matches to watch, but I tell you what, from a mechanical standpoint, I would go back and have a heck of a lot of fun watching that again.
Yeah, it was a lot of back and forth for sure, but let's move forward and talk about map 2. Borgen, Snorrigan, or what are you guys thinking?
It feels that way
more
sometimes.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we were calling it that, but agreed. Okay. Jacob?
Not really much to say, honestly.
I kept on calling on Jess because she was in the red shirt, so I was trying to with you, Jacob.
But you don't have to even things up. You can keep on going to her if you want. I mean, there's nothing like particularly interesting about this one. Other than that, I feel like this is like the open trend for some teams. It's like Cafe is a map that you'll go to if you don't want to give anything away on something more specific. If you really hone in on like a couple of other maps in the pool, Oregon kind of fits within the same mold because we see it played so like over and over again. I just want to see if Azami gets banned because we saw it on Cafe maybe twice. It was only 1 site usage. It's like you've got an opportunity here to do something a little bit more creative with it, and I think you've got a really good opponent. Regardless of whether you're Victus or Wild in this case, you can do something a little bit like out of the box and crazy because you're not facing a regimented tier 1 team. So do whatever your heart desires, my friends. Let's see if you get a little creative here.
I think they banned Finker and Miri yesterday, and then Azami was banned against them. So if they themselves banned the Azami, I'd be pretty upset considering it seems like one of their staples to sort of take and pick and run riot with, so that'd be cool. But I like their blitz play in Elbow. I mean, I think Victus is the perfect team to be the ones to know like what is going to come and how that trainer is going to come at them in full force and know how to deal with it. Whereas Heroic, as we said, wasn't prepared for those kind of things. So I hope they dish it back. I hope they go, you bring a blitz, we'll bring a blitz and a Monty. I just want to see some crazy aggressive stuff that people aren't going to be prepared for, honestly. Bring us some fun.
Okay, well, we shall see. I have to sneeze, so we're going to go to Ace and Fresh. I'm like holding it in. You know that feeling where it's like right here? I'm like, beep boop, go to Ace and Fresh. Tell you what, I know, it's like I can feel it right here in this sinus. Okay, we're almost out. We're almost out.
She's going to survive. Gentlemen, take it quick.
Sneeze, go.
I had to let Jackie finish there. I had to let the honesty continue. You know, that's what we love Jackie for. We'd all love to hear that, I'm sure.
Jackie is our resident red flag, sneezing on the broadcast. Beep boop, everything, but we love a dealie. She's absolutely fantastic. And I want to say, Ace, I'm so happy that we get 3, potentially 2 more maps of this, that this is a best of 3, because I think, as the desk was saying, technically not the best. Both teams allowing hero plays, both teams not having the full strategy on lockdown in particular parts of the round, but both teams mechanically excellent, and it made for a very entertaining game.
This is the thing, and I've said it for the longest time, Siege doesn't have to be played perfectly to be entertaining. If you've got 2 teams that are going at each other, playing at a similar level, trading back and forward, it's going to be entertaining. You're going to be on the edge of your seat, and that's what's so beautiful about this game. And we are about to get back into this beautiful game with Victus versus Wild. It's map 2, it's Oregon. Victus have got themselves a 1-map advantage by winning Cafe to kick things off. So we're going to have the bans coming in. Immediate choice from Victus to take Flores out.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. They seem to like this Flores ban. They obviously banned it in Cafe. They're going to ban it here again in Oregon. And what I do want to say about Victus is they're not known to play this map. So I think there'll be a lot of keen eyes on this particular map in terms of the NPL teams in their domestic league and how they play this, because it's one that they don't tend to play. They don't tend to show. It's the same as Skyscraper if we do get there. So I think Victus maybe have something in the bag ready for this map, ready for this best of 3. The Thatcher ban will come out, and I mean that's, you know, it's par for the course at this point in terms of any game of Sieges that we will see a Thatcher ban. The second ban will be Mirror. Wild absolutely, once again, another one that's par for the course, but Wild really don't like this Mirror. A constant ban from them across GSA and this tournament as well.
Final ban going to be coming in. Defender, likely I would guess to be Valkyrie, but we'll see if we get anything just mixing it up a little bit. No, it's going to be the Azami. We actually saw the Azami ban on Oregon yesterday as well. It was the only map I think that we saw Azami banned on, but it really makes me think that there's got to be some potential for her on this map. She can obviously cause problems if she's already getting banned out here.
I think the one thing that when I've talked to pro teams about how Azami plays out, it really is, it can take defenses back to that utility meta. And you think about the bottom floor and you think about how hard it is to clear those power positions. Those power positions get a whole lot harder when Azami's in play as well. And I think, you know, teams, it's curious as well because she was in play in the last game, right? She was in play on Cafe and we only really saw her on the Cocktail site. So whilst teams are basically saying she is very, very strong, she also seems to be very situational as well, which, you know, maybe she's in a strong place, maybe she's in an okay place, and it's still very early doors to be able to tell that.
I'm looking forward to seeing more of Azami as we get back into the competitive seasons as well and see what teams do with her and how frequently she's brought along. Because as we look at new operators coming into lineups fresh, the way I always look at it straight away is who do they replace? What are you losing for that operator to come in? And that's the big question for Azami is who do you take out of that lineup? Where is that value to be found for Azami to come in? Now, I'm just looking fresh. Look at that drone counter on this. That can't be right. I was going to say they were down to 3 drones. They had lost 2 during the prep phase, so that will leave them now at 8.
Yeah, and we've gone to that bottom floor, and we speak about Oregon all the time as the battle of the primary sites, and I think realistically that basement site on Oregon is so hard to attack because it has absolutely no verticality. I know we spoke about it a lot in the previous map. We won't speak about it nearly as much in this map as Jay gets a very early ping onto Cade, who doesn't know that he's there, but wisely maybe has a 6th sense and will get his way down the laundry stairs. Definitely does hear that thing for LMG now and will get that retreat on. And I think while they're making very, very fast progress here, that's 30 seconds. It looks like they have most of the top 2 floors established, at least in terms of information and drones, but if there's a drone, there won't be a person too far behind that drone, and that's fast map control established. That's exactly what you need on these bottom floor attacks if you're going to be successful as the attackers.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of what I don't think we were seeing from WYLDE yesterday. It was a little bit slower, a little bit more halting with players droning themselves and just taking a bit more time to get into those positions. But as you say, Victor's going to be coming under pressure very, very quickly so far in round number 1. They're going to have that freezer hatch opened up, which is just going to force YZN back a little bit. We see him retreating. The peek comes in. He can't manage to get the shot. It's actually a peek from the Gemini decoy to begin with, and then the push will come on. They know that YZN is aggressed up here. This could be an interesting play. I don't know if he knows there's somebody on the hatch at the minute, but he needs to be careful. He's not going to overextend. He's going to keep himself safe, and he's just going to be dipping back and forward and making it as difficult as he can for WYLDE to push into freezer, but they've got themselves established in laundry fresh.
Yeah, and Jay's got an easy pick onto Skeptic there. Manages to find a kill as Flexi finds one on the side. Jay's instantly refrag. BZ gets a refrag as well. It's all going down here. 5v5 into a 3v3 within a matter of about 15 seconds flat. And the status quo absolutely remains. That was just a flurry of kills. Map control has not been exchanged. The attackers still have the same control that they previously did. They've just got 2 defenders less to deal with, but they've got 2 attackers less to deal with them as well.
BZ going to be heading down the rear stage steps, trying to get established inside of pillars. Shots will come just to warn him back, but the player who fires them, it was the Kaid of Oscar, I believe. He's going to dip himself deeper into sight. 3v3 with 35 seconds left to go, and Wild need to get that momentum back. Had a good spurt at the beginning of the round, but YZN manages to find Giesler, and that is not going to help in the slightest. It's all up to BZ and Aces now. Aces trying to push in from electrical. He's going to move around to pillars rather than going through elbow, and he's just trying to find anything at the minute. He doesn't have diffuser in hand, so it's not going to be a plant option for him. He needs to get himself established in a position where he can cover realistically, because with 10 seconds left to go, BZ's going to have to do something with this case that he's got in his hands. One inside a freezer, shuts him down. Can he get the second? Yes, big round for YZN. BZ, Aces both taken down, and Victus, they take round 1.
He's getting a lot of highlight plays this game. Another massive double kill in the end there. And I think this is, once again, it's the power of the basement defenses. You manage to sit in those power positions for as long as you possibly can, and you win it out on time and man advantage because you have all the information and all the means to sit in those power positions. A nice clean round from Victus. WYLDE, whilst they did get that early map control, they failed to convert it into man advantage or map kind of area advantage to squeeze the defenders back into sight. Unfortunately, I think next time they'll want to be as fast as they can again. They won't want to give those picks away in that mid-round where those flurry of kills came in.
Going to be moving up to the top floor site then for round number 2. Going to be dorms this time for Victus. No surprise really. And if they lock this down, we will see which is their third choice, whether it's dining or meeting. Now then, we're going to have Oscar on the Aruni, bringing those laser gates. Going to be applying one to the trophy door there. Will stop any throwables coming in as well. So usually used as a little bit of a utility burn, if nothing else, similar to ADSs. Just get rid of some of those gadgets that can be hurled in through doors and windows. Going to have one on the double window as well. Interesting Goyo canister placement as well there. Just going to erupt forward and prevent that push and that plant coming in on double window possibly. But the meat of this defense will usually come underneath in kitchen and security. If you're thinking that the play is going to come through double window, then you want YZN alive down there for as long as possible, nitro in hand, to be able to deny that access.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it's set up to be. We've got the Ying on side, and that screams double window, plus all of the spawn locations. You can see it there from the drone. All of the WYLDE players coming from the west. Victus will have been on camps. They know that that's coming. They will have seen that the east side cam is still up. It still has information. Therefore, no players spawned over that. Is a complete west take. If they didn't know, they definitely know now, seeing a flurry of nades and drones coming through. And it's all on these players on the mid floor to stay alive as long as they possibly can. And as you say, play for those C4s late. Likelihood is they probably lose their lives because it's 5v2 ultimately on that middle floor, because that's the sole focus at the minute for WYLDE.
And WYLDE are moving quickly here, only about 50 seconds into the round, and YZN is coming under serious pressure here. He's managed to take out 3 drones, but WYLDE still have 5 to go at. They know exactly where he is, so now's the time to stop throwing drones in there and to start trying to make some progress. I think they're just trying to give themselves a little bit of an angle, maybe take out that reinforcement, see if they can make it difficult, because now we can't move into kitchen. If he goes behind that reinforcement, they're going to see his feet, they're going to shoot them out, so it allows them then to push him around a little bit more. Flexi, he knows that there's one on the white stairs. He's going to take a little bit of chip damage off Aces, but he might just need a little bit of support from the Goyo here. But how long does YZN stay? He's going to move himself into freezer stairs. Does he dip himself away, or does he go for that nitro?
He's managing to just keep himself alive, and it really is a game of Hooblink's first here. The nitro does go out, won't find a kill. Aces is surely going to go down and try and find the kill. Skatey pulls himself out and finds one. Jasela gets one back. Aces another one. That's a 4v3 as the Dokkaebi calls seem to never be ending here from it's Corey. It's not Corey, it's BZ. Skeptic manages to find one back on Jujuzla, and it's a 3v3. Once again, we've had a flurry of kills, and here's the execute. Here's it's coming in. This Ying Candela's coming in. Flex is going to try and play in the middle of Ying Candela's. Gets on top white. Oscar's looking at double window, but does get found out, and it's all up to Flexi. His last known position known. He knows where the plant is. He knows the cover's going to be close. Looks for the prone position. Corey's not prone. He's crouched near the double window and manages to find the round. Once again, a flurry of kills coming in there, and WYLDE this time with the Victors.
It was just back and forth again. It was difficult to tell in the mid-round who that was going to go in the favour of. YZN, I know Victus didn't win the round, but you got to give him a shout there on the Goyo. He was under so much pressure from 30, 40 seconds into the round, and he just managed to keep himself alive for so long inside of kitchen and security, and then bouncing across the freezer stairs. And there was a minute there where you just thought Victus might hold on. It was the challenge onto double window from Kids Dorms. I think if that goes better and maybe picks up one kill, even losing his life there, leaving it in a 1v1, it's a very different situation. Victus unfortunate not to pick up one of those two players.
Yeah, Oscar gets that kit, and it's unfortunate because Oscar's not a player that is known to lose those type of engagements. Usually he's solid as a rock, and he would have picked up at least one, usually the double kill to finish the round, and that's just the way Siege goes sometimes. Sometimes somebody jumps in a window and just gets the better of you, and it's that pure FPS. It's coming back to what the desk said in terms of tactically, sometimes these rounds aren't clean, but mechanically all of these players are absolutely tip top. They can go with the best of them, as we've seen. You know, both these teams individually have taken out an EUL team in this competition. These guys can shoot, and they can shoot hard, so, you know, sometimes that happens, and it comes down to literally just one gunfight that wins or loses the round.
Flexi just going to be getting set up in that top floor location. Pretty standard really for a meeting kitchen defence. They'll try to hold on to Kids Dorms and prevent that kitchen side of plant from being able to go down. There's a couple of vertical holes that can be used to do so. So we would expect WYLDE to get in there, look to clear out this top floor, get some attic control potentially, and then usually plant from the rear stage stairs in towards the stage itself. Aces, he's going to take a lot of damage though, trying to get himself into that top floor.
Yep. And we see how solo he plays. He does manage to get the refrag there as Skyty once again. That's 2 rounds in a row where he's just tailored himself to pure aggression. Skeptic's thinking about it, but he's a little bit more reserved. Isn't expecting the prone from Aces there, but does manage to flick him very well. Flexi's down upstairs, and we're into a 3v2 scenario just in favour of WYLDE.
WYLDE once again sitting on top then, looking to get themselves a deeper advantage, but 3v3, they've got plenty of time on their side. That's the major factor for them. And also, look at Skeptic, look at Flexi, so low health, but Oscar, he manages to get up there and do some damage, taking down Giesler and managing to bring it now to a 3v2 advantage. Victus as WYLDE try to get something going from above, and Jay needs to be careful with the use of those nanobots on the Finker because the toxic babes are coming out and the damage will be greater. It will be faster if he's breathing in whilst those nanobots are active, so just needs to be cautious of that. Still one canister left on the side of Skeptic, and he's going to hold on to that for the time being because with 1 minute 15 left to go, Victus, although they've got a man advantage, they've got a long time to hold on.
And the one thing that these army band now realises is the fact that Valk can be in play in every single one of these rounds. We're not used to seeing her, and there will be information even when WYLDE hit this site on the site that they're hitting and where they're hitting. We're having to use a Fairmite charge for soft breach here. Maybe a sound cue as Jay does drop in and will take a peek in security. Does get punished, and the last player is known. Flexi throws an impact, throws the second one. BZ doesn't find the kill. Flexi picks up a double kill to end this round. And I must say, Ace, this game's absolutely frantic. The pace at which it's being played, the pacing of it is so much faster than what we normally see on an Oregon.
It really is, and Flexi having a big round there, a couple of important kills and just working it at the end to get that double kill and finish off the round. So going well so far. Victus 2-1, losing only the top floor of Dorms, which you sort of feel like is promising for them on the defence here. If they're able to lock down meeting without WYLDE ever really making any meaningful progress in towards site there, it really does bode well for them. They back down to basement, which they won originally. If they can lock this one down again, they could potentially be looking at a 5-1 here just by holding on to the same sites and getting that Dorms locked down.
Yeah, that Kids Dorms, they did have a good idea of how to play it. And one thing that Victus, and I think the differentiating factor between these two teams in terms of Cafe was Victus's micro adaptation in the game of having seen what WYLDE did in the first 3 rounds of a half, adapting to it on the next 3, on the latter 3. So Victus, having, as you say, locked down 2 sites pretty comfortably, you would expect them to have the adaptation to then lock down Kids Dorms and, as you say, look for a 5-1 half. For WYLDE, I think that's one thing that they do need to focus on is just changing things up a little bit, of not being as predictable as they were on Cafe. On Oregon, it's much harder because it is a little bit more regimented. However, we are going to see that blitz, as we did see yesterday. It's going to come in pretty fast, I think, as Jay gets the first kill onto Oscar spawn peeking.
Big start, not allowing him to get that early advantage there. Jay looking alive and wild, ready to come and lock this one up again at 2-2 on the scoreboard if they get the opportunity. It's certainly a good start for them. Jay, he's going to continue pushing rear stage stairs, look down to get control over the pillars area. Ace is ready for this blitz rush that we've seen a few times. There goes the Gon 6, but they may just wait for Jay to get himself in position on rear stairs and start to make that challenge in towards pillars, because they don't want anybody pushing them from Shyko side. Flexi is going to be forced away there, and that might just be the opportunity that they need. The man is moving down on the stairs, and they need to deal with this Malusi.
That goes in fast from Jay. Once again, manages to find a double kill on the Harry Potter player and the Highway player, and it's all up to SkyT in the 1 versus 5. Wondering what's gone on because no breaching has come in. We're not playing conventional siege here, as BZ does manage to find the plan in terms of sight. The Nomad trap goes off twice, which means WYLDE have a great idea of where the player is coming from, and SkyT is going to go for a very long rotate. He's going to try and get himself all the way down Freezer stairs, and WYLDE, well, they're just chilling in sight. They're prone in, they're chilling. They're not even going to go chasing too hard. SkyT might manage to find himself an exit frag here, because I don't think they have realised that he is coming down Freezer. They certainly know now, as he pre-fires a sink by all accounts. He's going to take a quick peek, and Gisela will find that kill. A flawless round coming out of WYLDE. I was talking about their adaptation, how scripted they were previously on Cafe in the second time that they attacked or defended a site. Here it is. They've adapted, they've managed to find themselves a flawless round, and I really like that coming out of WYLDE.
It was something a little bit different. It worked quite well as soon as they dealt with Flexi, just that push from Aces. It was clockwork essentially, and it was a great push onto the bottom floor to take it 2-2, and that is going to leave Victus now with a choice. Do they go back down there again? It is the site selection at the minute, and they will load into it. So that's locked in, and they do go down to the basement again rather than trying up on the top floor. They know this time, I think, that they're not going to face the same sort of blitz push, because they should be ready for it. They should be in a position to deal with it now. They should be expecting it. So it's unlikely that WYLDE try that again.
Yeah, it's kind of a one and done type scenario. Victus, again, it just gives them something to think about though, because it will be in the back of the head. Do you think they'll try it again? What do we do if they do try it again? They'll be discussing it now, as if this blitz comes in, if they just come for this type of take, what happens? Do we play around? Do we, what do we do? I think they'll play the same way they played, but for WYLDE, it's a great way to choose the round. It does keep them in it, even if the worst they can get now is a 4-2 split, a 2-4 split on Oregon attack, which is pretty much expected by most accounts, to be honest. So, they're not going to be too upset with that, and it puts a lot more pressure onto Victus, that one single round, that one single adaptation from WYLDE.
See how they do here in round 5. Then the attack is going to be onto Laundry Basement again. As we said, they do have the blitz again of Aces, and maybe just confident that Victus didn't have the answer to it. It looks like it's going to be a rinse and repeat. We've got Gisela and we've got Jay along with BZ over on that rear stage side. They will look to apply to pressure to Flexi, who's playing inside of pillars. They need to hold that location, Victus, because that is the goal point. That is the marker. When they feel that they've got some control over rear stage stairs, that is when they will look to send the blitz in. So they have to hold on to this. It's critical.
And honestly, I'm a big lover of Clash, Tim. You know this. I wonder if a Clash would have been a great adaptation here from Victus, just to be able to front up this blue-sided push without taking too much damage. Flexi is a huge part of this. If Flexi can stay alive in this Shyko position with support from Pillar, he can shut down the tower stairs to an extent that it doesn't matter too much what Aces does on the blitz. There will be a trigger point, there will be a go point. It looks like it's now.
Aces is going to push in, looking to find himself more kills. It's Corey with the opener. Skeptic manages to shut down the blitz, and that could be big for Victus. But Jay, once again, with one of those important mid-round double kills, manages to get SkyT and YZN, leaving WYLDE now in a 4v2, and the basement is not looking particularly safe as Gisela manages to find Oscar. Jay manages to pick himself up after being down, but will be finished off straight away by Skeptic. But the trade comes in immediately, and that is going to be WYLDE taking another attacking round down in the basement, and they are looking pretty good here, 3-2.
It's a question of what's your priority there, Victor. So many people, and this is the power of shields. This is the power of Aces being on a shield, not just Aces, but any shield. A Monty, a Blitz, as you see, even sometimes an Ossa as well. Defenders get so fixated on it. Skeptic made I don't like calling out individual players, but Skeptic made a call to come inside and leave Elbow, which allowed Aces in. But then 3 players of Victus, I can't remember the exact 3 players, fixated completely on the blitz, which allowed Jay to do what he did in the previous round, walk down tower stairs and find a double kill onto the pillar player and onto the highway player. And that's 2 rounds in a row that he's been allowed to do that because of the fixation onto that blitz play. It's not just that Blitz can, run and has a flashbang on a shield and is very aggressive and in your face. It's the fact that he creates space for other players. And we keep talking about these individual players. I think that's good individual play by Jay to realise that fixation is on Aces. That gives me loads of space to go and get those kills.
5 seconds left.
Used it beautifully to net himself a double and to push Wild over the edge in round 5. So it's going to be round 6 now. Final defensive round for Victus, and we're going to see them go to meeting again. Not a surprise, as it's one of the 2 sites that they have won, so they'll look to hold it down. It was a lot of battling on the top floor last time around, and Victus winning almost every one of those fights. Were able to get themselves back to site then and just hold on for the rest of the round, leaving Wild nothing but a hatch drop to rely on, and it just wasn't enough for them. This time they're going to be getting themselves in through tier 3. It was a little bit of a push through sort of the master side last time around. This time they're going to work from attic across and see if they can get that top floor control.
And I love Siege, Tim. I love how we're talking about a 5-1 split 2 rounds.
I'm glad you love Siege.
I absolutely love Siege. We were talking about Victus getting a 5-1 split comfortably, and here they are 2-3 down, staring down. They'll be lucky to get a 3-3 split. Once again, the pacing's fast. Jay's ready for an early engagement. I don't know if he knows that there's a shield here, but there's a counter shield coming out with the Ossa. We've got a shield standoff coming out, and we're going to see how this is unfolded. As the breach does come in, Jay is the first one to get the kill. Oscar's the first one to flinch, and that's advantage to Wild. Given the pace of this round, I wouldn't be surprised to see it go in 10-20 seconds that we see a fast execute coming out.
That Oster Shield doing great work there. You can see the second has been deployed outside as well. I'd expect to see one of those moved when it comes time to getting the plant down. For the time being, the Toxic Babe canisters are doing their work, but that is a cheap kill for Skeptic to give up, and all of a sudden, in a flurry of kills in the mid-round, we've got another super aggressive round. I don't think we've seen the final minute of a round yet, Fresh. As BZ gets in, starts to put that diffuser down, Scarty tries to fight back, but no, Corey, he slays him, puts him down, and that is going to be the end of the round, end of the half, and it looks like we're going to have potentially a little bit of a rehost. We've just had a call for one at least for a sound bug, but Wild coming out on top.
And that's the one thing, is they've really dictated the pace of the attack by starting on the attacking side, by starting there and dictating how fast. As you say, we didn't see a minute to go, and it can be so disruptive for a team that will be used, because let's bear in mind that 2 of these teams are tier 3 teams. They're both tier 3 teams. What they're used to playing against is teams that do the default, that take it slow, that, kind of just work through the default, as you will see a lot of teams do, that don't really bring that increased pace. Whereas Wild have brought that, managed to find themselves 4 rounds on the attack when really it was looking quite dire. As we said, we were talking about a 5-1 split to Victus. I called for them to have that great adaptation in rounds 4, 5, and 6, and we saw it there.
We're just having that quick rehost that I did mention before, and we never like to call them 100% because obviously it needs to go through the admin team. They need to OK it and everything else, but we've got the players out of the server. We'll get them loaded back in. The sound bugs tend to be pretty quick rehosts, so we should be back in a minute or 2. It's literally just a case of getting out and back into the lobby. That will sort the problem. So, as you say, advantage Wild now, and they move on to the defense. Fresh. Important couple of rounds coming up for Victus, particularly this first attack for me. They're almost certainly going to face attacking down in Laundry, I would expect. And they need to get that win.
And I think the Laundry attack doesn't suit. If we think back to Cafe and how Victus attacked it, is they basically lurked. They waited for Wild to get a little bit active on their feet and move. Now, if Wild just turtle up and play the power positions and play a utility-based game down there, that doesn't lend itself to how Victus want to play this game. And that's where I kind of worry for them, because, as you say, it could snowball, because that'll be very quickly a 5-2 going into Kid Storms. It's a case for Wild now. They've got themselves into the position of they don't even need to just win the primary sites. They just need to win basement, and that will secure them overtime over the course of their 6 defenses. So they've got a lot of opportunities to do just that as well. And I do worry. I think, this is Wild's, at the halfway point, this is Wild's game to lose rather than Victus's to go and win.
Absolutely. We're going to be getting back into things very, very shortly, and we'll see how this one concludes. If WYLDE are able to get themselves the win here on Oregon, we will go to the decider of Skyscraper, which could be a real interesting one between these two teams. I love seeing a bit of Skyscraper. We don't always get to see it too often, so the prospect of that is certainly an interesting one. And these two, I'd just love to see more siege between these two teams at the minute, because they're really going at each other. I joked there, I don't think we've seen the final minute of many of those rounds in the first half. They really are not messing about. Now, interestingly, we're up to the top floor for WYLDE to get things off. They've trolled us. They're not going down to the laundry. They're going to be heading straight up to that top floor. Victus, let's see if they bring the Ying along. Nothing on the lineup at the minute. It's all sort of screaming that it's going to be more of an Attic and Master combo push, but the Maverick gets dropped away in the attacker repick, so maybe not going for the attack for the Attic side.
The curious one for me is Flexi on the Nomad, because realistically, if you're going to set up for the fact that you've got nades and a buck says that you're looking for a west main, a west clear. Across from the west, you want to play below the site and then vertically up the site using nades and buck to kill, and then go for a double window plan, as we saw WYLDE go for. However, if you're doing that, where can you be flanked from? Because you can't, because there's no staircases up to small tower, etc. So I'm wondering where Flexi's going to play his Nomad traps, and if a better operator could have been utilised. For example, another set of nades. Maybe it's a bit of a split push coming out, where a couple of players from Victus will do that, and a couple will get themselves in on the other side of the map. I don't think this is going to be a conventional take by any means. I think it's going to be a bit of a split, as I do say.
Flexi just holding that long angle for the time being, trying to support this push forward from SkyT and Septic as they try to get themselves in there and into kitchen, clear out, as we saw that key kitchen security area that defenders like to play in. Now then, Oscar, he's going to move in quietly here. I think that was a single hit on a barricade and just a little prone crawl underneath to get himself in position, but there's nobody down there at the minute. It could, however, leave the knock able to really surprise the defenders.
WYLDE are not contesting this mid-floor nearly as much as Victus did. I don't actually think, just from the silhouettes, that there's a player down there, which means this buck is going to be vital in terms of clearing out. The yellow ping does come out from Skeptic. Will there be an update, or will it be a buck in terms of getting this kill? Even though there's nobody on the mid floor, it seems that Victus are very reluctant to go and push through towards Zulu. The yellow ping does come out, the nade goes from below, and there goes Corey's life. He should be experienced enough to know that you cannot stand still, especially when the mid floor is in control of the attackers, and this up nade meta is just so prevalent. Does end up losing his life. That's the Wamai off the board. Most of his utility will have been expended by now. So if you're going to lose somebody, at least it is the Wamai. It's not a C4, it's not a smoke.
Seeing the power of the yellow ping there as Oscar able to absolutely pinpoint accurately deploy that grenade for the opener. Just underneath, he doesn't know that there's a man above him at this point, and with that floor opened up, there might have just been an opportunity for him to get a little peek through onto him. But right now, WYLDE are shaping up towards defending that double window. They think that's where some of the push is coming from, and they would be right. Skeptic is out there. Pressure coming from the white stairs. Just need to be careful. Oh, absolute beauty as Oscar manages to take the nitro out of the air, but WYLDE get 1, 2, 3, shutting them down, and it's all of a sudden a 3v2. Oscar low health, chucked down on the white stairs. BZ managing to get that kill, and right now Victus are massively on the back foot. It's all up to YZM. 1v3, he's going to move in through attic window, but they know where he is. It's almost done. He manages to find one through the soft wall. Can he do anything more? Absolutely not. Jay manages to deploy the Toxic Babe, flip over to the SMG and get that final kill. That is going to be round WYLDE as they shut it down, and it's 5-2. Not looking good for Victus.
I got a question for you, Ace. Did you hear a Nomad trap go off in that round?
Not once.
Because the defenders were just turtling on site. Now, if Flexi, and I don't like calling out individual players, I think it's a compositional analysis of what the team wants to do and more of a team-oriented thing of how do we want to attack this bomb site. If Flexi is on Ying there and goes for a double window plan, that round was absolutely free from Victus, free for Victus. They could have had it so easily with a double window oriented push. Instead, they were trying to force the way up white stairs, and the defense can just completely just front it up from the back line, from trophy, from, you know, the games kind of area with the rotate into the closet. And once again, it's Victus showing their frailty in that late round. We saw it on Cafe in the first few attacks where the first minute 30 of their attacks is really good, and then it just falls apart late with, you know, what appear to be miscommunications, ideas of not fully understanding what the defense is trying to achieve.
We could be in for a quick finish on Oregon if this continues. Heading down to the basement now, there's a good opportunity for WYLDE to get themselves onto that map point. If they can take this round, they will be 6-2 up and they will need only one more. So Victus, now is the time to start fighting back. You don't want to give up another round and then have to come back with no mistakes to burn. You need to start, you need to send a message here and now. YZN, he's going to be heading down to bunker to begin with. Flexi may join him, but it looks like a bit of a rotate is already on the cards as the Toxic Babe canister was deployed. It's going to force them round to Big Tower.
Victus again, it's, you know, and again, I'm looking for them in the late round. I'm not so worried at this point. They seem to have a really good idea. As you say, they're going to go for that Big Tower side across rather than clearing all the way from west, which you can clear from any area, but you do need to be careful, more careful of flanks if you don't clear from the west, which is why you see the drone up on the top there. I love that drone position in Attic because if you're not fully clearing the map, then you need to have those flanks absolutely covered. YZN, SkyT, they've now got themselves established in tier 2. It won't be long before they're in tier 1 as well, as another drone, even though they already have one, is going all the way to Attic, so they must have an idea that somebody, and it was BZ, that was playing across there.
BZ just holding that angle for the time being, waiting to be challenged to see what he can do. SkyT is going to move down, looking to deploy a nade here. He's just going to let that tick down, clearing utility with it to allow the push to continue forward from the Finker. Looking to get established, but Victus not really gaining too much ground here. As you can see, it's all focusing around Big Tower and rear stage stairs at the minute. They haven't really forced anybody on the side of WYLDE to move to play anywhere differently. They are heavily focused. Aces is in the middle of the map. He's actually going to get himself up onto the top floor. He's thought about it, he's come back down, but they need to pin him down because if he hits them on the flank through meeting in the late round, YZN is covering the angle through the hatch at the minute. His eyes are not on those doors. Aces could have an absolute freebie.
And it's compositional analysis again. The Nomad would be great on this particular attack instead of maybe a Twitch, because you can just cover off the Nomads onto flag, onto green door, because you've not physically taken that map control. As we still see, there will be a flank coming in late from WYLDE. There will be a player that goes for it, and it's about how well Victus can deal with that.
YZN continuing to work that hatch, but not really softening up the defence at the minute. Here goes the flank of Aces. I think he knows that there's somebody on the main stairs, but Oscar is able to win the fight out, gets the kill, and that is a big one. It prevents that nasty little flank coming in through meeting. It gives Victus an opportunity in a 5v4, but they need to get moving. Nade goes in, takes some damage from Jay. SkyT just didn't quite swing wide enough to be able to pick up the man as he moved, and Jay goes in, gets himself killed, traded out by Flexi, and we have kills bouncing backwards and forwards in both directions. Giesler tries to get aggressive, but ends up leaving BZ in a 1v2. This should be possible. SkyT, he should be able to get this diffuser down whilst Oscar holds an angle and keeps him covered. That's exactly what's going to happen. Oscar gets found nearly, but no, he's able to turn the 90 degrees just in time, find the kill through highway, and manages to get that last man close down the round, and that is going to be Victus with a successful attack.
I mentioned it right at the very start of when we picked up this broadcast before a single round had been played, Ace, and I said Oscar, when his team need him, when he just needs a round dragging, he drags them through. I don't know if he had a sixth sense or if it was good intel or whatever it was to get that first kill onto Aces, because Oscar was in a sandwich between BZ and Aces. He was caught on the army stairs, managed to get himself a kill and get himself across with the main push, knowing that if he did that, once he'd killed Aces, there would be a 5v3 on site and they could win it out in numbers advantage. That's exactly what Oscar did. It was a massive play from him. Individual play, and like I say, maybe a little bit of sixth sense, because I think on the balance of it, WYLDE had a really good shot at winning that round. And Victus, again, I talk about the compositions, didn't make a lot of sense. The fact that they would go for a tower and blue take, which is kind of, that was when Oregon was reintroduced to the map pool, that's what everybody did, without covering off all the flanks. So, yeah, it was a good round ultimately, I think, from Oscar that won it.
Heading into round number 9 then, we're going to be seeing dining. Use of the third choice site is something that Victus did on their defences as well. They weren't scared of moving away to there, even if they had others at their disposal. WYLDE do have an opportunity, if they wanted to go back down to Laundry, but just deciding that Victus obviously too far ahead of the game there and they don't want to be risking it. So this time they're going to try to hold out kitchen and dining. It's going to come down to a lot of battle around small tower, I would expect, which is why we've got Giesler in there. But for the time being, the push is coming from the opposite side. Big Tower potentially looking to get that top floor control that we've spoken about. It's very much the same here on Dining as it is on Eating. They're going to look to get themselves into dorms and hold that down, so the movement is going to come through Attic.
I like this from Victus because I think they've realised there's a small tower hold coming in with a Jaeger, with a Wamai, which means ultimately you probably need at least 5 burn in terms of burning out the Jaeger ADSs and the Wamai Magnets in order to get rid of that shield in terms of top small tower and dealing with all of that. You look on the composition of Victus, 8 nades, 3 burns. So they physically can't do it. They would have to waste grenades to try and burn out utility, which is not what a single team wants. Key, they've noticed that the hatch is closed, which means that they can completely just go for a tower-sided take here, a meeting-sided take without risk of any flank. There's 2 great drones that have been set up, which means the breach will come in now, and they can go for a pretty fast take without fear of being flanked right now.
YZN just going to get himself on the angle in a second that the thermite has opened up. The exothermic charge successful, so that is the plant spot available. As soon as they get the top floor control, they should be in a position to think about getting down there and putting the diffuser down.
Oh.
But YZN punishes himself, hits himself with a nade, and that is not what Victus wanted.
I think that nade just bounced back. I don't know if he was trying to nade the drone hole. I didn't quite catch it as it was rotating through on the observer view. I don't know if it's just an unlucky bounce back or what's happened there. Flexi, I don't know if Victus are trying to do too much here. I mean, they've got enough for potentially a plant, but they do need to pressure on that one player who's playing just... You see the silhouette just the other side of that hard wall there? He's holding the vertical onto green door and the default plant spot. He needs to die or at least be otherwise occupied whilst this plant goes in. Oscar makes a massive play, walks in, gets a kill. Flexi tries to play off the back of it, but Aces does in the end pick him up. This plant can now be enabled, however.
3 versus 2 though, as Giesler manages to get the kill onto Oscar. Vertical angle is opened up for the defenders. However, the diffuser is in sight and it is being put down by Skeptic. Manages to get that done. 2v3. He will die on the way out though. 1v3 as it's all up to Skyty to hold on to this. He manages to get one down, taking out Banshees just to allow himself a little bit freer movement around here. It means he can just get a little bit more loosey-goosey to take these challenges. Nearly turns his back on a man, but finishes off Aces, so he's not that living drone, that information, pinging information into them. But Corey manages to get the kill through the security wall. Giesler will disable the diffuser, and Wild, they're going to be heading on to match point.
And I think it's a difficult one because it's a decision of do you plant default or do you push in deep. Victus ended up taking a decision of we will push in deep and we'll try and get the kills, but there was nobody in there. They could have played for the plant in the default, held it from the long angle. As we say, that nade, it was the bounce back going on there. That's very unfortunate, and that's, I guess, it's the fine margins once again. It's losing a player that would have been there to cover the default plant off or get the up nade onto the player covering the default plant off without forcing Oscar and Flexi to go up there. It's these really small things that are winning or losing rounds here, and I feel like that's an unlucky one for Victus to lose. They've got to go to kids' dorms. And they didn't have a great time when they attacked this the first time round. So I'm looking for their adaptation on this site.
That's one of my nades, essentially. Just getting back. So there's usually another 2 teammates around me though, so it's usually like into the middle of 3 of us and everybody has to scatter.
Don't be silly, Ace. You're always on Thermite.
Very, very true.
Thermite doesn't
not lately. Not lately. I've been hitting the Finker main. I've been playing into the LMG meta.
That's true.
Getting those frags. See who gets the frags here in round number 10 then. It is Wild 6, Victus 3, and 3 map points for Victus to try and fight their way back from. They're on the attack and they're going to be attacking dorms. We saw it back in round 7 and Wild, they were able to lock it down. So they're going to be looking to do more of the same and get themselves onto map 3, which will be Skyscraper. Victus, of course, as you can see at the top of your screen, taking the first map, which was Cafe. However, Wild, they've got something to say about this now. They want to fight their way back in.
They played it very well. They really do seem to like this map. I think we saw it yesterday. We're seeing it again today. They're very comfortable playing it and especially very comfortable attacking it. Victus, they've gone on to an 8 nade lineup. If you remember last time, they only had 6, 8 this time. But also, they're not going for this west clear. They're going very fast. Skyty's got himself up to top armory. Will find himself an absolute freebie. Knock, knock, hello. And that's one where Jay is he's wondering how he's died there on the smoke, no less.
He really is. That's their insight already. Sort of call where you just have absolutely no idea that the push is coming through that quickly. Oscar's going to take a lot of damage there, going to leave himself down to about 40 HP, so he needs to be careful in further engagements. Takes a little boost off the Thinker, just gets a little bit of that back. Maybe caught him an extra bullet there in a gunfight, but there's a lot of action at the minute around the Armory side, wanting to get into Armory and Master here. Interestingly, the wall into Master reinforced, so it's going to be opened up with an exothermic charge, which will provide an angle through onto that trophy door as well, but they need to be careful because, of course, that works both ways, and Aces could well take a peek. It's something they're going to need to be aware of throughout the remainder of this round whilst they're trying to push in through Closet. Skyty, he does get himself established inside a Master now. He really does need to aggress and take control over trophy. Force Aces back deeper into sight, so it's just not something they need to worry about, but Aces has got that shotgun in hand, and it's not going to be easy if he swings that door.
And one thing he's been super good at is he, in his whole career, has been swinging places like this. He was known for it on Clubhouse, for example, swinging the breach as Bandit. However, he will choose to just shoot 2 drones and relocate. Will bait out a nade, will bait out 2 nades because the ADS will save him, and realistically plays that positionally very well.
They've got the breach open now, so there is an opportunity for Victus to start thinking about getting in here and getting a plant. Aces manages to get one, and he repositions himself back to that original spot just in the side of the door there. He's not flipped over to the shotgun yet, as I think he knows that there's nobody inside a trophy, but once again he has to relocate. He gets aggressive, but too aggressive. A Skeptic is holding the angle. He was waiting for that push, and he shuts down Aces. 4v3 now, 40 seconds left to go, and Victus, they need to start thinking about exactly where this diffuser is going to go down and how they're going to get in there. Corey just holding a long angle all the way through Attic there. Is he going to get his opportunity? That's a smart move. The man just prone and crawling underneath. Here come the kills from Victus as they push in, but BZ manages to get himself a double before trading out, and this looks like it could be it for Wild as they get themselves a serious advantage. Giesler with a double at the end of the round, and they are taking us to map 3.
Absolutely love that from Wild. I think it's really great understanding of Oregon, knowing that Victus were going for quite a one-sided attack there, and just fronting it up really well, but also expecting the backstab. Everything Victus were trying, Wild had an answer for it in the round. It looked a bit shaky in the first 3, but after round 3, it was all Wild all the way through.
It was, they were very much on top of things there. Much more impressive performance from them than maybe we saw on Cafe. They've just turned that around on Oregon. How do you think that affects the momentum going into Skyscraper?
Oh, it's a difficult one because both teams have won on their map pick, but I think Wild were much more convincing. And Siege, I talk about it a lot, it's a very momentum-based game, and if you've just had a convincing win on your map, then taking that into the decider, you'll be the ones that are fancying it that little bit more.
Well, we're not going to have to wait too long to find out. We're going to have another one of those quick breaks. We'll let our desk break that map down for you, and then we'll be back with map number 3 between Victus and Wild. It's going to be Skyscraper, so don't go anywhere.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है तो कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई। चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हम, हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा, अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
live in 3, 2, 1. Beep boop live. Everyone except for Demo has accepted that Beep boop exists. I want to clarify that. Even Jacob, even though I can feel him.
There's a difference between accepting that Beep boop exists and liking it. Just for the record.
Sure.
That's true. I think there's
We love
the
Beboop.
circles are two separate circles, and we just leave it like that.
Don't put me in your we category. Come on.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Beboop, we digress. He's getting us back on the rails here. So WYLDE woke up, everybody. That was a much different map too, to say the least. They were fragging out Jacob. Honestly, it just seemed to me Victus was never able to find their footing. It was a pretty dominant performance from WYLDE.
Yeah, given the way that we started out, Victus usually should be having not a couple of free rounds, so to speak, but you're on basement on Oregon. You should have at the very least 2 rounds in your favor, and they did, but that was all they had. WYLDE really picked these defenses in these roam games apart, and then decided when they shifted sides, they're just going to keep the pressure on. They never let their foot off the gas, and once they had one person in the building, there was always somebody there for a follow-up. The trade game was pretty impeccable, and it just looked like WYLDE had an overall better understanding of how Oregon works in general than Victus did. So now both teams have actually gone in, they've won their map pick, and we head into map 3, and that's where everything's about to hit the fan.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I'm excited to see Skyscraper. But Jess, I think we definitely need to talk about Jay here. I think he had 12 plus kills. Really impressive performance.
Yeah, and it's nice because you can get him on the fink or on attack, you can put him on the smoke on defense, and you know the man can frag out regardless of his role, position, weaponry, etc. In fact, I will say though, some of the best fraggers on attack are some of the best SMG 11 wielders as well. So sometimes it does come hand in hand, and that compositionally just happens as a result of that player and their experience. But Jay for me is a sort of a breath of fresh air. He always seems to understand what his role is in that kind of push, especially on attack. You know, I have to hold this hallway. I'm going to do it with every piece of utility. I'm going to do it with all of my gusto. And if there's an opportunity to take, he doesn't really balk on it as well. And I find there's a lot of players that will overthink it. So it's nice to have a player like that who can act on the information, be able to solidify, and is very clear what his role is in a round. So yeah, I think he'll keep doing well. Plus, obviously the fragging potential.
Yeah, okay, so I'm excited. We're moving on to map 3 here, and it is Skyscraper. So I want to.
Yeah.
I see.
First
Jess.
ever, let's go.
Yeah. So what are y'all thinking? Jess, I'll put you in the hot seat first since you were rubbing your little hands.
Yeah, no, I'm rubbing my hands, probably because I was one of the biggest critics of Skyscraper when it was added to the competitive map pool. I still am. I think it is a ridiculous addition. So if you're going to force these teams to play on a map where it's the same old, I want to see when you take the reins off of a team a little bit more. This is why we're seeing these two teams probably way more frag heavy than we would see them usually in like a tier 2, tier 1 capacity. I think that you're going to just see some wild like jump outs. You're going to see people peeking windows they would never peek. This will really get like scrappy, and that's probably going to be the most exciting part about having Skyscraper as the third map, because no one else wants to go there when they know every window and every door is about to become an absolute murder scene.
Yeah, you have to call the preparation of a new map like this into question for teams that are at a T2 level that probably don't have to worry about absorbing it into their map pool when they know it's 9 maps total. They have so many different options that they can throw out there. But now it's Skyscraper. So whether they've played on it or not, they're now in a situation where they've got to play in a system that's probably a little bit healthier than ranked in Europe. So we'll see how it translates here.
All right. Yes, very excited to see how it translates. So let's head on over to Ace and Fresh in the Cyberpunk basement. Beboop, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Having too much fun
Love
with this.
Beboop.
Much smooth. No sneezing this time, which, you know, we love to see. So a little bit smoother into the basement we go. We're going to be getting into map 3 very soon. As we've said there, it's going to be Skyscraper. Maybe a bit of an opportunity fresh for these two to really go at each other and try and get this win and on their way to the final.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have played their very default map picks, you know, Cafe and Oregon maps that have been in the pool a long time. They've both played their picks very well, managed to find the win. And now we're on to a new map. We're on to a map that we've not really seen either team on. We don't really know what to expect out of both of these teams on this particular map, because it's a map that comes up in best of 3s. It's not a best of 1 base map due to teams believing that it is quite defender-sided. I'm interested to see how his army will play into Skyscraper. I know she was banned away in Oregon. I feel like she might be let through in Skyscraper and played in Skyscraper, so I'm interested to see how that particular interaction comes in.
Yeah, and I'm sure. Well, we'll see. We may have the Azami ban. We had the Azami ban on Oregon. You know, let's see if it comes down again. We are going to get into those bans momentarily. We're going to zoom over the top of our virtual arena, and we'll get into things here. So there's only one team that can come away with the win here, best of 3, and we are on map number 3. So it all ends here and now. Both of the maps so far fairly close. The last one a little bit more of a lean towards Wild, but still very nearly going the distance. Are we expecting another close one here, Fresh?
I think so. I think the way that these teams play, they're not far off each other. I think we saw that Victus don't play Oregon, and I think that was the only differentiator on that map. When we're on a map that both teams are on more of an equal footing, i.e. Cafe, where both teams seem to like it, then it was a pretty 50-50 game. Now we're on a map where we don't know, and I'm expecting once again another 50-50 game. All of the default bans coming out so far: Thatcher, Maverick, Kaid. If you ban away the Maverick, you've got to ban away the Kaid as well. Otherwise, you're going to find it a very hard time attacking, particularly that office site, if you are Victus.
Mirror going to be our final ban. As you say, things certainly leveling down here. Just get into the basics, the operator bans that we would expect. Azami still available, Fresh. Yep. So we are going to get an opportunity to see some of her.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if teams will jump straight on that. It doesn't look like Wild are going to go for that. I'm thinking that there's a lot of places that you can potentially, wherever you might play a shield, you could play Azami, and there's a few shield spots, particularly on the karaoke T defense, but I think more so Azami will come into her own on the office side, where it's about a lot of holes, a lot of long diagonal angles that you might want to try and hold. We're going to see a castle coming out, and I'm wondering if that's to enable kind of a full horizontal roam for Wild, or whether they're going to do something a little bit funky with the below. However, we've got a rehost called, so we might end up back to us depending on if that's granted. So we're coming back to us, unfortunately. And we will get back into this game, you know, as soon as possible. But yeah, the castle thing is interesting for me because I wonder how it's going to play out, whether it's just to try and deny window play, whether it's going to try and enable mid-floor roam, because I think that dragon kind of terrace area is one that attackers tried to get on to completely cut the roam in half and try and get defenders as they're heading back. If there's castles in play, then you might see that coming out and a horizontal extension coming through from Wild.
Yeah, just trying to play it a little bit further across the map and prevent the attackers taking that map control. Well, we've got a little bit of time, and we'll just basically get everybody loaded back into the server. We had one game crash, so they'll get rebooted, and we will be back with them getting map 3 underway very, very shortly. Skyscraper will be the decider between these two. Wild carrying a little bit of momentum that I feel there. Victus, it feels to me, Fresh, like they have to shake off Oregon a little bit.
Yeah, I think so. You know, that's why you've got your coaching staff and the experience of these boys. Obviously, they play a lot of best of ones in their national league, so best of 3 is a new experience. They've lost a map, so be it, but I think they'll be fine. I think they're a mentally resilient team. We saw that if you think all the way back to Cafe. They had 2 tilting rounds in a row where they lost I think it was a 5v3 and a 4v2. When you lose those rounds, it's very easy to tilt and you need to show a lot of resilience. And they did that then. So I'm expecting that even though they've lost the map, they know it's a best of 3. They know it wasn't their map pick. They know they don't really play the map. They can come up with, you know, even if it is just excuses, they can blame it on something else. Oh, we don't play the map. Oh, it was whatever. And they can go into the third map and have a fresh mindset, so to speak.
A little bit of a mental trick just to, like you say, wipe the slate clean and just have themselves a good start on Skyscraper. So they will be coming on to Skyscraper on the attack. In terms of attack defense, what are we expecting here, Fresh? Are we seeing an advantage towards either side on Skyscraper?
Generally, the defenders have had a better time of things. I think it really is dependent team from team. And the one thing that I noticed certainly through the kind of back end of last year and the start of this year with the back end of last stage and the start of this stage and, you know, the tournaments that have been in the past few months is with Skyscraper, it's all about teams' decisiveness on the attack. If you get hung up in the kind of middle of the map, the terrace, the dragon side, if you get hung up there as attackers and really try and spend a lot of time to take that control, then you can really get caught out on time in terms of attacking it. However, if you're decisive with your rotations, as you see in other FPS titles, for example, where teams will very decisively just click and they will rotate to a completely new path. in a heartbeat. If teams do that on Skyscraper, you have a really good chance as attackers to win the round. So I think it depends on how teams play it as to whether it's a defender-sided map or not. That being said, teams have given the choice, I think, do prefer to start on the defense side because that office side in particular, that site and the karaoke tee, they can be very hard to penetrate depending on how the defense is set up.
I mean, you know, as you say, though, those switches, those rotations, those mid-round adaptations, it's not really something that we've seen too much success with for Victus so far today.
Yeah, and it's one where they haven't had the mid-round adaptations, but they've had the round-to-round adaptations, i.e. setting a plan at the start of the round. As I say, it's always the thing that intrigues me most, actually, when I'm casting and when I'm analysing, is the rounds 4 to 6 is, if you think of a full rotation, you go to Site A, Site B, Site C, Site A again, Site B again, and Site C again. So how do teams adapt in those rounds 4, 5, and 6 when you've already seen a defense or attack once? That's what Victus have shown their strength at. Where they need to improve is individual decisions late round, especially when they're on the attack. And I think that's what's cost them so far across their 2 attacking phases that they then need to look at going into Skyscraper is, we do the minute 30 really well. How do we do the second minute 30 of the round really well?
Well, we're zooming out there, so I think that might mean that we're going to be heading back in. There we go. We're going to get everybody in the server. We're pretty much ready to get into the round. We're ticking down towards that prep phase, and we will have the same operator lineups coming through. So Victus here going to be attacking onto Karaoke and Tea Room. As you said, likely as the attackers to try and get themselves in through Dragon, through Terrace, take control of that side of the map, cut off any defenders coming back, but they might just have an extension to play into from the side of Wild. So let's keep an eye on that and see exactly how they're setting up, particularly those castle barricades.
Yeah, and that was the curious thing for me, especially with the Aruni setup as well, is it's going to be at least some kind of utility for the attackers to work through. Cap can, of course, coming in, which is an operator that you're seeing a lot in ranked, but not so much in pro play. So I'm wondering where Jay places those traps as a sneaky little trap that might catch somebody out. The castle's actually going to come in on the bottom floor, so that kind of leads me to wonder if we're going to go for a C4 approach. Obviously, there's 3 on side. Jay, Aces, and G's that all have C4s. Corey has the bulletproof, and there are the proximity alarms for BZ as well. So I'm wondering if it's going to be kind of a false roam over on the east side, obviously expecting the attack to come in from the east side of the map, fall off, fall off, fall off, and then play underneath with C4s. I'm wondering if that's the approach for Wild here.
Well, the push is certainly mounting from that east side to begin with. We've got at least 4 out of 5 that are going to be heading straight in that direction. YZN just pushing up a little bit further, getting onto the balcony that will go towards Geisha window with the Twitch, maybe looking to clear out any denial that's going to prevent them from getting through that wall. Should there be any in place, it would be Nuke Jammers. Just going to put the Claymore down before opening the window up, just giving a little line of sight at the bottom there, but not going to be aggressing too quickly. Looking to... no, potentially just drop away, not going to be taking too much of a push, just looking to open up, get Terrace at least a line of sight in there and just assist that push through. You can see the drones, they're racing across from that east side, definitely coming in from there, the attackers.
I wonder if it's a false sense of security from Victus. Do they know that there is a whole setup downstairs with C4s waiting for them? The fact that they might be able to shotgun in right now may give it away, and that's what they've got to, and this is the decisiveness that I talk about, because teams can get hung up on this. Where Victus are now is where teams get hung up and waste a load of time on this map. Are they going to be decisive and rotate and go and clear this bottom floor out, or are they going to push deep inside? Wild have presented them a problem. There's a decision to make, and it's on Victus to make that decision and commit to it with confidence, with conviction.
Skyty going to take out the default cam, get himself established inside a drum. We've got Oscar over the other side. That was the Nitro coming out that you suggested might be the case fresh. It's not going to catch anybody. And right now, Victus are making pretty good progress. They've got YZN just waiting to pressure from that Geisha window, but he's just waiting for the call to come from his team so that they are doing so at the same time. Skyty looks like he's going to go and join in. May just be taking a nade along with him. One will be burnt to take out the laser gate, and the opportunity is there. Jay looking for the slow peek across, but going to be punished by Oscar as he manages to find his head, and he will clear out a second laser gate. 5 versus 4 now for Victus, and Skyty able to start working underneath. He's got a little bit of information to hand as well to try and help him clear out the man in Geisha, but he's not going to be successful. Corey on the Aruna able to just lock himself in place and stay in there for the time being. 30 seconds left to go, and Wild are just holding on here. They're just looking to hold those angles, keep themselves alive. Corey gets taken down by an aggressive YZM Flexi. He goes in, gets the kill onto Aces. It's all falling apart as Oscar gets another. It's all up to Giesler as he tries to just battle back from anything. He cannot even get one. Flexi finishes off a flawless round, and Victus take the first attack.
I liked that from Victus. They had an appreciation that there was the downstairs hold, and I think realistically from Wild, they need to trust their strat a little bit more in that particular setup. Is they didn't go and challenge the downstairs. They had all this castle and utility for the downstairs and the C4s below, but look how easily they gave it up and came back up to the top floor is what worried me there from their setup, because I liked the setup. It was leading itself to good things in terms of allowing the defenders to win the round based on time. However, they rotated way too early. Obviously, they then gave up the Geisha control. Because they gave up the bottom floor, they gave up the up nade onto the mute jammer, gave up the Geisha wall, gave up Geisha control, and gave up the round. And it's really how these small things can just cascade into a round loss. And I think if Wild just trusted their gut a little bit more, stayed downstairs for another 20-30 seconds, they would have had that round.
We're heading back to the same site this time around. Going to be karaoke and tea room for round 2. As you say, Wild just going to have to mix things up a little bit, try to get a few of those opening kills and allow that bottom floor strategy to work out for them. Just setting up pretty similar to last time. We've got the lines of sight opened up. We've got no cap can this time, so that is going to be a change. Gone over to the Echo this time, Fresh.
Yeah, and I think that's, fair enough. The cap can really didn't do anything. And you don't expect it to in pro play. You expect that teams will drone and will drone proficiently and therefore drone out the cap can trap. So it's really hard to try and find out a cap can kill. I can think of maybe 2 or 3 that I've seen in the past year, if you know what I mean. If only for bringing a C4, I guess that's why they brought Capcan, because it was based on that strat. And I think we're seeing much more default strat coming out of Wild here, where they're not going to fight so hard for the basement. They're going to try and fight it horizontally and really make it hard for Victus to take control of this office area, which they got for free in the previous round.
Exothermic charge is going to open up the office breach, going to allow them to start pushing in for this east-sided push once again. This time Wild contesting it a little bit more directly. Victus were able to move in somewhat uncontested and get themselves across to basically drum before they met any sort of resistance from the defenders. This time Wild getting a little bit more aggressive. They have been pushed back now, but they have burnt a minute off the clock, and Wild are just forcing Victus to play a little bit more tentatively here. They can't go rushing forward quite as aggressively as they did previously. They're going to have to send in the Rotero to take out the drone, and I like this higher line coming in from Wild.
Yeah, it's much more oppressive. And this is where the decisiveness once again comes in, is that Victus have to be very fast in the pace, and if they get hung up, it's going to cause problems, because they now need to deal with Geisha, and the same kind of attack comes in. YZN knows that I think he spotted the right side isn't mute jammed. I think that's what he's pinged out there for his teammate in terms of the Thermite. I think Skeptic will be able to get this Thermite charge off. Yes, he will. That Thermite charge will go off into Geisha, and that's a slight blunder by Ace as they're placing the mute jammer just a little bit too far over, allowing the Thermite charge to go off in the corner.
As you said, going to make it very difficult for them to hold on to that pivotal part of the map. Aces, he's over at the top of the main stairs there, just trying to prevent any push directly into sight, but also just waiting and potentially avoiding that flank that could come up from the kitchen side. Now we've got the I'm just inside a drum looking to get aggressive on towards that door, and Victus just look like they poised here at the 45-second mark to start pushing in and getting aggressive now, looking for those kills. We haven't had an entry yet, neither side able to take an advantage, but YZN's got himself into a great position here with that Zephyr LMG to just hold a line straight through sight. He's actually going to open that wall wide open. Oscar it is to find the first onto BZ, and here comes the Victus push. They're trying to get themselves inside of sight. There you go, YZN gets one, Flexi another. another. Oscar, surely not back-to-back flawless rounds here. It's all up to Aces. He's underneath, he's on his own. He's got a little bit of information, but there's not much that he can do. The plant is down, it's successful. And right now, Victus, they're just going to retire back to long angles that they can hold. Flexi picks him up as he comes onto the stairs. And WYLDE not looking great on Skyscraper so far.
Yeah, Victus are making some really good decisions there. And the plant, sure, the plant came off, but they weren't playing for a plant in that round. They played to push deep. And as I said, Skyscraper is all about decisiveness and doing things as a coherent unit. All 5 players pushed deep. All 5 players basically won their 1v1 engagement that they got themselves into. As you said, they were poised, and we were looking for this late round communication between Victus in this map. It's not been present on the attack in the last 2 maps. It's present here because these have been 2 of the cleanest rounds on Skyscraper on Karaoke T attacks that we've seen in a long while. WYLDE, they're going to go over. They're going to move away from this site. Get yourselves over to office. I think that's the right play for them. I don't think that there's an adaptation that they can do now because they've tried 2 different strats on that site and it's been flawless twice by Victus, and that realistically is Victus saying, we came here to play. We came here. We're not just going to rely on mechanical skill. We've actually strategically got that particular site on lock.
Yeah, I think at that point, Victus, you know, they'd be quite happy to take another 4 rounds attacking Karaoke and see the way that's gone. So as you say, WYLDE, yeah, definitely right to move themselves over to Office Exhibition. Basically, what we're going to see here from Victus, I would imagine, is a little bit of a mirror image. They will send some across from the west, but they'll probably try to get that wall open as well. That's why we've got the Goyo canister over there, the mute jammer, just to try and protect that office. But it's difficult to aggress directly from that wall sometimes because you have got the potential for the run out on the door. You've got to have a man there covering it, but you can see there 2 of those Goyo Vulcan canisters have been deployed on that wall, so it says that WYLDE are expecting a strong push from that side. But looking at the silhouettes as well, they've got plenty of manpower over towards the west to try and hold on to that.
That Wamai Magnet is going to catch one of the upnades from Flexi there in terms of getting the breach. He will send another one to make sure that there's no mute jammers or any potential electricity. There's none on the side of WYLDE, so that single wall will be opened. But that's 2 nades expended, and that's a great use of a Wamai Magnet by Gisela there. Once again, we've had a minute of not too much action, and I think Skyscraper is poised for that in terms of the map. Is you see a lot of setting up and a lot of quote-unquote dead time where teams kind of jostle for position without ever really taking any engagements. However, Victus they've been quick. They've got, I think they've also got the office breach off as well. So that's both breaches achieved within a minute 10, which is good pacing from them. And what it means, and I like this, I love this decisive rotate, go across to the T side, clear from there, and then late round you can have somebody backstab with 2 breaches. It makes it so hard for WYLDE to play and feel safe literally anywhere inside of sight.
Challenge is going to come onto that dragon window. It's going to be the Thermite. He dips away a little bit. Skeptic gets the drone out. He's just going to, no doubt, spot the man playing in behind the dragon statue there. We would expect he's letting go. If he doesn't, he's also needs to be careful. Ace is just holding a tight angle on that barricade there, just waiting for anybody to hop their way in. But Victus are making reasonable progress so far. Aces has been forced away. We can see shots being exchanged with the man in dragon by Oscar. And with a minute left to go, Victus is shaping up pretty well.
One thing for WYLDE is they've got 3 C4s and Maestro cams on hand, so if they decide to drop down and play C4s from below, it might be a great idea. You're seeing the double reinforcement come out here. I'm wondering if that's their line of thinking, is we can play C4s from below, right in sight, and then play C4s. As Victus, they're going to look to make an entry. Once again, they probably flood sight, they probably try and play for the kills, and then see where they're at.
35 seconds left to go, and we're likely to see a late round bloodbath here as Flexi starts to try to push in, but no Aces able to swing a peek, gets 1, gets 2, and that is going to give a strong advantage. Now YZN manages to get 1 back, but it's a 4v2, and it's not looking good for Victus on this attack. WYLDE, they just needed to switch it up, but here come Victus. Skyty manages to get 1, he's going to have to get 3 more. It's going to be BZ to shut him down, and WYLDE always in control of Office Exhibition, able to close out round number 3 and get their first defensive round on the board.
That big double reinforcement came in clutch because it provided Aces that safe space, that power position to front up the attack that was coming in towards those top house stairs, kind of VIP area. Managed to get the double kill and really stunt that side of it. It then made it very one-dimensional from Victus coming in from the terrace side and the breach, and it was just able to be fronted up. it's all about decisions in that mid-round, and I think that's one thing that Wild have been good at, is those mid-round adaptations of deciding, right, we need to reinforce these walls, let's just double go for it and hope they don't rush us at the time. That's what they did, and it worked out wonderfully for them.
Heading down then in round number 4 to Kitchen and Barbecue will be the site that WYLDE choose to mix it up on. They're not going to go back to Karaoke and Tea. No surprise, after the 2 rounds that they had there, Victus showing a great capacity for attacking, but this is going to be fairly similar. They're going to want to get in and take over the similar area. They're going to want control of Geisha particularly. They want that hatch locked down, and as attackers, that's going to be the initial focus before pushing down onto the site itself. So WYLDE, they're going to have some top floor work to do here.
And they've been forced into this, right? I think in an ideal scenario, they'd love to go and defend Karaoke Tea, but Victus was so good at attacking it that WYLDE are really going to have to make this tertiary site work for them. It's clearly their third choice site, but it's going to have to, by virtue of their first choice site being flawless twice, it's going to have to step up for them. And it plays out very similar to Karaoke Tea. I actually like it a lot more than Karaoke Tea as a bomb site, because the attack and defense looks very similar. The attack generally sets up from this office side, goes across in the east, fights for Karaoke and Tea. However, the defenders have that fallback option down the hatch to then play site, and it adds another layer. It's similar. I know you don't like Cocktail on Cafe Ace as a site.
Yep.
Fairing Reading. It's a very similar approach in terms of this site in the way it's attack and defended.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you say, it's just that opportunity to waste that additional 30 seconds that you don't have on the top floor site. So we'll see if that is what WYLDE need, or whether Victus are once again able to cut through them like a hot knife through butter, which they were able to do in 1 and 2 when they went onto Karaoke Tea. They're making good progress from that east side. They're going to get themselves established inside a Dragon and Terrace any minute now, and they will look to then push on from there. We can see a couple of players just up ahead of them in and around Geisha. Geisha's a real key area for this site. It tends to be the corner that teams really want to hold on to. Now then, Oscar, he's going to look to dump a nade in there. The challenge did come in, but nobody found Aces. He does manage to get an opener onto Skyty, and that could be a big start for WYLDE.
Yeah, and I think it is that the middle of the map. I hate saying it, but that kind of terrace Dragon area is so hard to clear out, especially when the defenders are holding it, and then you've got that redundancy of the site actually being below. Aces have managed to find the entry pick, and they're going to be much more stubborn in terms of clearing that ground. Victor's going to spend so much more time clearing it, and they've got a Monty on side, which means they might, in the end, they do have redundancy. They do have a plan B of walking behind the Monty of Skeptic. However, he's currently alone. It looks like he's on a bit of a scouting mission, to be honest. Needs to be careful he doesn't get himself caught up in a crossfire here.
Skeptic pushing in on the Monty. Like you say, trying to bully, just needs to be a little bit cautious. He's got everybody ahead of him at the minute, so he should be fine. Flexi just pinging out the location of the man there. So the nade could bounce in here, and the push comes at the wrong time. Oscar manages to get the kill onto Jay. The Mozzie is still out. No, sorry, it wasn't the Mozzie, it was the Legion, was just out and away. But Victus managing to get themselves a couple of kills. Diffuser going down by the Monty here, but 2v2 as Aces, he starts to fight back. Giesler is who gets the kill though, and they are looking now to retake site, and this is not going to be easy. With that successful plant, Skeptic is going to be able to play in behind that big shield, and they're going to have to try and double team him, but they need to make sure they get the kill onto Oscar first, who has gone straight out of the window. Knows exactly what he's doing. They try to make the challenge, but he's on the upside down rappel, and this is going to be very difficult for WYLDE to close out from here.
Yeah, there's no way to long arm it. Skeptic can just feed all the information he wants. He's going to have 2 players looking at him, but he can waste so much time when you think about it. The rappel will have just been heard though by WYLDE, as Oscar has made a rappel, which means they're going to have to pick the window. 1 player is defusing, and Aces will hit an insane shot onto the upside down rappel, who just kills Oscar, and therefore a massive retake. I don't know why Oscar got himself off the rappel there. I think he was in 2 minds about playing it vertically or not, and if I remember rightly, I don't think Geisha was breached, and there was a potential Rooney gate on the window, which meant that Oscar, because ideally as Sledge you then go and play it from above because they can't retake it, right? But he couldn't, because I think he was about 10 HP in the end. I want to see the replay for this. And I think he got caught up in 2 minds, and therefore then had to get on the rappel, which gave away a sound cue of exactly where he was, because I don't think WYLDE knew where he was. With the quick peek to the door, they didn't see him on the rappel, they didn't play for him, they went and played for the Monty, which in a 2v2 you wouldn't normally do. You'd play for the player with the gun up because he's the most threat. And I think Oscar's gone to try and play vertically on that, messed it up, realised he can't actually get himself into Geisha, got back on the rappel and gave away where he was. And ultimately, it's that very small play that's then lost the round for Victus.
WYLDE then able to fight their way back into things here. It was a beautiful peek from Aces to hit the angle onto the upside down rappel of the balcony. So they managed to lock it down in a surprising outcome there. We thought once that diffuser was down it should be round done, but no, Victus unable to hold on to it. And as we expected the defenders to maybe come out on top of the half, WYLDE are certainly looking like they are more capable of doing so. But this is the big question mark, Fresh. This is the big asterisk against that point for us. The big question to be asked, can they hold on to Karaoke and T? We saw them struggle massively in round 1 and 2. Victus able to put up very solid attacks, but this time maybe WYLDE have got a little bit of momentum ahead of them and they can do things a little bit differently.
They might be on plan C of, if all else fails, just run at them. And it sounds like a bit of a troll, but genuinely they've got the players to do it, particularly Aces, particularly Corey, but you know, we've seen Jay have some massive rounds, Jeezler's had some massive rounds as well. So I'm wondering if the answer for WYLDE here is, strategically we've been beat twice, however, this is an FPS game, it's not just a strategy game. We can win this on gunfights alone, as we see some little semblance of aggression coming out by Jeezler there, wondering if he's going to run out and peek onto Terrace, doesn't in the end, and I'm wondering if that's the approach for WYLDE, is just play aggression.
See how it pans out, particularly around the entry kill and whether they manage to pick it up. Trying at a vertical nade there, Victus were unsuccessful, but Jay, he's going to take a little bit of damage as there's a spray down of one of the soft walls, a bullet catching him, but not able to do more than a tickle, and he's going to be brought back up to full health with one of those corner salvation stations. Oscar is now moving himself through Dragon, getting established inside, and this is what we've seen Victus do so well, is get those long angle opening kills. Oscar from the same doorway as he did before. Last time it was round 1, Jay on the Capcan that he managed to pick up. This time it's BZ on the Jaeger, and that is a great opener for them.
I'm wondering why they're not playing Dragon more aggressively with a shield to not allow... Oscar's been devastating from that position twice. That's the third time in three Karaoke T attacks he's been allowed to be devastating from that position on the top of the Dragon. It will be bandit tricked. I love this adaptation of going for a mute and a bandit, because Victus, they've just been aware we've played against a mute twice on this site. They didn't bring a bandit. We don't need to drone that. Let's just get rid of the jammer, breach the wall. However, the adaptation, Jeezler's on the bandit, closed up the wall. Geisha is now, will be, in full control of WYLDE, which will be massive coming into this final 35 seconds.
That could be the big difference that they needed all along. SkyT, Oscar got themselves in position. They're just waiting for that go signal, and it's going to have to be a flood onto site. There it goes, pushing in, missing shots, but getting away with it. SkyT finds the kill onto Corey, but Aces takes him down in a direct trade. 4v3, Victor's still in control here, but 17 seconds, that 6th man is ticking away, and the clock could be the saving grace for WYLDE. Kills come in, Aces onto Oscar, Aces onto YZN. Skeptic manages to get the trade. Flexi brings it back to a 2v1. Diffuser's going down, but can Skeptic hold on to this? It's Flexi on the cover. It's Jay that's going to challenge. Flexi finds his man, and that's Victus winning Karaoke T again for a 3rd time.
Really, really composed in those attacks. It's so clean. Like, the attack didn't go to plan, but the fact that they managed to be decisive, and that's one thing that Victus have been, decisive on all of these attacks, knowing what they want to do. And ultimately that first kill from Oscar proved pivotal, because it came down to a 2v1, and it came down to a guns up scenario. Strategically, I think WYLDE won that with that great adaptation onto Bandit, but then mechanically they lost it because they gave away a couple of picks that they really shouldn't have.
Round number 6, then we will see ourselves heading into office for the final defence from WYLDE. They're going to be hoping to tie this up at 3-3, as we expected, maybe a little bit of an advantage for the defenders. So a 4-2 half for Victus is going to be a perfect start for them, getting themselves onto the defence. They may then be able to stretch forward. Remember, this is our upper bracket final. It's a best of 3. We are 1 map each, with Victus taking Cafe, WYLDE taking Oregon so far. So the winner of this will move through to that ultimate grand final in 2 days' time. So it is all to play for, and Victus, they are going to be desperate to get round 6 done here, get this as a successful attack and continue pushing forward. But even if they don't, WYLDE, it just feels like they might be on the back foot coming into that second half.
Yeah, we've got a clash coming out, and I don't know if you remember, Ace, but I think one of the first times we ever saw Skyscraper, we saw a clash on this particular site. It was coined by an APAC North team. I want to say it was Sandbox. Yeah. Out onto the balcony. I don't think actually that's the play for Wild here. I just saw the clash in the Aegir and I immediately assumed. But the point still stands. I love clash on this site because you can get so oppressive onto these breaches and control them. If you think about how Victus played this last time, they played for the breaches first, then they rotated across to the west side and came in with a kind of split push. However, you can now just leave a clash looking at one of the pushes, fronting up one of the pushes, and it allows players to then look at the split side of it. I really like this adaptation from WYLDE.
Just going to have the vertical nades there, clearing off any utility behind the wall, allowing the exothermic charge to go off. An interesting one to watch out for is going to be SkyT as well on the glass. We mentioned the clash on the other side, but that's another operator that we don't see too much of. There are 2 smoke canisters in the pocket of the thermite, so there is the potential for deploying those and playing the glass in behind them, but it's going to take a little bit of teamwork, a little bit of coordination, and right now, Victus, they're posturing to get themselves established on that balcony. They've got the holes open that they need. YZN has done that work with the Selma chargers, so that's going to be the access into site. But Victus, your next job, you can't avoid it any longer. You got to find some kills.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad play to go to a direct take from Victus's point of view. It keeps it very simple and very manageable. You get one guy in underneath, you get the breaches, and then you look for a plant. YZN, he's found that first kill onto the Frost. Jay getting a little bit too aggressive, getting a little bit too claustrophobic inside the site, takes a peek and punished with his life. As we see, a clone does go in, find some more information.
Going to be coming down to the final minute very, very soon, and Victus just trying to, I think, scratch their heads a little bit here and figure out exactly what to do with that man advantage. They've got the breach open, they've got themselves surrounding the site, and now it's just about that final execute. It's just about saying, we're ready, let's go. Oscar's going to work from underneath. Out goes the smoke canister just to try and give that glass some advantage. Scouty will step forward, play deep inside the smoke, but he's just going to get shut down by Corey. Beautiful spray down. Flexi, he tries to go in, he doesn't know there's a man behind the chair, loses the fight to Aces, who steps up, and WYLDE once again able to just fight off the attack of Victus on this office site. Giesler and Aces getting kills themselves, and it's YZN in a 1 versus 4. 35 seconds left to go, and he's got an absolute ton of work ahead of him, including a clash right up in his face. Just going to start burning down his health as he goes in looking for anything that he might be able to find, but 20 seconds left to go. This round is done. It's going to tie up 3-3.
Yeah, does manage to find himself an exit frag, but there's no way he pulls off the 1v3 here. And I want to talk about Aces in the context of this round, because Aces brings a lot of pros and cons as a player. He is exceptionally talented. Like, exceptionally talented beyond belief, in that he is one of the best fraggers in the world. And it feels odd to say this about a tier 3 player. He has his flaws in that, you know, he plays very solo. He can be a liability at times. But positionally, he's one of the best players. He positions himself in such good positions, plays awkward positions, manages to pick up multi-kills in big rounds, and he did it once again there. He did it the first time while defended office. He did it that time when while defended office, playing just behind a desk on a little head height behind the chair, picks up a double kill, and that's round over. And he's done it again. And I think he's showing why he is, or was, one of the best players in the world there. I still think he potentially is. And it's good to see. It's good to see that he's back, because obviously, was in tier 1 for the longest time and has had to go back to tier 3 and, try and rediscover himself as a player.
Well, it looks like he's discovered plenty of kills this time, 9 and 4. We're going to be heading into round number 7 then. 3-3 on the board, evenly split just as we are in the maps. Basically, the entire matchup is completely level at this point in time. 1 map each, 3 rounds each, and the next 6 are going to be decisive as to who will progress. But you just feel like there could be a slight advantage for Victus here, given that they've got the defense now. But can they hold on to the elusive west side site of T and Karaoke? It's something that WYLDE weren't able to do, and this round for me is a very important one. If Victus are able to lock this down and get the defensive win that WYLDE were unable to, then you start thinking that it could definitely be a 4-2 half.
Flexi's got himself in a curious position where I don't think a single drone has looked at him here. He's got a massive potential to make a massive hero play. He's been misdroned as well. He's just seen it skim past him. He's looking for it to come back. I don't think he knows. I don't think they know he's here. It's just curious because he's got one player on his window that hasn't heard the sound cue. He's going to get himself an entry frag here and potentially a second. However, Corey will know he's there. And Corey's potentially just baited Aces out completely there for a 1-for-1 by not knowing and not droning the room that he was right on the window of.
Flexi had a real opportunity to pick up a double there, but they just got away with it. Skeptic's going to be using that Echo drone, the Yokai, to be able to use it more like an attacker drone, get out ahead of his roamers, feed a little bit of information, just in the process of relocating it. He's not really going to pick up too much though, and WYLDE, they continue their push forward, and much like Victus, they want to get themselves established on that east side of the top floor, in Dragon, in Terrace, to then push forward from there.
Corey's managed to pick himself up a kill up that vertical that he made from the nade hole, so I think good awareness of the kind of high traffic routes that defenders might try and take. He's managed to get himself a kill from that as well. And while they've got themselves established below, they're not going for that conventional east side take that we saw Victus go for. The Ossa set itself up at the top of Black Stairs with that shield, which means rotating now for Victus is going to be super hard. So if WYLDE can get themselves up the Black Stairs through the rotate and into karaoke, this round is all but done given the position of the Ossa.
We'll see how the next minute progresses. For the time being, just doing that last little bit of drawing in before it's go time. Looking to clear out utility, and Victus now really on the back foot as Corey manages to find the kill onto Skeptic. Low health all around. SkyT is shut down. It's all up to YZN, but he's got about 5 HP. That's 1v4 down to 1v3. He's got a lot more work to do here, especially playing into those Ossa shields. BZ is going to be able to get that diffuser down. There's very little chance that YZN can do anything about it. Shut down by Gisela, and that is going to be the round to WYLDE.
Yep, and that karaoke T, it's elusive. It's so hard to defend in this particular game, and I think I liked that from WYLDE in terms of bringing the Ossa, taking the vertical control, because that attack, that direct push, is all about Black Stairs there. It's all about the staircase. Getting the Ossa shield in there, controlling the split between sites. Obviously, the sites are split by a very long corridor. If you can control that particular line of sight, you can isolate one of the sides, usually karaoke, get the plant down, and that's exactly what WYLDE did. These teams have different ideas on how they want to play this particular map, but both teams so far are attacking, especially that karaoke T site, exceptionally. I think it's all of the attack wins in this. Victus, their 3 attack wins came from that site, and WYLDE's 1 attack win has come from that site as well.
Round number 8 that we head into, as WYLDE have managed to get themselves an advantage. They really needed that attacking round for me there, Fresh. I think, you know, if Victus had been able to lock down karaoke T, as WYLDE were unable to, it just really sends a message then that the defenders are going to rule the day. But it's certainly looking like it could be the attackers at this point, and Victus, they're going to switch things up quicker than WYLDE did. They're not going to go for that second attempt. They've gone straight over to Office this time, and they're going to be facing a bit of west-sided aggression, I would imagine, coming out of WYLDE as they try to push across. WYLDE, we've got plenty of nades on side. No, just 2 actually. That's a little bit. I thought. I don't know who I thought I saw on there. But a lot of flashes, a little bit of smoke. So a real mixed bag of utility. I think it's so. You know, obviously the Ying is the focus there. Going to be using the Roteros to clear out a bit of utility, and then maybe a little bit of a smoking Candela plant.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of wondering as well. Are we going to go fast? Obviously, we don't normally see an Ashe as well. We would normally see an Ian or a Sophia instead. So it's going to create a curious problem. For example, the thermite charge has gone down on the single wall. There's 1 set of nades and 1 Gon 6. Are we going to use that? Maybe an Ashe charge? It's going to be a Gon 6 there from below that will clear that mute jammer onto the single wall and will clear it. And I think that's, you know, as you say, compositional wise, it looks like there might be a fast play coming in from WYLDE here, because they've not brought many nades. They've not brought that kind of utility that you would try and establish control and then get up nades, for example.
It's going to be the opener, not the one that we would expect. Jay somehow manages to take Aces out with a Rotero drone.
Okay,
lovely.
well,
through the wall.
That Ying plant's not going to happen now.
Probably not. Probably not. We're going to see the
Definitely
site
not.
wall. We're going to see the site wall opened up by the exodermic charge, so access has been gained at least. But Victus, they're going to be feeling a lot more confident at this point in time. What a shot through the soft wall, though. BZ maybe just acting on a little bit of information there. A crystal clear call from his team, and he manages to take down Flexi with an absolute beauty. But the challenge comes in from Oscar on Dragon, and Victus, they continue fighting back, keeping themselves that man advantage. 4v3. The Thinker boost is just going to put a little bit of health into everybody before Corey went down. So that leaves us now with Wild just trying to aggress forward, trying to reposition.
The problem is the choke points, is that the office breach and the top single wall breach become choke points that the defenders can have multiple lines of sights on. BZ, other than that one, the one kill for Wild has been that exceptional wall bang that BZ got. He's going to have to try and find another peek. Will go to the single wall, as 2 or 3 people have done before him. We'll see a player peek out. It will be Oscar who will get the final kill, and that'll be a round to Victus. And I think the big problem that both of these teams have, and we said that Karaoke T is the only site that's been attacked successfully, I think there's no backstab coming in. Victus tried it once on their attacks of the office side, but every single time office has been attacked, it's just been a one-sided approach that the defenders have been able to set up crossfires on. And it is the same thing here for Victus, is that they were able to just sit in these positions without worry of somebody coming, to the backside and backstabbing them.
Just had a call for a rehost there, so you'll likely come back to our little faces for a minute or two, and we are still completely squared up fresh. 4-4, and honestly, it's anybody's guess who is going to take this.
Yeah, it's kind of curious to set up. I think you would have to side with Victus on the fact that they're able to defend, at least office. So they should probably be able to get themselves up to at least an overtime, but if it continues this trend, we're probably heading towards overtime, in the fact that teams can just attack one site and teams can defend the rest, and a 3-3 split. I think it all depends on the site choice. If it does continue, office has been defended, there will be one more Karaoke T, but if Victus successfully defend that tertiary site, presumably dining kitchen is where they will go next, then I would, if I was a betting man ace, I'm not, but if I was, I would potentially just be siding towards Victus in this one, but with a view that it's probably going to an overtime.
Like you say, it's all going to... The pivot here really is going to be Karaoke T. Wild couldn't hold on to it. If Victus manage one, then you look at a different outcome, but we've already seen them fail, so it's not going to be easy for them to do. I mean, what a finish overtime would be between these two, all the way to a map 3 decider on Skyscraper, and then we come down to the final 3 rounds of overtime. It'd be an absolute grandstand finish for this one.
And it comes down to one round of Karaoke T on round 15. Oh, imagine. I'm getting excited. We're not there yet. We are, of course, just in a rehost. We'll get the players back into lobby, and I'm sure you'll be seeing the game rather than our beautiful faces, in a few seconds' time. It really is curious, and I liked the idea for Wild there in terms of going for a direct push with Yings and etc. But obviously with the unfortunate team kill, they couldn't, and that's really what cost them on that last office attack. I think when they go there next time, I think they'll have a good idea of how to attack it, because I think they'll potentially go for the same thing, but realise that they need one Lurker player. Maybe it's not Aces on the Ying, maybe put somebody else on the Ying, maybe Corey somebody else, and then let Aces just jump on the Ayana or the Thinker and just walk in the backside and basically shoot everybody in the back. And I think that one adaptation could come out. As I say, we're expecting this game will go all the way to 12, probably to overtime. That could just be the differentiator.
It's certainly going to be close. It's been back and forward throughout. I mean, Wild had the more convincing win on Oregon. If we look at the 2 maps that have gone, Victus were very good on Cafe, but it went the distance. They had to take it in 12. Wild just had that edge, but they don't really seem to have carried that forward. Aces has had a great game so far. It feels like maybe they just need a couple of the others to step up around him now. We've seen big rounds out of Jay. He's been a little bit quiet over the back end of this game. Maybe just needs those big flank moments that we've seen from him so far.
Yeah, I don't feel like we've talked about him for a while.
No.
And we know he's got it in him. I mean, we saw it 2 rounds in a row on Cafe. So I think you're probably right, is that individually he needs to step up. Jay, unfortunately, he doubled his kills in the last round. It was a team kill. He was 1 and 6 and then, got the team kill as well. So he's not having the best time on Skyscraper, but he's playing a much more supportive role on Skyscraper than what he played on Cafe. But yeah, I think so. I think Aces is pretty much at this point in time 9 kills in the first 7 rounds, kill lead for his team. He's got the team on his back. It just needs somebody up there with him to help him, as you say.
It sort of feels the same for both sides. It's just the opportunity is there for somebody to step up, somebody who's maybe been a little bit quiet so far and just be the difference maker. Just come out with a big 3K round when you maybe not expecting to win a particular site and just push it over the line for your team and just get them that little bit of breathing space, because that's all that one of these teams needs, is they just need that 2-round lead. It's 4-4 at the minute. If somebody comes in now and gets to 6-4, then maybe the others crumble and they can't quite fight back into it. So it's just begging for one of those big flashpoint moments.
Yeah, and if I had to put my money on it for somebody from Victus, I would say Oscar. And I know I'm going to say I'm a big fan of him. I think he's a sensational player. We saw it a couple of times in the last game as well, the last map, where he just makes these little plays that cascade into a round win. And he's the one who can step up and just have that intuition to be the guy that steps up on the side of Victus. And as you say, if we're looking over towards Wild, I'm looking really for Jay to step up on this poor performance so far. But that's been said, we've finished filling. The rehost has been done. We're going into round 9. We're going into, and interestingly, Ace, we're not going into the tertiary side for Victus. They think that they can win Karaoke T this time. And I think this map will be decided on the defense of Karaoke T. We're probably going to see it in this round.
This could be a big gamble for them because, as you say, the only other option they've got besides this one is one of those tertiary choice sites. So if they lose Karaoke T here, they're then faced with a difficult choice of, do we go there again or do we take a third choice site in a must-win round? Not going to be easy for Victus, so round 9 could be a real pivotal point here in this one. We've got pretty standard setup so far coming in from the defenders. We've got Skeptic on the Echo. We didn't see much use or impact from the Yokai drones last time we saw Echo brought along on Skyscraper. Will we have a bigger impact this time? We haven't seen any opportunity for them to stop a plant or anything else. They've been using a little bit more of an aggressive fashion.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard because we're seeing the Ossa on side again. And I think to win this attack, you've really got to fight the Ossa. You've really got to fight this downstairs control. You've really got to fight for black stairs. And I mentioned Victus, their mid-round adaptation hasn't been the best, but their between rounds adaptation, when they've already seen an attack, has been good. So I would expect them to put a little bit more fight in for this staircase, for this below area, and for the top black stairs. Corey's gone to the same window again, tried the same nade again. Ace is on the same window again. He's probably going to jump in the same window again, making sure to fully drone the bathroom this time. So we've got the same attack coming in again. So while they're going to present the same problem, and it's how do Victus deal with that problem?
As you said, they showed us good round-to-round adaptation in the previous maps, so can they do the same again here? At the minute, they're trying to gather information. BZ is going to take a lot of damage there, and that could be a really big moment. We said it was the Ossa shields that caused a lot of the problems last time, but this time he might not have the opportunity to get himself in and get the second one down. He's got one on the balcony, but as the Finker boost comes in, the Toxic Babe canister comes out, and he needs to be careful, he needs to be cautious. He dips himself away, and Flexi just playing smart there on that window, taking a little knock on the barricade and turning BZ's head.
This is a big battle between who dies first, Oscar or BC. Whoever dies first probably loses the round for their team, so Oscar's got to try and keep himself alive. I think Oscar's maybe done his job a little bit more than BC in terms of he's managed to just hold off the time. He can die, he's expended his utility now, but this fight is all around this top black stairs position. BZ will get the first kill onto Oscar, and that is completely advantage Wild.
That is a strong start for them as Aces manages to pop up the stairs, and it's not looking good for Victus right now. 1 minute 10 left to go. A long time for them to hold on in what is now a 5 versus 3, and Wild are just starting to run all over them at the minute. They are like ants just crawling all over site. Aces just looking for that long angle now. He's got himself established. BZ could potentially follow in here and think about getting a plant down inside of Karaoke. The cover is in place, but he's going to be downed as he tries to do that. Skeptic manages to get the kill, but not before Jay finds YZN. 4v2 now, and it is going to come down to these final 35 seconds. Diffuser has been recovered by Ace as he stood inside of Karaoke, and there is an opportunity, but Skeptic, once again, he finds another, but Aces manages to get Skeptic. It's 1v2 here, and he's going to have to get at least one of these kills. He doesn't want an opportunity for Aces to plant, but it's not going to be a plant, it's going to be a kill as he peeks around the bomb chassis, finds his man, and shuts down the round for Wild, and that could be a big advantage in this map.
we talk about Victus's between round adaptation. And I think that realistically, they messed up their adaptation there. What's the easiest counter to an Osa? An impact grenade. They even had an Echo on the board with a shield that was rendered useless in the last time they defended this. Even if the Echo has to be the one to bring the impacts, even if you don't want to change your whole defensive composition, just change that one little bit of utility. Gets rid of that one Osa shield, gets rid of that power position for the attackers, and therefore you can then play as you were. Makes it so much harder for the attackers to play around that top staircase. Oh, it comes down to such small margins in Siege, but that's all it was. And I think, I've praised Victus's adaptation in between rounds a lot, but I've got to criticize it there because they didn't adapt particularly to the Osa as well as they should have. It was a very similar story on Oregon where they didn't adapt well to the Blitz.
Coming into an important round here for Victus. They go down to Kitchen. And for me, Fresh, this is a must-win round. They have to hold on to this tertiary. They've got to bring it back to 5-5. They don't want to be facing 6-4 again. They suffered on Oregon when they had 2 map points to go up against. They weren't able to get the job done. WYLDE won the map. You just feel if WYLDE get this one, they take it over the line. Victus have an opportunity to go back to office, which would, let's arguably say they win it, takes them to 6-5, but they then have to either defend Karaoke T, which we've seen the problems there, or they'd have to come back to this tertiary site, which they had lost. So for me, this one is absolutely essential. Jay's going to get things going as he sends in the Rotero to take out the castle barricade, and he's just looking to soften up sight.
Yeah, and he's using the floor as well. I think Victus obviously clearly don't like playing against the Flores. They're clearly not that great at playing against it. That's why they banned it out the previous 2 maps. But obviously, Thatcher, Maverick, they're more prevalent on this particular map. Flores is allowed through. And I think you see there just how much success Jay was having. Getting the Flores Roteros in, getting rid of utility without really any kind of counter or thought from Victus about dealing with these. He's been able to he's set 3 off now. 4 will come from exactly the same place. He's actually going to hop it out the window and back towards another one, I think. Get rid of another castle barricade. All 4 Flores drones used to deny utility from Jay. As much as he's not been great in terms of kills in this particular map, that's really great utility work from him.
Doing some serious work with the Roteros then before getting inside of the map and looking to start the push towards the site. Oscar still up on the top floor as the Frost, going to be roaming around quite freely up there, and that's something that WYLDE need to be aware of, is that vertical presence from Victus here. They haven't got themselves established upstairs just yet, but Corey, he's going to establish himself all over Skyty with a nice headshot there to bring us to a 5v4, and that is not the start that Victus wanted here. The Valkyrie's gone down. I often say it's only half a kill because she's got a great knowledge of where those black eye cams are. She's going to be straight on. You can see the logo there showing that she is feeding that information back into a team, and without being alive, she's got nothing else to do. So Skyty, plenty of work feeding in those intel calls, but Victus, they are on the back foot here in round number 10.
And positionally, they're not great either in terms of they've got a player playing in sight, but they're mainly outside of sight. They don't have verticality above sight. They're not in close proximity to sight. If Jay establishes himself here in this kind of kitchen area, he can cut all of the rotates back to sight, does manage to find himself a pick, and can cut rotates from his position now, which means the plant can come in. Crucially, Gisla's on the IQ as well, which means those Valkyrie cameras will be spotted out, will be killed, and eventually, WYLDE are just going to be able to walk into sight for free here and able to play their numbers advantage.
Oscar with a little bit of trigger discipline there, just holding off, but had to take his chance to take Aces down. But as you say, he's always going to be fighting back into them now. Skeptic shut down inside of site. 4v1, Jay closes it out, and WYLDE, they managed to win round 10. And as I said, it just felt like that one was possibly pivotal. 6-4 now. They've got series points in front of them. And where do Victus go? They have office available, so they will probably look at that round being theirs. That brings us to 6-5, but the big question is going to come in round 12 more than likely. Where can they hold on to? Because right now, it doesn't look like Karaoke Tea or Kitchen Barbecue is the place for them.
If I'm Victus, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to go play Exhibition Office. I'm going to do the same defense, try and get that round over the line, and then really think about your adaptation to probably, and I'm going to say probably, go back to Karaoke Tea, because I think they were much closer to defending Karaoke Tea than they were Dining Kitchen. Barbecue Kitchen, sorry, not Dining Kitchen. And I think maybe, they will have ideas of impact grenades, of clash, of adaptations to deal with that Osa Shield top black stairs. And I think that's going to be their best bet to try and get themselves to overtime. because, you know, realistically, as you say, that round was key in terms of if they could have won Barbecue Kitchen. I can't keep calling it Dining Kitchen, Ace. Barbecue Kitchen. If they could have won it, they would be 5-5 with exhibition office to go, got themselves to overtime minimum. Now they're scrambling for overtime minimum, and it's WYLDE who are in the ascendancy.
We head into the action phase of what could be the last round between these two teams. Let's not forget Victus and WYLDE have already, I would say, to a degree, overperformed. They've beaten Heroic, they've beaten Rogue. We didn't expect this to be our upper bracket final. We would have thought one of the EUL teams at least would have made their way through to this point. But no, both of these had fantastic wins and earned their place. Right now, there's only one of them that are going to proceed. The other will drop down to the lower bracket, and it could be Victus here and now if they can't hold on to office. They have already won this site, so they're going to be reasonably confident. I think it's the one site that defensive teams so far have been able to consistently hold on to. Going to have the utility taken off the reception wall. That's going to allow a hard breacher to get in there and open that up, force the player out from behind the desk. But to be honest, we've seen quite a few times, Fresh, where that wall has been opened up, but the player inside has either just gone back to Dragon or played on desk still and been able to get the kills.
I think it's all about the backstab. It's all about if a player from WYLDE is going to be the person to step up and get a backstab. We're seeing WYLDE completely go for an office side take. They're going to go for the breach and look towards breaching and poking, which is fine. But as you say, those breaches just become kind of concentration, you know, concentrated places in terms of where the defenders are just able to front it up. So I'm looking for somebody from WYLDE to do a little bit of a backstab or a quick execute into site and all push in at the same time.
Ace is just trying to force a little bit of movement inside, and he manages to do exactly that and then takes Flexi down. They don't know that he's in there. He's got a freebie from behind the bar. Jay manages to get Oscar, and it's falling apart. There's going to be no successful defense. In fact, it's flawless. And what a finish for WYLDE. They come in with style, take down Exhibition and Office in rapid fashion, win the map 7-4, and go on to take the series 2-on.
And that's where Ace is just he's a match winner. In terms of just being able to say, I need this wall breach, I'm going to get a kill, I'm going to walk in and get another 2. Done. And I feel so bad for Victus, but congratulations to WYLDE. You know, they're into the grand final of this event, and they'll be more than happy with that. It took them, you know, a bit of a slog. They really were tried and tested by Victus, but ultimately came out on top. And I think the one differentiating factor in the last 2 maps was that experience of Aces, that experience of Corey. Just being able to drag their team through, especially Aces on Skyscraper, just getting big multi-kill rounds one after the other.
It felt for me through WYLDE have had their moments, particularly on Oregon, but Victus sort of felt like the team that often took charge of things, you know, were the ones that were driving the game forward. But WYLDE showing great resilience to hold on.
Yeah, I think they did, and that's the thing, is the momentum base. It comes into it in terms of the momentum of the game. WYLDE were the team that had the win most recently. They managed to get themselves through, and then that was that. Aces popped up on Skyscraper. They created a plan. They took a trigger point, and that was that.
Well, we've got some highlights coming back in from that Skyscraper map, and we'll be able to hand you across to our desk, who'll be breaking not just the map, but the series down and seeing exactly how WYLDE went on for the win.
Ace and Fresh, fantastic casting as always. Thank you so much. And man, what a match to start with. 3-mapper, WYLDE pulling off the W and Skyscraper's debut at this tournament, Jacob. So what were your thoughts seeing them deck it out on Skyscraper?
I was curious about how both teams would react to what I don't think is a map either one of them have had to play in actual competition before. And the problem is just finding a way sometimes into the building, which is something that, especially when you're playing on Exhibition, takes a little while to get into. That was something Victus, it felt like when they had an attack strategy, it didn't go nearly as far as it needed to, which is why we ended up at a deadlocked 3-3-1/2. And then we switch over, Victus gets 1 round on defense, and WYLDE just kind of runs roughshod. It doesn't take long for them to corral a lot of the defenders, understand where they need to pick these isolated 1v1s, and it doesn't take a lot of time for them to really pick clean the entire defensive strategy of Victus. So the fact that they let Skyscraper get all the way deep into the pool is something that's definitely going to come back to bite them as far as this tournament is concerned.
Sorry, it was just adjusting. You know, Beep Boop brought us in, and then I had to straighten myself out there. Anyway, moving
Gravity doesn't
on.
affect us. We're fine.
I know. Jacob and Jess are just like, we'll continue talking. It's Jackie. is silly as usual. But anyways, I do want to talk about Victus a little bit, Jess. They did have a strong first half, and you actually liked what you saw from them on attack, but obviously just wasn't enough. They fell a little bit short there.
I mean, it was like two stylistic differences clashing. It's like two bullets hitting each other and then ricocheting off, and it makes a big bang. And I think whoever had the best angle on that, I loved Victus's attacking half, just purely out of the fact that they took the time and the due diligence to drone everything, play everything strategically. It's like the sweatiest of like strategies that Victus could throw, and then conversely on the other side, Wild was like, we peek you from behind a shield, we do this, we do that, and it was just two completely different play styles of like, we're playing super sweaty and we're just seeing if we can hit heads. I mean, that last round with Aces, round 4 with the Monty and the post plan in Kitchen, he's repelled upside down. He has the perfect post plan. Aces quick peeks him, he's dead. Like, 1 out of 10 times you win that, right? 9 out of 10, you should win that in a post-plan situation, coming down to the pure gun skill of Wild and a lot of their players just being fundamentally and just organically so good at this game from a mechanical standpoint. I think that's going to be one of their biggest strengths moving forward for the side of Wild, is like they're mechanically crazy good. Like, that is hard to overcome in some of those rounds.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys heard an alarm going off. That was B-Boop. He was telling me that my bacon is almost ready, which Jess was thoroughly appalled that I put bacon in the oven.
She puts bacon in the oven. Like, that is a crime. It is a crime.
No, that's a really good way to cook bacon. Like, it honestly is.
Thank you, Jacob.
That's a fantastic way to
Thank
cook
you.
bacon. Some of the crispiest strips I've ever had is laying it out on a rack, putting it into the oven for not like a crazy long time. It's some of the best bacon you'll ever have.
You're gonna have to try it, Jess. You're gonna have to try it.
Do we need to get into the specifics of this? Because we can't.
You know what? We will have a thorough discussion about bacon later. But first, we got to break down the EU bracket, everybody, because
Please do.
It's actually Heroic and Roger, I think, are still battling it out, and they're pretty close, right, Jacob?
For right now, yeah. Actually, by the time this stream goes up, that game definitely could already be over, considering it's a rogue landslide on map 3 that's determining it right now. So Heroic don't have that many more match point opportunities left. So we could very well see that lower final get filled out with Rogue sooner rather than later. It might be Heroic first team out of the gate. Wild have advanced all the way to the grand finals, which is, again, not the thing that we thought going into this week, but it kind of looks like the Corey and Ace's revenge tour has gotten started a little bit sooner rather than later. And there is now a chance that if Rogue were to make a lower bracket run all the way to the grand finals, then that would be the sweetest way to get revenge if they want to win this thing. So we'll have to find out.
Oh my
There we
God,
go.
right in front of
Just
my
won.
eyes.
It just won.
Good job, B-Boop. Good job, B-Boop. B-Boop was like, no, graphic.
I don't think that was B-Boop. I think that was Rogue.
Rogue.
I think it was Rogue, by the way. I think they
Let's
just
go
hated that
Rogue.
themselves.
Okay.
Man, so
Okay, yeah.
we don't get the timeline of Spoit getting knocked out in like 2 games in his first tournament, but you know what? We'll take this too. It's fine.
No, well, look, to be fair, when you come out and you have a debut and everything like that, like your first couple of series are always like 9 times out of 10, obviously Benji had a really good couple of games, but 9 times out of 10, you're not going to look like your peak. Like that, you're never at your
Right.
peak in the first couple of games. So I will
Olo
give him the
wasn't
benefit
that
of the
hot
doubt.
in his first couple of Pro League
Yes.
games way back in the day either. So yeah,
See?
it's
So,
a
some
slow
of the
burn
best.
thing, but hey, let's go Rogue.
What a comparison, Spoit to Bolo right there. I'm like, oh my
Hey,
goodness.
who knows?
I
Maybe
is,
in
though.
2 years we'll quote this and we'll be like, you know, here we go. It's the same kind of caliber, picking up the caber. Who knows? We don't know.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, all right. Well, everybody, my bacon is burning. B-Boop, you got to take us away. But coming up next, we have MIBR versus FaZe. So don't go anywhere. More Gamers Without Borders action ahead of us. Oh, I can smell the bacon. It's so good. B-Boop, take us away. I need my bacon. I need my bacon. Bye.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Welcome to Gamers Without Borders, presented by Savvy Gaming Group. Watch, game, learn, and donate. And welcome to day 2 of this charity Rainbow Six. Oh no. Oh no. That wasn't even a B-Boop error. I can't even blame that on B-Boop. That was 100% Jackie not being able to say Rainbow Six Siege tournament. In all of my years of doing Rainbow Six Siege stuff, I have never ever messed that up. And I've always been nervous about it because, you know, think about saying Rainbow Six Siege really fast. Rainbow Six Siege, Rainbow Six Siege, Rainbow Six.
It's hard.
You guys, I'm shook. I'm shook. B-Boop, I can't even blame you, B-Boop. That was 100% my fault. I malfunctioned. Anyway, okay, moving on. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Jesse, happy to see you. Jacob, I think it's because I ate that bacon. Now my brain's malfunctioning. I'm just like, ooh, bacon brain.
Of course, Jackie.
Thank you, Jacob. Thank you. Thank you for validating that. It makes me feel better. Thank you.
It's still early there on the West Coast, right? So I think we can
No, it's 1:21.
That's early for gamers.
21.
That's early for gamers.
You're right. This would be morning for me, but you're being too kind. Anyway, Jesse, happy to see you. You're rocking the Canadian tuxedo.
Thanks. Yeah, I got that jeans
that what it
jacket
is?
on, ready to rock. Absolutely.
Yeah. Jacob,
I'm wearing
you know
full
what a
jeans as well. Don't worry.
Jacob does not know what a Canadian tuxedo is.
First time I've heard
Okay,
of it.
I guess his silence answered that question. Wow, you guys, this is a really, really good start to this matchup. Am I wrong? We're just killing it. Let's get down to business and let's talk about the LATAM bracket, please. Yes, FaZe versus MIBR are playing. And you know what, Jacob? I'll put you in the hot seat because you don't know what a Canadian tuxedo is. So you're
That's not enough reason to put me in the hot. Okay, fine. What are you
You're
putting
in
me
the
in the
hot
hot seat
seat.
on? For
for
what?
the LATAM bracket, break it down.
I mean, this is
Talk to
this is
me.
what we anticipated originally. We knew FaZe Clan and
true.
MIBR were going to come roaring out the gate and start like this. It's nice that we get a top flight matchup like this, and it happens in an upper final with a different set of stakes compared to when we had Heroic versus Rogue from earlier, and that was for one team knocks the other one out and the other one still has more games left to play. This time, it's a guaranteed result. One of the BR6 teams is going to be going to the grand final with a map advantage, so it'll be cool to see if we get something similar to BR6 action, or because both these teams already know each other super well, will the way that they play change a little bit because they kind of already know what to expect.
Yeah, Jesse, what are you thinking about the LATAM bracket?
I think it's been a fun one. I'm really excited for this game particularly because these teams, as Jacob mentioned, have played each other so many times over the last year and a little bit. They've played 7 maps against one another, and FaZe Clan have won 6 of them. The only time MIBR has been able to take a game off of FaZe over the last year was in a best of 3 at SI. They won their own map pick, so they even lost that series. So it's gonna be an uphill battle for MIBR. I do think these two teams are on like very similar skill level, but it seems like every time they clash, FaZe comes out on top.
Oh, well, will this be MIBR's time to shine? Well, fortunately for all of you watching at home, we have a little video on MIBR, so B-Boop, please roll the video.
We met playing on PS4. We played on Rainbow Six on PS4, and we met like playing against each other.
We already know Felipox and Reps on the PS4 too, but on another teams. And when we started professional career on the PC, we first called Felipox to join the team, and after that Reps. Yeah, this is a very different tournament. Like I never seen anything like it. So it's always good. Like playing, like I said, playing a good cause is always good.
I think that's important to me to play this charity event because I love playing tournaments, and it's already fun, and playing for a good cause is even better. And yeah, I think it's it.
Lovely video giving us an inside look at MIBR, and very shortly we will be getting to that series. FaZe versus MIBR, very excited. In just a few moments we'll be moving into the map selection process, and that information will be popping up on the screens. So, you know, Jesse, what are you thinking we're going to see map-wise from these teams here?
Well, again, since
going
they
on in the
played
big
each other
brain?
so so often. I mean, there should be a lot of familiarity here. They've played Clubhouse, Villa, Cafe, Chalet, Bank, and Border against one another. And we've got one of those maps banned out immediately, Cafe from FaZe Clan. That's one that they lost yesterday to Boo Boo and his team when we saw the first game yesterday in Brazil. Then Skyscraper taken out.
Why did you laugh? Because
Boo Boo's team.
I know. Why did you laugh?
Mostly probably just because I'm still surprised that Boo Boo is the nickname.
Scolina de Boo Boo?
For somebody we know by a completely different name in NA. It's just...
It's like a popular nickname for him.
All of us have been saying different things. Like, I've stuck with Escalina. I feel like, Jacob, you've said Escalina de Boo Boo, like, it in its entirety almost every time. You have not said Escalina or Do or Boo Boo. And then, for some reason, Jesse's sticking with Boo Boo, so...
Anyways,
I
Clubhouse
digress.
banned out as well. That's one that MIBR aren't super great at. FaZe Clan have played it a lot. It's one of their favorite maps, and it's one that they have beaten them on, of course, in previous days as well. Couple of maps still here in the pool. Villa going to be first pick from FaZe Clan. Not only did FaZe win this map yesterday against Escolina de Boo Boo, but they also have beaten MIBR twice on this map. That's more than any other map that they've played against one another. And then Bank coming through the pick from MIBR, the other one that FaZe Clan actually won yesterday. That was a 7-2 game as well. So clearly MIBR are thinking they can do something that Escalina didn't.
Yeah, and then these last couple, the only one here that's a little bit different is Chalet that was actually played by MIBR. That was the only close game against Furious. They decided to just take that one out straight up. No more Oregon, and it's just left up to Theme, which isn't a map that MIBR over the past 3 months have touched. FaZe Clan have. They've played it 3 times, won it twice. So if we have to go all the way to the very end, which, given that it's FaZe and MIBR, I'm just going to naturally assume that we will. Inherently, I give the advantage to FaZe in the series because they've got the longevity there. It feels like a map that MIBR, if they've ever had the chance for it to come up, they've always said towards the end of a ban rotation, they're just not interested. So it looks like this went in FaZe's favor, but hey, they might have something prepped for Theme Park, and I have no clue, so we'll find out.
Okay, we will find out. I need to put both of you in the hot seat now. Predictions time. Jesse, which team are you leaning towards?
So I feel like MIBR are a team that get really, really roam heavy, and I do think FaZe Clan will be able to beat that time and time again. So I'm gonna go for FaZe Clan. They've just got that history behind them. They've constantly been able to defeat that aggression, so we'll go FaZe.
Okay, FaZe, and then for Jacob?
Little bit of a factor I think we're forgetting. We now have MIBR's coach in for his first series after he just played or competed alongside FaZe Clan as their analyst. So if anyone's going to understand the best way to defeat FaZe Clan, you'd think it'd be the guy who helped revamp a lot of their map strategies from the ground up back when he used to work for FaZe Clan. So you know what? I'll swing the other way. I'll say MIBR takes this one.
Okay. Wow, my analysts are split. Okay, well, we will take it. Well, I believe that our teams are ready
Flashback to 2021
go.
when we used to fight all the time.
Who? You and Jesse?
Oh, yeah.
On predictions.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
I mean,
we still do.
I love your energy because you're definitely like brothers. It's just constant bickering. I miss seeing y'all in person, but it's very cool to be in this little cyberpunk B-Boop created scenario. Anyway, this has been one of the most interesting pre-shows I've ever taken part in. I can barely speak. Jesse's wearing a Canadian tuxedo. Jacob is awesome and likes bacon made in the oven. But without further ado,
what is this
let's
pre-show?
send it to Ace and Fresh because this pre-show is just off the rails. B-Boop, take it please to Ace and Fresh, B-Boop. B-Boop, thank you.
Well, bacon cooked in the oven fresh. What are we talking about there? I mean, that's not something that's going on in the UK too much. It's a grill or a frying pan sort of job, really.
This is the first I've heard of it, and I'm not that excited about bacon in the oven. I'm not sure where that's coming from. I feel like
getting up in the morning for that.
No. Jackie just exhibits red flag behavior all over the place, and this is just another string to that bow, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I maybe need to give it a try before I actually criticize it. It might be, it might be like an American version of beans on toast, Ace.
Exactly that. Now then, we are looking towards our game. FaZe versus MIBR. We're going to get right into it, and this is one I've been looking forward to today, Fresh. It's a little heart back for me, opportunity to get back to my LATAM roots and see these two face off. It's a game that I've seen many, many times over the years, and I just know that there's going to be fireworks inside of this one. MIBR have been one of those sort of sleeper teams over the last 12 months that have come through and had amazing runs, particularly at Six Invitational. They just seem to be getting better and better, and we'll see if it continues here today. I think they could really give FaZe a run for the money here.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've seen a lot. I've seen a bit of MIBR. I like this team and organisation in terms of the player base. I'm good friends with their coach as well, and I think particularly Felipox is a player that I think is going to be, you know, can be absolutely massive for them. You know, pretty much their star player. I think when he's playing well, we see that MIBR play well. So he's going to have to turn up big in this one.
I think we're just going to pop back to us for a second. We thought we had the game ready, but there's just a little issue that we need to iron out, so we'll get that one done and we'll be back in. Now, I look at the map pick, Fresh, and for me, I think that Bank is going to be really pivotal. I think I sort of lean towards FaZe maybe taking Villa as their map pick.
Yeah.
And then FaZe, I mean, like any LATAM team, you expect LATAM teams to be able to play on Bank. It's going to be a bit of a war on there, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think FaZe generally will have the upper hand. I know Jesse noted in the pre-game that generally FaZe in the kind of BR6C6 arena, the regional leagues that these teams play in Brazil and South America, generally FaZe have just trumped. They've generally just won most of the games against MIBR. Generally, of course, these are in best of ones. So the teams are actually getting to play their better maps. And as you say, we would just expect FaZe to win Villa. It would be a big surprise if MIBR did win. But then also FaZe, we know they're no slouches on Bank. We've seen them in multiple tournaments over the past, 6 months, 8 months, play Bank as one of their staple maps as well. So I think all things are set up for FaZe to take it in quite a quick fashion. I mean, I hope not, because I love watching this LATAM region. And for me, it's my first time being able to cast both of these two teams as well. So, you know, I'm hopeful that we do go to all three.
Yeah, I think you're in for a treat either way. You're going to see some fireworks between these two. You know, they've got some unreal gunners on both sides. There's going to be some big gunfights for taking that map possession, and I expect to see attackers quite often maybe getting themselves into like little 5v3s and being able to really pressure onto site as they go for those roam clearances. But the reverse of that wouldn't surprise me either. If you've got your roamers out there really doing a job, players like Cyber Bullet able to really make a nuisance of himself out in the map. And that's going to play perfectly into Villa.
Yeah. The one thing that I love about Villa, and I just want to talk more generally about it as a map, is just how much space you have on it. It's potentially my favourite comp map, and I know teams don't like it. I know certainly sometimes the viewer base don't like it as a map as well. But one thing that I love, when I talk about a map in Rainbow Six Siege, that I like watching, that I like analysing, that I think teams enjoy, it's maps where you can defend all 4 sites and you can defend them in multiple ways. And conversely, you can attack all 4 sites and you can attack them in multiple ways. And Villa most definitely has that. Particularly the 2 primary sites, there's at least 2 very defined attacks and defences for both ways of attacking and defending it. And I think that's the reason I love Villa, is to see which strategy the teams use and then which counter strategy the other teams use, because there's a lot of flexibility. And on top of that, it's so big, so there's a lot of room for individual play as well.
Like you say, there's plenty of options. You're not necessarily just going to see those cookie cutter approaches. You're going to have little differences. You're going to have, you know, battles all over that can completely change the shape of a round. So obviously, you know, Bank, very similar. We're going to see a lot of open play between these two teams. Bank, another big map, plenty of opportunity to get out there on the road, make a nuisance of yourself, waste a lot of time. And so I think, you know, that's going to be the real key for those first 2 maps. If it does go into Theme Park, we find ourselves then a little bit more locked down.
Yeah, I think Theme's been reintroduced to the competitive pool with, well, no changes since it was last taken out and the players voted it back out of the competitive pool. What would that be? The end of 2020, the start of 2021. The players voted it out. It had to wait a whole year until it was back again, and it's back in, but it's seeing much more popularity than it saw last time. And I think that's partially to do with the fact that attacker repicks now in the game, and the fact that you can repick into whatever you need for a specific site rather than having to take a cover-all approach. And I also think that the meta game of the actual game itself shifted on from the utility 20-second meta, shifted on to a much more flexible meta on both sides. And therefore, Theme Park is kind of realising its true potential as a map, and teams are happy to play it. I mean, previously when it was in the map pool, you would have never seen Theme Park as a decider map. It would always be a pick in a best of 3, and you'd never see it in a best of 1 either.
Well, enough of us waffling. We're going to get on into the game. Our operator bands are coming through. It's going to be FaZe Clan versus MIBR. They're going to be playing on Villa, and Hibana will be our first ban. Little bit of a surprise here on Villa. The ranged breach, I suppose, can be important, but obviously Ace is just an alternative for that, so there's going to be a way around that. Not majorly important hatches or anything, which is where we tend to see Hibana coming into her own. Lion and Kaid will follow as our next two.
Yeah, Lion is Lion's an operator that LATAM teams love, right? And they always have loved Lion as an operator, so I'm not surprised to see that ban. And a point that Jacob made, actually, MIBR's analyst, Dark, previously worked for FaZe Clan up until very recently. So he's going to know their playbook inside out, and therefore these pocketed kind of target bans, counter-analysis ideas are going to come in. And I think we're seeing that straight away with a Lion ban.
We're going to be heading to Aviator Games Room for our first site. Then it's going to be MIBR to kick us off on the defence. Their choice, as FaZe chose the map. So they are, historically choosing the more powerful of the two sides, defence over attack. But in the last year or so, we've really seen that gap narrowed on Villa as the attackers have just got more and more efficient at attacking these top floor sites particularly.
Yeah, I think so. Teams... it's kind of hard. What do you call Villa now? Do you call it a 50-50 map? Do you call it a... I don't know.
I think it's much closer than it's ever been.
Yeah, I don't think there's a dedicated side, and I think it really does come down to team preference, whether you start on attack or defence. I know, certainly inside of our home region, there's a lot of teams in our home region that would play Villa and would want to start on the attack on this side. Especially, I think, this kind of shift is... as teams have got more used to playing grenades from below and really working the kind of up nades, I think teams get better at that and they want to start on the attack. And Villa has, as a map, it has so much soft floor. There is hardly any hard floor, which means as a defender, you are always liable to be naded from below when defending the top two floors.
And as we've seen that, meta for the vertical nades developing, it's changed a little bit. The defences as well, we have, like you say, much more of a presence on that mid floor. We're going to see FaZe Clan as the attackers, no doubt, trying to get themselves established underneath. Bullet immediately looking towards doing that. Just clear out and get control over that lower floor so that they can use that verticality if they wish, not only to take out utility but potentially players as well. Now then, we're going to hear the mirror window dropped quite early on into the round there. I'm not sure if that was maybe the twitch of Cyber there, just able to get in and take that down, but it's going to hurt the defence of MIBR.
Yeah, you're kind of wondering with the upnade of where, I think it was Astro got himself into that position for the upnade onto where the mirror window is, as Philippox gets an early T4. You wonder if the mirror window had been left up if he'd have got a free nade from below. Bullet finds one back onto Redux, one onto his teammate, and then Raps finds one onto Cameraman. And this fast pacing that we're seeing across all of today is continuing. Astro and Bullet have it all to do. MIBR, they can just fall themselves back to site, they can play safe, and they can play off crossfires now.
That's it, they're just going to allow FaZe to now try and play into them, and as you say, I think the fast pace is likely to continue in this matchup. Two teams that are very familiar with playing each other, and they're both going to be coming out here and bringing a bit of aggression. Now then, Astro, he's going to be looking to push into long. He's got the Gemini decoy going ahead of him, gets taken down, going to take half health damage as he goes as well. That's 50 HP, and he thinks better of it. He's not going to make that challenge onto Bar, but as you say, the problem is these four players now can break into pairs of two and just cover each other on crossfires. They can make sure that no individual can be challenged without somebody else paired up, ready to challenge from an opposite angle, and just make it absolutely impossible for the attackers of FaZe Clan to be able to break them down into those 1v1s that they want.
FaZe are trying to work through, they're trying to open the mirror window. The problem is that they're committed to doing this game side approach, and Philippox was playing in study. There's a mirror window, there's a smoke playing close door, which means even if you deal with the first issue, and I think they might have just seen the mirror window and it will be popped very shortly if the angle can be found by Astro, There's redundancies, there's layers to this defense from MIBR, which makes it especially hard to get through. The mirror, I think, hears the shuffle and puts some preemptive shots in, as the mirror window does eventually get opened by Astro. He's got 25 seconds to get himself up and try and help his teammate out.
It's going to be very, very difficult for FaZe. As you say, time running down, a lot of damage taken by Bullet as that Vulcan canister is popped off the barricade as well. There's still a lot of utility for MIBR to play behind here, and with 10 seconds left to go, FaZe have got no option. Bullet and Astro are just going to have to push in here and hope that they can come out with the gunfights on top. Can they get the first? Felipox, he dips himself away. We're going to have one man down. It's 3v2. Bullet managing to find the kill onto Falls. Time runs out, and that is going to be it for FaZe Clan. MIBR making those mid-round kills really pay dividends.
Yeah, and the instant decision to get themselves back to site, and as I say, there was plenty of layers. It was like a cake, that defense, is that you get yourselves back to site, and then you've got the Goyo hot pockets. You've got the Goyo canisters that burn 25 seconds. That Goyo canister that was shot on 90 forced the FaZe attackers to come to Zombie, to come to top red here, and then there was smoke canisters. Then there was 4 guns trained at that door. I'm really liking that defensive setup from MIBR, especially the Goyo play.
Going to be heading into round number 2 then. It's going to be Trophy and Statuary. With a successful defence from MIBR, they'll just switch across to the opposite side of the top floor, and then the third choice will likely be downstairs. We do see the LATAM teams picking up living room library sometimes, but I would edge my bets towards a dining room kitchen for round number 3 should MIBR be successful here in their second defence. A good start for them so far then, and FaZe, it's early days yet. I'm not getting carried away. It's only one round. But FaZe need to be careful that this one doesn't get away from them. As we said, you know, this is a map that they should be winning against MIBR realistically. Bank is MIBR's pick. As much as we know FaZe like the map, so do MIBR. They're going to be solid on there. And FaZe don't want to put themselves on the back foot. We've got to remember in the LATAM region, MIBR are the only team to pick up a 2-0 win. And in the whole tournament, I dare say one of the only teams to pick up a 2-0 win so far.
Yep, and I want to talk about Trophy Statue here in terms of the secondary bomb site. I'd say there's 3 ways to play it. There's one, the traditional closet hold that you see with Jaeger and Frost and all sorts of stuff trying to hold on to closet. There's 2 where you extend over towards study and you really try and hold on to the top floor. And then there's a 3rd way of playing it where you try and play below with C4s and really stop those up nades. And I think that's what MIBR are trying to do. I saw some setup go down there. There's Azami also in play in terms of the master bedroom and statue side, which is going to create a lot of lines of sight and awkward engagements for the attackers. So it's one for FaZe to really try and unpick, and the fact that they've lost their sledge, the fact that they've lost 2 nades very early doors onto Falls as well is, you know, that's not great for them in terms of this start.
Really not ideal, and we will see how they manage to adapt around that. One there goes in. Raps is going to find Bullet though, and it's not a great start for FaZe here, not only in the round but in the game. The Selma charge will go in, but it's just going to be held up at the moment. There we go, the EMP is going to clear that off, and we're going to have a 3rd Selma charge just going onto that keeper barricade as well to bring that down. So that's the lines of sight sorted for FaZe, but Cameraman just taking a little chip of damage there from across a long shot from Trophy. And MIBR looking absolutely rock solid on these defences.
Just based on that kill cam, it looked like Astro would try to just jump in Wolf window and get himself a free kill, just based on where that silhouette was of the def, as Felipox makes a run out from downstairs onto Cameraman, and this is a 5v2, and FaZe are kind of, they're not really doing too much. They've got a bit of a breach, but they've just got to push in one by one and try and find fights. There's no information, there's no drones. Obviously, there's a lot of players dead with very little information. There's only 2 even alive. It's going to be really hard here for FaZe to actually find anything. This round's all but over unless MIBR severely misplay it.
Cyber was just looking for the little bounce onto Lukid with the nade there, but getting absolutely nowhere near. A slight chip of damage will be all that he comes away with, and Lukid able to continue holding onto those red stairs while Cyber looks to relocate. Manages to find himself a nice kill, a reflex shot onto Felipox there to take the man down, but it leaves them still in a 2v4. Souls and Cyber going to need to be finding plenty of kills here. We know how clutch a player Souls can be, but there's an awful lot of work to be done. 30 seconds left. Diffuser has been collected, so the option is there should it present itself for them to get that diffuser down, but I'm not sure it will.
We're seeing Cyber is going to try and make his way up to red stairs, and Lukid will just pick that one up. The top red stairs, 1.5 scope, and he will hear the sprint coming through. And I think Azami looks so strong on that particular site, by the way. The fact that you can play them firstly in the master bedroom to deny utility, secondly deep into site to create awkward lines of sight, and thirdly in that split area of sight that between trophy and saturated, that little painting area towards Astro side, you saw it was blocked off. It allows fluid rotation for the defenders to sit on the backline in trophy, in Astro, and then peak from there. I'm really liking Azami being played on that site, and I think Azami could, based on just what I've seen just there, become a potential staple ban on Villa, because I think there's a lot of creative ways you could use her. Even on this site, I think there's a lot of places that you could bring her to deny lines of sight, especially on that long breach that teams tend to take from pantry side.
Interesting there, Lukid just taking out a mute jammer as he went to put that reinforcement down. Maybe just a little bit of a slip there from the mute of Falls, putting it a little bit too close to the wall. So that's going to be a bit of utility gone. But we've got a split setup here coming in from MIBR. Not too much of a surprise. They're going to be defending kitchen and dining, but they're going to be holding on to Astro and bathroom particularly for as long as possible to avoid them getting in there and ripping that floor up. But interestingly, Fresh, I look at the attackers. No Sledge, no Buck, no soft breach chargers, just bullets on the Ash. That's the only soft breach option there. So I would expect to see from FaZe here a much more lateral attack.
And I think the one problem FaZe have had, and if you look at how MIBR are setting up, they're kind of doing a cover-all approach of, even in this defense, there's some set up in site, there's some set up in library side, there's some set up vertically above in Astro side, right? Which means the defenders are split, which means there's maximum 2 defenders in any area of map that you're trying to take. FaZe need to realise this and use this to their advantage and gang up on those defenders. Basically going very laterally, but going as more or less a unit of 5, maybe a unit of 4 with one person cutting and rotate. And that's where they'll find the success against MIBR. If they keep fading in 1v1s, it's going to go the same way it kind of has gone in the previous 2 rounds.
Well, MIBR have had the opener both times, so can FaZe mix that up here and get that entry kill, just give themselves a little bit of a boost into the round. It's certainly not going to hurt them if they can. They're going to be working, as I said, laterally, looking to get themselves, particularly through living room and library. Cameraman's going to get upstairs and start working with that Jackal shotgun, but the ITA is going to be limited on just how much of that flooring can be taken up, but Astro manages to get a headshot onto Rips, so a great start coming out for FaZe is exactly what they needed after losing the first 2 rounds. If they can at least get kitchen and dining 1, it leaves them facing a 4-2 half, which on the attack they won't mind too much on Villa.
We're not just talking about no soft breach, we're also talking about absolutely no hard breach, which means they're going to have to force their way through Memo or through China and figure out a way to just get more picks. Even though Raps has fallen, there's still 1 minute to go, and the defenders can just front up looking at doorways. It's going to have to be really good refrag game here from FaZe if they're going to have any success.
FaZe looking to double down, but it's going to be Lukid who finds the next kill, this time onto Bullet. The LMG just chugging away there. We have kills going out the direction. Reduct and Cameraman coming away with them. Souls manages to find Falls, and that leaves us now 3v2. And plenty of time for FaZe here, but the kills keep coming from MIBR. They don't know when they beat them, Fresh. And out comes the Nitro over the top from Felipox. It's not going to do the job, but Lukid is going to get the kill elsewhere, leaving us now in a 2v1. It's all up to Souls. We know that he's a cool customer. We know that he can do this. He goes to find his man, takes the shots, just misses the back of Lukid as he sprints across the doorway there. 25 seconds left to go. He knows that Felipox is inside of the pantry, but he's not going to go for him. He knows he doesn't have time. He's not going to peek you out of there. So instead, he's going to try to bait him forward. He's going to use that diffuser, but it's not enough. He goes for the challenge, shut down by Felipox. MIBR 3-0, and a fantastic start for them.
Oh, and this isn't the FaZe that we're used to seeing. I mean, Soul's so indecisive there. We know him as the clutch master. We expect him to clutch up every time he's in the clutch. Let's be fair. He's one of the best support players in the world, and he's one of the best clutch players in the world. But 2 mistakes in that particular clutch that I just want to highlight and point out. One, he had one player trapped, absolutely trapped in laundry because of the Goyo canister fire, which meant he could take the 1v1, but he was indecisive. He wanted to take the 1v1 with the player that was outside of Memorial, but he took way too long to do it. Missed his opportunity to get that kill. And secondly, in the end there, that 1v1 that he just died to, he had 3 flashes on side. He could have flashed, secured that kill in laundry, and carried on the play and the clutch, and didn't. And this is really speaking to how FaZe are playing, is they're playing so solo, and they're playing so out of character. Of course, we're used to seeing the pace from them. We're used to seeing them being very aggressive, taking risks, taking liberties. But we're not used to seeing them kind of just whimper away, which is what we've seen out of the first 3 rounds.
5 seconds to go.
It'll be round number 4 now, and that is going to be back to Aviator Games. No surprise, MIBR, they're just going to rinse and repeat. They've been successful on their first 3 defences. They're going to try to double down on that and get as many as they can. The thing is, they only really need to pick up 1 of these remaining 3. They're in a really strong position right now, and they'll be happy going into the second half. If they can get 2, maybe even 3, who knows, then it's going to be big trouble for FaZe. They're getting themselves up to the building line. They have to get that entry. They need to play better behind it. They had numbers advantage at periods in time during round number 3, and they just couldn't make it pay. Now, for the time being, they're going to look to get themselves in underneath again. Souls, Cyber, they're on the Finker and the Sledge. They can start using those nades to soften up from underneath. They tried it last time, didn't really find any success.
Yeah, I think it's, once again, I'm never going to criticise it. It's nice pacing by FaZe. They've got good map control. They know what they want to do. And it's resembling much more of a quote-unquote normal attack. They're going to hopefully get some nades vertically up. There's also, crucially, there's no mirror window to worry about this time, which was a big undoing of them last time. Cameraman finds the first one onto Falls. Also, that's the smoke off the board as well. That is an absolutely massive kill. I don't know if Falls had peeked him or if that was a kill up vertical, but either way, it's absolutely huge in the context of this round.
Definitely a big start. It's going to allow FaZe a little bit of freedom underneath, because MIBR now not able to spare the manpower to go down and challenge. They're just going to have to try and hope for the best that they don't get caught out with those vertical nades. You can see a number of players, 6 nades in total underneath with Finker, Iana and Sledge, so it is not going to be easy. They continue trying, but they haven't found any feet yet. Cameraman, however, he is able to get the study walls opened with the Selma charge. That's going to give a lot of angles into sight. Cyber able to find Raps with another kill for him on the round, and that's going to leave us now in a 5 versus 3.
Cyber's managed to find 2 massive kills, and it's all about this main stairs fight now. There's still 2 very stubborn MIBR players on the main stairs. If they manage to hold on to this for a prolonged period of time and FaZe go 1 by 1, then they could well lose this round based on 1v1 engagements. Philippox finds the first one. There will be another one offered by Cyber as Reduct finds one flanking all the way down red stairs. Philippox finds another, knows there's another pushing, and finds the 3rd kill, a triple kill on the round for Philippox. Finished off by Lukid, and that right there is FaZe's problem. The 1 by 1. There was an attempt in the refrag, but it came after Philippox had already found 2 kills.
And the thing is, FaZe know better than that. We know that FaZe know better than that. So right now, it just begs the question, is there a little bit of a communication issue there? Is there something that's just not happening within the team to say, I'm going to challenge now, come with me? You know, like you said, you can't give a player like Philippox 1v1s like that, because he's going to win them every single time. MIBR coming out 4-0 and looking to continue this trend on Trophy Statuary, and they just look unstoppable right now. FaZe, they don't look anywhere near the pace.
They look a fragment of themselves, and it's kind of strange to say, and I know they dropped a map yesterday, which was, you know, a little bit uncharacteristic or maybe even a little bit unexpected for them. I don't know if they're quite with it, especially today, and they maybe need to warm into it. But I tell you what, as you're saying, you know, this is why a lot of casters and analysts don't like giving predictions, Ace, because I sat here and said quite nonchalantly before the game had started, oh, we expect FaZe to win Villa pretty easily. And MIBR have just come out the blocks and just absolutely tore them to shreds in the first 4 rounds.
As you said, they just haven't shown up at the minute, and the map that they lost yesterday, of course, was against Escalina, which a team that we might expect them to be beaten in 2 maps. So maybe that does signify the sort of game that we're up for here, that MIBR are just going to be a really dominant force. MIBR are a team that, as I said at the beginning, they've undergone so much growth and improvement over the last 6 to 12 months. They are absolutely terrifying in a world sense at the minute, and you know, I know that we didn't see them at the major. If we see them at the next one, you got to believe that they're going to be contending for it.
And you might remember at Sixth Invitational, Ace, quite a heated debate that I had with Des, because I was a big fan of MIBR then, and I've always been a big fan of this.
You were predicting them to win every game, and Des was arguing tooth and nail that they wouldn't, and that it was over.
We were like 2 brothers fighting, and then MIBR, again, top 4 at the last 2 Sixth Invitationals. You can't really look past it, and a lot of people do look past their quality. I suppose even I did in the pre-match prediction of this. They are a quality outfit. It's just that LATAM has a lot of quality teams. Reduct, he finds an entry kill here onto Souls in a 1v1 engagement. There's no refrag coming out again from FaZe.
Third round now out of 5 that MIBR have had the opening kill, but in all honesty, it doesn't seem to matter to them whether they get it or not. They still find a way to get the round 1. If they take this one, really now FaZe Clan have got to win these 2 attacks. They cannot be going into the second half 5-1 down. It's just going to be catastrophic for them. 6-0, obviously even worse. But they're trying to soften things up from underneath. They've got Cyber underneath there with the buck this time, just trying to open things up, get some angles and move those defenders around. But once again, those vertical nades just not doing the damage, Fresh.
No, they seem uninformed vertical nades. It seems like where Bullet and not just Bullet, but where FaZe are grenading is kind of the common spots of where people would be. It's not the fact that there are drones as wow. Sorry, I need to stop my point. Lukid has just flicked Astro to holy hell there. And I think that shows where FaZe are at a little bit. Is Astro's not had the confidence there on Finker LMG to get that kill onto a player not even looking at him. And that's a really unfortunate gunfight. I suppose it happens. But yeah, coming back to my nade point is the nades are uninformed. There's no yellow pings, there's no drones, there's no teamwork, there's no synergy. And again, that's uncharacteristic.
5 versus 3 here as FaZe try to get something going. And as you said, Fresh, they're going to have to start hitting the shots. You know, I think there where Astro charges in, there's a perfectly, you know, person-shaped hole in the soft wall behind the man because he just doesn't hit a single bullet. He rains all around the outside of him. Lukid, he cannot be coming away with that kill. He's flashed, he's getting up, and he still manages to get it. Yes, he's been downed in the process, but it now leaves us in a 2 versus 4 with Bullet trying to get in. He just gets a keeper barricade. Cameraman thrown up in his face to hold him back. There's the kill from Falls, and it is as easy as that. Half health or just a little bit more for Bullet. He's playing patient. He's not really got time on his side if he wants to do that, though. He gets himself what will be an exit frag, but MIBR aren't going to push him from here. They don't need to. Redux waits until he strays into his line of sight, picks him up from behind the shield, and that's MIBR 5-0 Fresh in rapid time.
Yeah, it's rapid time. They're looking so convincing. They're looking... This is like when you see those games of, you know, in traditional sports, when you see kind of games of not David versus Goliath, because these are 2 top quality teams. But where one favourite, it's a team of superstars and it's just individual superstars. I feel like that's kind of what FaZe is like at the minute. Whereas you've got a hard-working, coherent unit as a team of 5 people in MIBR. And that's winning it out. You know, FaZe aren't able to win it on individual plays, and they've tried that for 5 rounds in a row now. And it feels very FaZe-centric, very critical of me here, but it really is down to FaZe and the way that they're performing. MIBR, you know, they're playing their part and they're capitalising on everything that they absolutely should be capitalising on. There's no doubt about that. But it's really up to the fact that FaZe aren't performing to the standard that we know they're capable of.
Going to be coming into round 6 then, the final defensive round for MIBR, and they are looking for a perfect sweep at the minute. They've been through Aviator Games Trophy, Statuary, won both twice. They've had 1 win in Dining and Kitchen. It was a little bit closer than the others. It was probably the round that FaZe Clan felt closest to actually getting themselves a win until it came down to the 1v2 for Souls at the end. It was a big turnaround for MIBR, but they're going to be heading back downstairs again. If they can lock this down 6-0, this map is done Fresh. I can't see FaZe Clan run. You know, the way that things are going, it doesn't feel they're likely to return that sort of defensive half.
No, and once again, we're seeing an attacking lineup and a composition that doesn't scream verticality. It doesn't scream breaching. It screams trying to play trying to play for picks. The smokes, there's a lot of burn, but there's only 2 grenades. There's an Ash with claymores. There's no flanking coming out because MIB are just holding their positions. Again, it just doesn't scream of a composition that's really got an idea or a plan. We're going to see a horizontal approach coming in again, and it's once again the key win condition once again for FaZe will be if they can play together in these gunfights to get those engagements. But they're going to come up against the same choke points of Memorial and China that they came unstuck on in the previous time they attacked this.
Souls is going to be moving through Living Room and Library, as you said, pretty much the same as last time. He'll be joined by Bullet and they'll look to try and push him from there. Astro's just going to send a Twitch drone down into basement, make sure there's nobody playing underneath on the flank, take out the cam, and that will give them a little bit less information on the defensive side. But FaZe right now are starting to posture. They're looking to get themselves into position, but it's going to be Redux once again, taking that opening kill, manages to get Astro, Philippox onto Cyber. It's all starting to fall apart. Cameraman manages to get 1. We see Souls back with another 3v3 diffuser on the ground. 1 minute 20 left to go.
Yep, the cameras will be hacked. I think it will just be default cams at this point unless there is a modded pest. MIBR just not, quite rightly so, they're not playing information. They don't need to because they're being peeked one by one. Bullet's the next engagement. He does see a player sprinting across the back of B site there. Maybe a little bit of sixth sense to know that Bullet was going to walk in from China. Same problem again. Force can play very safe on this reinforcement as long as this memorial is covered by Felipox.
Souls, he knows that there's potentially one on either side of him, but he gets a great spray down through the soft wall. Foles manages to find Bullet though, and once again, MIBR just keeping themselves in touch. It's something that they've done fantastically well in terms of man count. 2v2, they're inside of sight. There's plenty of time here for FaZe. They don't need to rush this. They can have a little think about it, but they are going to go in and try and get that diffuser down. Nitro, beautiful from Foles, manages to put the diffuser down on the ground. Cameraman getting burnt away, and that is going to be the final kill of the round. It's going to be Cameraman to go down 6-0 on the half. Could we be seeing a 7-0 game from MIBR?
Oh, I was just about to say, Ace, don't say it, don't say it, don't jinx it, don't jinx it.
I'm not scared.
You're not scared. What a shot here by Souls. I don't know if he just had an idea or we need to check his moss or what's going on. That was an insane wall bang. But yeah, it's... I think on the balance of it, anytime that you see a flawless half, obviously we know which way the result's going to go. This would be a sensational comeback if it went the other way. MIBR will pick up FaZe's map. However, the question, as you say, is all about, do we get a 7-0? And I think the way that FaZe are playing, I absolutely believe MIBR can get a 7-0.
I'd agree. The FaZe just don't look competitive in most of the gunfights. They're straying into no man's land, getting picked up by nitros. You know, it just feels like everything's a problem for them at the minute, and they're really not on the pace at all. And like you say, MIBR are going to be looking to close this one out because they want to send a message, especially ahead of their own map on Bank. And FaZe, it's going to be a big mental blow for them because right now, to a degree, they've got to be looking towards Bank already. You know, like you say, they can't really feel too strongly that they'll come out and they'll compete every round that they can, but they can't feel too strongly that they're going to be in a position to really run this one back in. You know how rare those are when it's a 6-0 half. The best they can hope for is overtime here, and there's a lot of work before they get there.
Yeah, there is a lot of work, and you know, maybe it's just a case of just get this round done, get on to the next one, take a bit of a timeout. Felipox, I think he's going to have some fun. He's going to use the Gon 6 to open up Wolf window, and then I think repelling 90 window with the grapple hook. I think that's what he's going to do, and I think it would be a massive play if he did. There's currently nobody looking at him even when he does do that. The study side attacks also coming out from MIBR with Lucid kind of lurking. I feel like FaZe could succumb to this pretty fast.
You're going to see the Candelas go in. Felipox with the Amaru Gara hook sends him in. There's one just around the corner. He misses his man. Souls able to pick up the kill. Felipox just a little bit sloppy there, I thought, not to check that corner, but the plant is going down. Raps is going to try and stick this. Foles manages to get a kill on the cover, and they've got the job done fresh. They have just absolutely rushed into sight, sent the Candelas, sent the smoke, and got that diffuser down. 4 versus 4, and there's only 30 seconds for FaZe Clan to do something about this if they want to have time to disable that diffuser, and they don't know where to start moving because MIBR have got every angle locked down. Lucid, he finds the first from red stairs, getting a kill onto Bullet. There comes a second. No Cyber able to win that one out. Could be a big moment, but falls with a big double on the glass. It's almost certainly over here as Cyber tries to push through. That's going to be the round, and that is going to be our 7-0. What an unbelievable start to this game.
I think if you asked FaZe to retrace the steps of that attack that they just went against, they would have absolutely no idea how to.
They don't know what happened.
They don't know what happened, that attack. I don't know what happened. What was it? There was an Amaru into 90 window.
That's all I remember.
There was a glass. There was smokes. There was a plant. There was a book just on red. I don't know. Absolutely clinical by MIBR though. Very impressed with their team play, their coordination, their ability. You know, we also said about Felipox, his clutch factor. He got massive kills in the rounds as well. I don't think we can actually say enough praise on MIBR's part, but boy oh boy, that was a quick one.
There's an element of FaZe losing it as well. FaZe just looked off the pace. They didn't look sharp. They weren't competitive in gunfights. And if this continues, it's going to be a quick 2-0. I mean, you know, I've also got to point out, Fresh, that map was done in under 30 minutes.
Wow. Is that one of the quickest games of Rainbow Six Siege ever? Because there was some very quick rounds.
It's going to be one of the quickest.
It's not like the rounds went down to every single, second. We were done a full 7-0 in less than 20, 30 minutes. Wow.
Absolutely. So we will have a break almost as quick as that map it was itself. We're going to be coming back to you in about 5 short minutes, so you stick around. Our desk will break what there was of that game. They'll break it down, and then we'll get into map 2.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ, तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
Okay, Bebop, ready to go? There we are. Jesse, I saw that phase. Okay,
It's
I
more
thought you were
about the
on
game than the
train.
B-Boop. No, I'm on the B-Boop
Yeah.
train. It's just
Okay,
hard
so
to be
you're on-
happy after that game.
You're on the Beboop train, definitely not on the train of whatever we saw go down, because that was scary. Literally 7-0. I have been working Siege for a couple years now, and I honestly can count on one hand how many times that's happened. Like I'm a little shook, to be quite frank, Jesse.
I mean, typically you're seeing teams like be able to adapt at some point in the round or at some point in the game. Usually you see some sort of a comeback, somebody's figuring something out. You can at least gimmick out one round or two, but there was nothing coming through from FaZe, and that's not because of a lack of trying. They did try to adapt, they did try to run different offensive setups, but it just never seemed to work. Focusing on that trophy statuary bomb site. The first time they ran in, they tried to hit it horizontally, they tried to go through master bedroom as you typically do for that bomb site, and they got rolled over by the Azamiya Falls. They were constantly blocked out, they couldn't find good angles, it just wasn't working for them. So then round 5 comes around, they switched up, they say, okay, we're gonna switch out a bunch of operators. They dropped the Sledge, they dropped the Ace, they dropped the Thatcher, brought in ops like Buck, brought in Zofia. We're gonna hit it bottom up. They tried to take control of that bottom floor, but again, it felt like MIBR were one step ahead of them constantly. They were running through the basement, they were having roam setups that just were completely countering this bottom floor take that they were going for. And although FaZe were trying to, catch out these basement players, catch them on the retreat back up, they still were losing so much time, and they were still losing the opening couple of picks and that early advantage, which just meant there was nothing that FaZe was able to get going in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, they could not win gunfights. MIBR really just seemed to have their number. Jacob, FaZe needs to do a complete reset here. I mean, they have to get a plan into place, and Beboop can sense my urgency with this, so he wanted to zoom in very close to my face. You are right, Beboop. They need a plan. Jacob, elaborate.
I don't even know if I'd say it's a complete do-over from what they had, because like Jesse mentioned, there were some adaptation attempts. There were some things that they recognized, they tried. They gave it a good old college shot, but ultimately, because that number at the scoreboard still says 0, it's a matter of how they execute in the late game. If they try something, they have to make sure they have enough bodies alive to actually get it to work. The execute has to happen. They need to have proper coverage. A whole bunch of the fundamental things that you look at from a Siege point of view. It just looked like they hadn't woken up in that match. And sometimes, on a map-by-map basis, that just happens. It's the kind of thing that if it doesn't work on one map, it's not to say that that exact kind of thing is going to carry over into the other one, unless MIBR is so dialed in on FaZe that we see like another 7-0 or maybe like a 7-1, 7-2 happen on map 2, which I don't think is happening because we're going to bank, and it's a map that FaZe Clan won just yesterday, and MIBR haven't touched it in a little while, if memory serves. So I'd say FaZe still are looking okay as far as this series overall is concerned.
Okay, so Jacob thinks we're going to 3 here.
I figured we were going to 3. Like, when the series started, I figured we were going to 3 anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So who's winning then?
I still think MIBR, but that doesn't mean FaZe can't win a map.
Okay, he's sticking with MIBR. Jesse, what about you?
I'm worried. I'm very worried for FaZe after that first start. I mean, we're going down to the map pick of MIBR. Every time I flop my prediction, people rage and I get yelled at. So I guess we'll stick FaZe and they win this map somehow and then win map 3. My problem though is, like, even if we get to map 3, we go to Theme Park, since MIBR won 7-0, they're gonna get to choose the starting side. They're gonna get a small advantage to start Theme Park as well. So I am worried for sure for FaZe Clan. They're really gonna need to step it up in this next game.
To be honest, I really don't know what to expect for the rest of this series. So let's just go down to the cyber basement. Beboop, take us away to Fresh and Ace. I think Fresh said something like, wow, that's over. And Jackie's bacon's still cooking, which we said 15 minutes ago. But yeah, all right, take it away. Beboop, come on. I said to go a few minutes ago. Beboop. Come on, Beboop's a little slow today, but so am I. So we're in the same camp here.
I think if the bacon had been cooking fresh, it wouldn't have even been burnt in the time that MIBR ran over FaZe there. They'd still need a little bit more time in the oven because MIBR absolutely cooked FaZe alive. FaZe they weren't even competitive. There's no other way to put it. I'm sorry, guys. They didn't win a single thing. They didn't really get on top of any rounds. They're going to have one massive turnaround on Bank.
And we were there in Sweden. Ace. We were there in Sweden back in November when FaZe had this fairy tale run. Not even fairy tale run, because they are such a good team. They were good. Where they won the Sweden major in November, and you know we saw Cameraman and Cyber and Bullet, literally all of them, and they were so good that whole tournament. UCAS to the grand final. You know, we worked that event, and I don't really know how they've gone from that to this. Oh, just punched my mic, sorry about that. I don't really know how they've gone from that to this, and I'm hoping it was just a one-off. I'm hoping it was just a misfire, uncharacteristic from them, and that they can get themselves back on track and make this best of 3 competitive.
The thing is, you got to remember, they are beaten up right now. You know, they've just come away from an unbelievable stomping from MIBR there. A message has really been sent, and they've got the work cut out for them here on Bank. It's MIBR's map choice. You know, as the analysts have said there, we know that FaZe are good on this map, and MIBR haven't played it for a little while, so we'll see how that pans out. But I tell you what, all they need to do is keep winning the gunfights like they were.
Yeah, it has come down to gunfights. It's come down to team play and refrags. MIBR obviously had the defend. They started off on the defense, which is something that they're actually... It played into them in Villa. Bank you consider a much more attacker-sided map. However, the way MIBR have been playing, being stubborn in their positions that they want to hold, I feel like defense is actually the favourable start for them on Bank as well. If they play it very... You know, we said at the start of this, Bank has a lot of very similar kind of facets to it as Villa. It's very similar to Villa in that it's big, it's got a lot of space, it's got a lot of manoeuvrability on it. And MIBR can probably play it in a very similar... I guess, ideology as to how they wanted to play Villa. They could play Bank very similarly. And if they do that, then it's not screaming good news for FaZe. Let me tell you that.
There's a real chance that there's not going to be much good news at all. I mean, do I dare say 14-0 fresh? Or do, you know,
no. That's way too early. That's way too early.
But the potential is still there on the cards. MIBR coming out strong, but FaZe on the plus side. Let's look at the positive for them. They get to choose the starting side on this map. It was MIBR's map choice, so FaZe choose to come out on the attack. MIBR, they're going to kick things off with a basement defense. Now then, we do see the defenders struggle on Bank a little bit sometimes. The more popular sites have been the mid-floor side. They've been Cafeteria, they've been Archives, Tellers, rather than going to top or bottom floor. But MIBR, they're going to kick us off down in the basement. I don't know if they're going to play with any extension. The fact that the hatches are closed suggests that there won't be anybody in Cafeteria, but I would expect them to have a roamer or two out in the map.
What I'm wondering is how Azami's going to change the kind of... We normally see in this, in a quote-unquote default version of this site, a scenario where the attackers get into a plant position by having server control and hatches open, and then they bait out the utility. What I'm actually wondering is how Azami will, if you hold on to those keeper barriers, as we see in Redux, he's got 3 in the pocket for late round, how you can deploy them to enable kind of defender mobility to then swing the planter. Close the hatches back up that you get held from and enable lines of sight. And we might never get to it, but this is kind of an interesting use case that I might see coming out of Azami on this particular site. However, Redux will have to keep his life if he's going to even enable that. Does get tagged up early and manage to get himself back down main stairs.
Bullet just working his way in underneath, looking to get himself onto that mid-floor, as I said, chase down any roamers that could be there. Cyber working his way from the top floor, going to be trying to meet up and join with him at some point, going to hop over there into the main lobby. Needs to be careful because there is one player from the side of MIBR lurking around. We see the shots come in. Philippox is going to get himself shut down, and that is good from FaZe Fesh. Better than probably anything we saw from them on Villa. The way that they've cornered him, they've worked as a pair, they've got in there as a team, got that job done, got the kill onto Philippox. That's a brilliant start for FaZe.
They've definitely regrouped as well. They've got a far better composition. They're bringing the Zero, who's like, we call Habana the queen of hatches. By the way, Redux is in a very ratty position here and might have a massive play to make at some point. But Habana uses the queen of hatches. On Bank, Zero is the king of hatches. Able to use his hard breach charge, get 2 hatches, and provide all of the flank information with those SAM-cams that he deploys. I think Redux actually gone a little bit too late. FaZe have already skipped the top floor now. They're looking for the middle floor and to get that plan down.
Don't think the hatch is open down into servers either, so that's not going to give him an opportunity to attack from there. As you say, it could be difficult for Reduct to get himself into the fight, avoiding flank cams and everything else that might be in his way now. But if he pulls off a kill here, it could burn an awful lot of time along with it. Lukid, he manages to get Cyber to level things up. 4v4, 40 seconds left to go, and Reduct is pivotal in this round. If he comes down and gets a kill or two, it's pretty much going to be round over, because FaZe aren't going to have time to react to it. They're not going to have time to adjust depending on what has happened. Right now, they need to get themselves moving. Reduct, he gets one. Reduct gets two. There's that big flank, and that is exactly it. And then he uses the keeper barricade to close the blue stairs behind him, and it's all up to the late garage push from Astro. But MIBR will know exactly where he is now. What a long shot comes through. He doesn't get the third though. Lukid shuts him down, and that round is all Reducts.
I love how before the round I was talking about how Redux could be deployed late on in terms of from site using the keeper barriers, and in the end he just does a massive flank and then barricades back up the room that was already breached. Massive play from him, and he managed to slip past, and it's a really unfortunate time because actually there was a FaZe player dead. I think it was Cyber, who was straight on the cams when he was dead, but he flicked straight onto the SAM cams as Reduct passed a flank drone, and it's a really unfortunate timing that he didn't catch him flanking on the intel. Sometimes you get to scenarios in Siege, you know, especially if you're a defender where you've got a Valkyrie, a Maestro, an Echo, a bulletproof camera, default cameras, etc., where you've got too much information and then people can slip past it. And I think that's just what happened there on the flank. But that being said, massive flank, massive 2K won the round, and it's another good round for MIBR.
It's 8 rounds in a row for MIBR Fresh. 8 good rounds, and it continues. 8-0 at the minute across the two maps. And FaZe, they need to get something going, because that scoreline is going to start to take its toll on them.
You're a dreamer, Tim. I know you're a dreamer because I speak to you at multiple events where you're like, well, Eminem can still make playoffs.
You know me.
If this very complex scenario can happen, you really
I love ticking them boxes. FaZe then going to be heading up towards the top floor to begin with. They're going to be attacking onto open area and cafeteria. So first things first is make sure there are no roamers above. They did that last time, but they didn't do it well enough as they completely missed Reduct. They allow him to slip through the net, and he came back to hurt them heavily in the late round. Now then, Souls manages to pick up a nice yellow ping onto one of the players. I think it's the Valkyrie of Reduct, and it will be indeed. Reduct going to have absolutely no late round impact this time as Bullet manages to put him down.
And that's the first time in, what, 9 rounds that we've seen FaZe get a kill based off a yellow ping, based off a drone, based off teamwork. Really liking that for FaZe. As we said, they might have lost that previous round, but they are here to play. It looks like a FaZe that is going to be far more competitive than what we saw in the first map. Astro is going to get himself in, get the hatch open into open area, and this is good from FaZe. I think there's still a player lurking up on the top floor, maybe towards Banana. Astro will potentially drone him out. They definitely know he's there because there's a lot of guns trained in that direction. I can't quite see which operator it will be, but Cyber looks like he's going to take the next engagement. If this Valkyrie goes down, it could be huge given that IQ is in play.
Filippo's just going to keep himself far enough back to avoid the damage from the nade, and how many times have we seen it? Fresh once again, the kill comes in, Lukid manages to get it and keep MIBR in this fight. Cyber, he manages to get the trade there, 4v3, and that's something that FaZe need to do better, is have those trades so that they keep themselves with that advantage. Now then, the exothermic charge is going to potentially open the wall up in towards the double door there, but it just looked like they were approaching. I think FaZe has probably shot that off as soon as it was activated. Bullet looking to continue the fight with the Philippos inside of Archives. He's going to hold on for the time being and just try to keep that area locked down.
Yep, and we've got a kind of a standoff coming in 50 seconds. Cyber's going to do some IQ work, try and spot out those Valkyrie cameras, as Astro's putting his SAM cams in the floor and all kinds of places. And it's really an intel game because the MIBR defenders, they can sit in those power positions in sight and try and hold the pushes in. Looks like it's going to be a hatch drop, a double hatch drop. Bullet is going to go down with a clone, and maybe Cyber drop in after to try and refrag it. The clone gets shot out. Cyber, wisely actually, doesn't drop and follow it for the refrag.
Wasn't too keen there after how quickly that came down. Felipox is going to be down there. The nitro goes out of the window, but he's not going to be able to detonate it. A couple of kills come in for FaZe. It's a big double for Cyber, exactly what they needed. And this leaves Foles in a 1v3. He falls to Souls and gets put out of the round. FaZe finally get one done, and they manage to bring it to 1-1.
The fairy tale of the 14-0
It's
gone. It's over. It's done. We're back into a competitive game. And I love that from FaZe Clan. They actually know what they want. They go and achieve it. They work together to achieve the entry kill. And even when the entry kill gets refragged, they're there to trade it back out. It's what FaZe have missed throughout the first map. Let's write that off. We don't need to talk about it so much. FaZe look like they're finally here to play. They just wanted to start themselves with a handicap.
That's obviously what it was. They just like the adversity.
Yeah.
Going to be heading up towards the top floor this time around, so not much of a roam game I wouldn't expect for MIBR. They might play one underneath just to try and burn a little bit of time, but most of the focus is going to be up here on the top floor. Probably somewhere around elevators. We're going to have somebody playing round about stock, I would expect, where Foles is now. He's going to reinforce that wall. We'll probably have the shield deployed. There you go. Thank you very much, Raps. And that will allow somebody to play in towards square skylight and just prevent them getting set up, because the attackers, they want to breach those walls on the left of your screen right now. They want to get themselves in behind the desk to get the diffuser down. So the shield there is just going to allow Foles to play in that position and try to hold them off.
I think one of the reasons that MIBR get overlooked as a team a lot of the time, and I think they're potentially one of the most overlooked teams in the world, I think it's because they don't do anything flashy. They just do the default stuff, and a lot of the time they do it better. And I think that's what we saw, and it's what we've seen. If you look at this setup again, they're not doing anything funky. They're doing exactly what you would see in a platinum ranked game, but they're able to execute it so well that they win rounds and they get, you know, very far in leagues and tournaments. And I think that's the reason why, is that they don't, you know, can you name a highlight play from MIBR? Probably not. But as a team, they're so solid and so hard to break down.
Exactly that, and you heard it here first. Your platinum rank stack, get them perfected. You can get yourself to fourth or fifth place at the SI.
I mean, it takes a little bit more than that, but yeah.
MIBR showing us today exactly what it does take. They've been dominant over FaZe so far. Got the first map 7-0, you heard me right, and they find themselves now on the second map in a 5v5 still, and it is 1-1 on the scoreboard. FaZe certainly starting to come back a little bit. Filippo's going to take a lot of damage there. The yellow pinks continue to come out, not quite accurate enough, not going to allow the shots to find their mark, and no more nades to be able to take another bite at that Jerry. They're trying to get established FaZe here up on that square skylight area that I was talking about, but without clearing out the one eye that has been playing near stock, Foles is going to make life difficult for them.
And it's 17 times better. The fact that they're burning utility, they're working together, there's yellow pings. The nades, they're not generic, they're based on yellow pings. Didn't get the target, but it was based on information. It wasn't just a hit and hope. Wall will get opened up now by Souls. He's potentially going to try and open both sides. Unusually, we're actually seeing all the walls reinforced. Normally you see teams play holes there to try and contest into top square. Redux jumps out the window, finds one, will be refragged out by a cameraman who's lurking around lobby doors on the Nook, and gets himself a freebie, although the fact that there is now a Nook in play will be known, and I think that's potentially an advantage for FaZe, because it means somebody from the defenders has to look towards lobby 24/7 now.
That's it, they've turned them on the heels. That's always what you want to do with the defenders. You don't want them all focusing in one direction. Cyber, he's going to take Astro's place, get himself on the windows and try to just hold down any rotation from the defenders inside the site. Don't allow them any freedom, any movement, and Nock is going to be working away up that spiral staircase any second now. Cameraman looking to have a big impact from behind, but he's going to be immediately shut down by Lukin. Cyber, Souls, they managed to find two, and this is looking much better for FaZe as Cyber gets a third and Foles gets one, but not enough, as Souls is there to clean him up again, just like in the last round, and that is going to be FaZe taking round number 3, 2-1 now.
And there's the FaZe that we expected to come to this party. That was a really good attack, and it was I would say it was quite a conservative attack. There wasn't too much kind of aggression, there wasn't too much randomness. It was just a very one-dimensional attack with cameraman coming in late on the flank, on that backstab, and it worked perfectly. It was a really, all things considered, it was a really nice attack. Get themselves established on bank, and that's a 2-1 lead. The first time in this series that FaZe have even led.
Maybe archives and tellers for round number 4 then, as we see the site being set up. Foles is just rearranging things with his shotgun there on the mute before he will probably be leaving site, I would imagine. I wouldn't expect him to be playing in there on the mute, and there he goes up to the top floor. A little bit of attention being paid to the bottom floor there, interestingly, from Lukin, so we'll see if anybody starts themselves off down there, but I would imagine the largest bulk of the defender utility and force will be up on the top floor, because as I said previously, FaZe, they're going to want to use those verticals. There's plenty of floor that can be opened up above them here to rain down on into sight and make life difficult for the defenders.
Curious as to the site choice. Why Tellers Archives when Basement is available? Of course, the first round that MIBR won, the very first round of this map, was that Lockers CCTV site that they would have had the option to go to in round 4. Instead, choosing to do not just a full rotation in terms of free, a full rotation in terms of all 4 sites on the map are now being played. So just curious on the site choice. Hopefully it works out for them, because this site is generally seen by most teams as the very weakest of all of the defensive sites.
Cyber up on the rooftop, just looking to get a little bit of information going on, playing the IQ, going to be spotting out those gadgets, feeding the information back into his team. Selma charges, I think, are going to be detonating. That's going to open up that elevator's wall and make it a little bit more difficult for those roamers up on the top floor. And Astro thinks it's time for a relocate. He's done his work on the windows and he's going to head inside. We're at the minute mark here and no major progress inside of the map for FaZe yet.
No, and I think that, like I said, they're just trying to play a little bit more conservative. Again, get that information before they commit to going inside of windows and taking map control. You see the yellow pingers coming out towards Lucid once again. They want to hunt their prey, and they're going to do it in numbers, and I like this once again. Philippoxy's going to try and get a little bit aggressive to top square, however, no players are there. Lucid is now under a lot of pressure and feels the need to deploy his smoke canisters with only 90 seconds gone.
Well timed, I think, in terms of the situation, not in terms of the round as a whole. The flashes came in and the push was just prevented, so that he was able to maintain his life and continue fighting into the round. But as you say, very early in the grand scheme of things. It's going to be Raps who opens things up. Nice kill onto Souls to start him off. Philippox gets himself one onto Cyber as well. Lucid in on the action, and this is really going south for FaZe Clan quite quickly here up on the top floor, as they still don't have any control whatsoever. And right now, MIBR just running over them. There's a minute left to go, but Astro, he is half health and he's trying to push directly into sight. The challenge is almost certainly going to come very quickly. It does. Foles takes another chip of damage. Astro manages to get the kill, but they know exactly where he is. They peek and they find, and that's going to be the kill. Lucid shutting him down, and MIBR level things up 2-2.
Yeah, I think a slight lapse in what FaZe wanted to achieve there. I think you saw the initial pressure onto Lucid was really good from FaZe, and they really kind of made him feel very uncomfortable that he was starting to deploy toxic babes. He was starting to, you know, really feel the heat. And then FaZe kind of changed their maybe priorities, maybe got a little bit confused, and they went for the breach first. Well, they changed their priority to the breach. Didn't actually kill Lucid, didn't actually take top floor. And I think that should have been the ultimate goal. That should have been step 1. And they kind of got a little bit confused. Thought step 1 was done, went for step 2, and got punished for it. Again, MIBR, and I think this is what I say about this team. They're so good at capitalizing upon opportunities when they're doing the default and the other teams don't do the necessary steps to beat them. They were there. They got themselves almost a flawless round.
Heading into round number 5 then, MIBR, 2 more defensive rounds to go. Remembering FaZe Clan chose to start on the attack, so if MIBR can get themselves a 3-0 or even a 4-2 here on the defense, they may well feel like they've got a little bit of comfort and the potential to take this matchup overall into maps, because of course they're going to be moving on to the attack themselves in the second half, being the side of choice when given it. Now then, down to the basement they go again. We saw this back in round 1. It was down to a big flank from Redux. It's not something they're going to be able to rely on again. So MIBR, I think, need to play this a little bit more cautiously than last time.
I think maybe the fact that Redux is on Oryx rather than as Army means that he's going to try and be a little bit more active and a little bit more in your face as a defender rather than, as say, Ratty. It allows him the ability to rotate back by any hatches that are open and let go of as well, which is crucial because obviously on the bottom floor, there is only normally one way that a team can flank you, and that is back up the main stairs. It's why attackers have so much fun. Astro has maybe tried to get a little bit too aggressive, gets a lot of HP damage, crucially no Thinker on board as well, so he will have to live with that HP until he gets into his next fight. He cannot be boosted back up. Bullet doing a very good job here of just holding both of the flanks. Top floor, appreciating there's probably an Oryx, and also the bottom floor main stairs flank.
Did you see? Nice little angle that he's got in through the wall there. Soul's just moving in cautiously, very aware of the hatch above him inside a stock, but there is nobody there watching it. Astro, he's given up somewhat on his garage push for the time being. He's just going to hold himself back, I think, as you say, very low health, doesn't want to play too much into the hands of MIBR, gets himself instead into the main lobby. It would have been absolutely critical loss if he had gone down without opening any hatches as the 0. So smart call there from Astro to get himself in and just away from that fight. Sometimes it can be a little bit too easy to just get yourself too deeply embroiled in those brawls.
Now, teams with the hard breach gadgets, they do what FaZe are kind of doing, which is use the hard breach gadgets to open up all of the lines of sight, all of the hatches, basically, so you give yourself options. However, they need to consider the fact that there's an Oryx in play. If you don't consider that and the Oryx comes up, for example, let's say they go for a server side and you've got 4 people server, 1 person holding the main stairs flank, an Oryx can come up one of the lobby or elevator hatches and really cause havoc. So they need to consider the fact that an Oryx, it is a very, situational thing, but Redux could have a massive impact on this game if FaZe don't consider that properly.
Continuing to push and prod here, FaZe, but not able to get blue stairs cleared up yet. That's going to be the next sticking point, and right now they've got a lot of work to do in not a lot of time. Luke just takes a spray out of the door as his full white flash, but he's not going to get anybody, nor are they going to get him. Cameraman manages to get himself established inside the servers. Cyber takes a lot of damage and will be killed out by Felipox. Astro is going to be the next to go if he's not careful. He tries to make a challenge, but somehow manages to get a kill onto Redux. 4v4, cameraman taking damage as well, but here we go. Manages to get himself into sight and get a couple of kills. It's 2v3, but time is ticking down fresh. Can Lukid win this one out? Astro has the fuser in hand. He's going to be able to get it planted, I would imagine. So it's all up to the kills from Lukid. Very unlikely. No, shut down by Souls. And that's going to be the round for FaZe Clan. 3-2 now.
Yeah, and I kind of liked that from FaZe Clan, actually. Once they had that early advantage, they had some defenders tied up in terms of server, which meant the 1 player on the hatch essentially held 2 players in server. The rest have just dropped the rest of the hatches with a garage push, and it's come up trumps, especially that hatch stop from cameraman, getting 2 players that just weren't looking at him. And it's all due to the fact that Astro actually managed to get himself established inside a vault. He dropped that lobby hatch and actually got some control, which meant the defenders were kind of in 2 minds. As you say, they're on the heels, they've got to look both ways. The Cybers just managed to kind of get himself in. Cameraman got himself in, got a couple of kills.
Going to be heading now into the final defensive round for MIBR. They are going to be going to open. It's the side that we saw them defend back in round number 2. FaZe Clan actually got the win in that round, so they're going to need to hold on to that top floor, particularly a little bit better than they did the last time around. They didn't really make too much of an impact, losing 2 of the roamers up there, and FaZe able to then just swamp site with greater numbers and win out the round. It was the Echo at the time, Falls left in a 1v3, and it was just too much for him to close out. So this time MIBR, they need to be keeping bodies alive later into the round. That's going to be a focus for them, I would imagine. If they close this one out though and get the draw, get it 3-all at the half, I think they'll be happy with that.
I think they will, and I think the one thing that I do have to add, and I always somewhat question the LATAM, not question the LATAM playstyle, that's probably the wrong word, but it's different to a playstyle that we normally see, especially in terms of EU, given that we're from the European region. Normally in EU we see a Maestro, because Maestro is so strong on this site, having full coverage and that LMG and the impacts to trick the breach. We're seeing an Echo here, which is, it's almost similar, but it's not. And I feel like a Maestro would be a much stronger pick for Falls rather than playing the Echo. And I am liking seeing how this army plays out. Lobby control will try to be established by FaZe. This is a strat that, in terms of the defensive setup, where you kind of extend across, that they're very good at themselves. So they'll have a good idea how to break it down.
Getting quite aggressive here. Cyber already inside of a minute. He's got the E1D scans that were just helping him out. Going to soft breach his way into Tellers and try to push forward. They know that Philippox is going to be in this position in Archives. It's exactly where he played last time around. The question is, can they go through and get the kill onto him? They're going to continue pushing. The red pings are coming out, giving the information. Cyber takes some damage, but he's being pushed from both sides now. Cameraman taking damage as well, and Philippox just fighting as hard as he can here. He knows he needs to move, and what a play from Philippox. Redux finding one as well, and that is now 5 versus 3 for MIBR, and what a passage of 20 seconds for them.
It's criminal that Philippox actually got out of Tellers. He is punished in the end by Souls, but he managed to get himself a kill and get out. Astro's going to, just about miss a shot onto the person playing main stairs. Thought about a quick play, given the fact that he knows that there's at least one off-site. Thought better of it, managed to just take the free hatch control that was given to him. Souls going to look for a few picks. Hasn't considered top blue yet, though, and I think that's the big problem. Souls tries to do absolutely anything here. There is a player top blue that will punish him.
Just relocating themselves FaZe now as they play with lower numbers, so they're having to think about exactly where the push is going to come from. Manpower is now at a premium. Souls, as you say, taking a bit of damage there. Cameraman has come through to support on the Lion, but there's nobody there anymore. The blue stairs player has moved himself away. He's going to be heading back up the main stairs, I would imagine. There you go, Raps, looking to get himself back into sight. The damage was done. Lukid does get taken out, though, which levels us up, and the diffuser's going down fresh. Somehow Souls has got in there, and he's able to put it down behind the kitchen counter. He will be successful. Cameraman going to be taken down on the flank, though. Falls find Souls, and this is unlikely to be a successful FaZe round unless Astro can find a 1v3. He can just hold on to the diffuser here, though, that's planted. They need to push at the same time here. Fresh, I'm a little bit concerned. Raps is just getting a bit eager there. You can see his silhouette keeps pushing towards. He's taking the peak. He doesn't need to. They need to go at the same time so that at least one of them comes away with a kill. They can't give him the 1v1 like that. Astro gets one. Astro gets two and closes out the round.
Oh, and once again, you've got to question MIBR. What are they doing? Why are they? Where's the information that the plant's going down? How are they in a man advantage? And Souls has been able to waltz into sight to go to the default plant spot. Surely there would be some guns trained on that. Philippox set them up so well. As well with Redux getting that 5v3, and ultimately it was thrown. And you know, it's a 1v3 from Astro in the post plant. Well played by him. You know, he's one of the best players in the world. There's no surprise that he's able to pull that off. He had all the information from the zero cams, the red pings coming out. And yeah, once again, I've got a question, and I hate to go back and say it, Ace, but like, if there was a Maestro cam, the Maestro cam is always in the default position just above that plant spot, would have known that the plant was going in. Echo, not so much because the cameras are mobile.
Lack of information for MIBR, and you picked up on it at the beginning of the round. Echo maybe just not the most powerful that they could have had in that situation, and FaZe certainly working a master plan there and getting away with it. It was a fantastic play from them. We've got to give them the credit where it's due, and they managed to get that one done. Astro just with a beautiful finish as well in the 1v2. Played it cool, played it calm, managed to use his angle to its maximum efficiency. So we're going to have FaZe now on the defense for the second half. They're going to be heading down to lockers and looking a lot more solid than they did on Villa. They're looking to now get themselves into map number 3 if they can, but they've got 3 more rounds to find here on Bank, and they're going to be facing the MIBR attack.
Yeah, and we said Bank's attack aside, so it's good to see that FaZe have managed to get what would be considered the default kind of split on that attack. And MIBR now just get onto the attack themselves, and it looks like they're going to take potentially, if we've got a rehost coming in here, I'm guessing given the fact that the whole team has just left, we're going to have a rehost coming in as we'll come back to our faces. I don't unfortunately know Portuguese, Ace. I know that you know a little bit of Portuguese yourself, but I'm not sure if that was Portuguese for rehost or not.
I think RH means rehost.
Yeah, that's true. That's true in any language.
Yeah, as you say, we'll get everybody out and back in as soon as we can do. We'll come back to us for a second. But FaZe, yeah, looking much better here on Bank. 4-2 is the scoreline at the half, and MIBR just struggling to get things going on the defence there. I've got a feeling, though, we could be looking at an overtime game here. I don't want to call it too soon, but I think we're going to see a little bit of a different outfit from MIBR on the attack.
Yeah, I think obviously on the attack on Bank, you can really dictate the pace a little bit more. It is a big map, but you get a lot of control in terms of controlling mainly the flank options and where you want to attack from. And the side of the map, which direction you want to attack from. And you can use a lot of operators that have a lot of information. Particularly, we saw Zero every round from FaZe. I would expect that we see Zero quite a lot from MIBR because he's so good on the map. If you think of, especially, for example, like the main lobby, there are so many areas that you can get a Zero coming there, and they're almost impossible to see as defenders. It's kind of like Valkyrie. Obviously, it's kind of like Valkyrie on attack, very similar. And he's so good. He gets 4 of them, plus them hatch the hard breach gadgets to get the hatches. So I think MIBR will be able to dictate a lot of the pace going into the second half. And as you say, 4-2 is a very common scoreline on Bank, which means, you know, it could be good signs that we're heading for an overtime.
Certainly could be, you know. MIBR have got their work cut out, that much is for sure. FaZe have woken up, they've started winning gunfights, and they are able to get those man advantages that they just couldn't find on Villa. That's been the big difference here. They've controlled the space a bit better, I think, which is something that they struggled to do on Villa. They couldn't get themselves established anywhere in the map, whereas here on Bank, they've done that much better. They've let 1 or 2 things slip through the cracks. Reduct on the flank, particularly back in round number 1, wasn't a fantastic moment from them, but overall, FaZe looking a lot more solid here. We could be looking towards a theme park, but I don't think MIBR are going to want to get there. They want to send a message here. They won 2-0 in the first round. They beat FaZe 2-0. That puts them into the final without losing a map at that point, looking really strong.
And you'd think that actually the context of this upper bracket final is very important, because if you win it and let's say MIBR did, hypotheticals here, let's say MIBR did win it 2-0, it's very likely that in 2 days' time they would play FaZe in a best of 5. And at that point, you're talking about FaZe where, you know, it's not like they have a safe map to go to. If it's a 2-1 and FaZe do win Bank quite comfortably, then FaZe will be quite happy to go to Bank in a best of 5. And it plays into that whole mind games and psychology for an upper bracket grand final in 2 days' time as well, that they would potentially start thinking about. So it might only seem like a round, it might only seem like chasing a game, even if it was 5-1, 5-2, you've still got to keep chasing it if you're a MIBR, because that amount of pressure by getting a clean 2-0 in the upper bracket final is absolutely immense going into the grand final.
It will be, as you say, you know, it's just going to be, you know, mentally putting them right on top of things. And it's the manner of which as well. For me, that's the important thing. If MIBR can get this closed out, they had a 7-0 in that first map. They then come out and smash it 2-0 overall on maps. It's just going to be massive for them. We're going to get back into the game now. FaZe versus MIBR. We've seen the first half of Bank. It is 4-2 to FaZe from their attacking side, but they now move on to the defense. They're going to be going down to the basement. It's going to be lockers and CCTV to kick us off. And MIBR, they're going to be looking for a strong start. I really think they need this first successful attack.
Yep, and there's a couple of curious decisions by MIBR already in terms of the fact that they want to play Ace and Thermite as their primary breaches. If you think back to FaZe, they use basically Buck and Zero as their primary hatch breaches. I wouldn't be too surprised once it's drowned out if we do see an attacker repick onto more comfortable operators for breaching, because of course Ace can only breach 1.5 hatches, right? And Thermite, you don't want to use one of his two Thermite charges. Nope, no repick. Okay, fine. So it's going to be harder to breach, and also, and I'm a big advocate for Zero. I don't know if I've mentioned it, Ace, but those flank cams that you get from Zero and the hard breach charge, I don't see why Philippox wouldn't be on Zero right now and has decided to stick the Ace.
Like you say, you know, if it depends what he's aimed towards breaching, I guess, but you can only imagine that it is going to be the hatches, and Zero would be the more efficient option because he's going to get 2, whereas, like you say, he can only now get 1.5. So certainly a bit of a head scratcher. We'll watch as the round goes on. Maybe the plan, maybe the attack just doesn't come down to a lot of hatch control. They might not be too worried about it. But right now, MIBR, they're trying to get themselves some space. They're trying to get some map control. They've got that top floor, the chase coming in there. Lukin on the sledge, nearly catching his man, but just managed to scarper towards the main stairs before that happens.
Buck's also not running the hard breach charge, which means realistically MIBR can only open 2 hatches. As we see, Philippox will open a lobby one. It looks like the actual site hatches from the locker CCTV side are not going to be opened. And maybe, yeah, this attack is somewhat confusing so far, but map control has been established. Hatches are starting to be opened, and MIBR can now drone, gather the intel, and then create some kind of attack, base a plant, and create an attack from it. If they decide to go for Locker CCTV, it's going to be significantly harder given that Ace has used his utility on the lobby hatch. And also, there's so much utility on that server side with players playing there as well.
Interesting, just sort of lack of preparedness from MIBR here. Thermite getting to walls, having to ping them out, ask for them to be opened up so he can get in. He's going to use one exothermic charge. Use both of them on the hatches, so obviously assuming that they don't need to breach the wall into sight, they're going to be looking to get a plant down without. Maybe it'll come from the hatch drop and try and get it up against the wall or something, but just doesn't look like that's in the playbook this time.
Ace does actually still have one gadget remaining, so the possibility is there, but it looks like it's going to be a drop in the lobby side. Oh no, Raps is droning from garages. I've just seen silhouettes here. Philippox is going to push down main stairs, and I think it's just a poke strategy from MIBR, seeing what they can pick up by just kind of waiting the defenders out as such. The hatch finally does come in from Falls beside the Goyo hot pocket as Redux goes himself into sight, gets one kill, does get tagged up, Falls pushing through, sees a man, it ends up being Philippox that kills him, and this is a lot of control established from MIBR from dropping the back hatches in combination with the push that inevitably will come into garage. Souls, he's playing from sight, Bullet is in garage, taking the 1v1, he needs to win this if FaZe are going to win the round. Doesn't win it, it's all on Souls. The Clutch Master has no smoke canisters, has a lot of people to peek, and has to vault through this rotate with pre-fires coming out from a Finker LMG. There's not a lot he can do. 16 bullets, does find one onto Philippox, knows there's one garage, knows there's one vault, and knows there's presumably one in sight who's planted. Yellow ping does come out, can't find the shots. There's only 25 seconds remaining. Needs to isolate these 1v1 engagements, but is in a crossfire. Every time he shoots his bullet, a different person will end up peeking. Makes a sprint across, manages to get himself past the crossfire, and does in the end get peeked by Lukin finally, and that will be the round to MIBR. And I do want to say, considering that I had reservations about how they were going to play that attack, that poke and then just a trigger point of dropping, very good from MIBR.
Couple of key gunfights that needed to be won after the drop came out, particularly the Manchester elevators playing in and around the couch there. As soon as that one goes down, you know that the plant is going to be possible inside of lockers, and it was well played by MIBR. As I said, a crucial round for them to be winning. They didn't want to allow FaZe to get 5-2 up, and it just sends a message that, you know, yep, we're on the attack now, and you've got the more difficult half. So MIBR starting well, getting themselves a good opener, and now they're going to find themselves attacking onto open area and cafeteria. They're going to be looking for more of the same. I would think a similar approach. They went in from the top floor last time around. They cleared it out. They worked their way down. It's going to be the same here.
So a lot of teams on Bank basically copy the way that FaZe were kind of the pioneers of this open area defense, of the rotates across to tell us, and I mean, not the original pioneers, because obviously Bank was previously in the competitive pool, but in terms of new Bank and the way that it gets played out very similarly. But FaZe were kind of the pioneers of using the castle, going across, using the bulletproof cameras, particularly the one that's in the teller's office facing lobby, and then kind of roaming and then falling back to site, and the pacing of that. And a lot of teams were inspired by that, you know, in EU-centric, in kind of APAC, across the world, basically. So FaZe are very good at defending this particular bomb site. So they're very well trained on it. But as I say, and I came back to it, Jacob made this point on the desk, MIBR's new coaching staff previously worked for FaZe, so we'll also know how to unpick it. So I've been curious when I knew that Bank was coming as to how this particular site, in terms of open area and staff, would break down.
MIBR looking to push themselves inside of the map. Then pretty quick so far, 45 seconds into the round, drones racing across, doing their work, and MIBR confident to start moving in and taking a little bit of ground. You can see Raps there just taking the little peek before the drone goes in, tells him that stock is clear and he can progress forward past that point. So MIBR are in a position to have pretty much all of top floor control. I think the silhouette, no, it's on the underneath. The nitro is going to be detonated, but it's not going to find its mark. So just a little bit too early as the rappel comes in, and top floor is MIBR's now. They can start working. I think he just sees the toes there. Philippox, Redux, they get a great double. 5 versus 3, not already on this defense phase on the back foot.
Yeah, and that was a really nice squeeze of having one player in lobby, one player in bottom square, or a couple of players in each, and then one player going in above and starting the vertical. And I think that is what you have, because you physically cannot hold both sides plus the vertical. It's a free angled approach onto them players playing on the mute and the castle that play inside of Tellers and Archives and Tellers office. And that's exactly how you need to deal with it. It's a great first approach by MIBR. They've got themselves a 5v3. Now it's all about clearing out the site players and getting those kills, making sure that you don't get flanked and just keeping it very tight. Astro does manage to find a kill back onto Redux. That's a massive flank, but has potentially locked himself now, given that there's a castle barricade up in bottom square.
Luki continuing that work from above, but MIBR maybe not making enough progress directly towards site. I think Raps is aware that there's potentially somebody down in electrical, but he's going to send the drone in rather than hold the angle. And Souls, he's just in there. We see this spot all the time from the Maestro. Alder in hand, he's there for that late round
what
impact.
A rotate.
We have the Malusi just running out there. Astro deciding to get himself outside of the map and in through the window. Nade comes in, going to do a little bit of damage, but not enough. They know exactly where he is though, and there's no real way for him to get away from this. He needs to find his kills. He gets one, he can't get two. Felipox manages to get that. It's effectively a 2v1 with Falls down, but he's going to be collected, and the diffuser's going to go down here. What a lot of work from MIBR in not a lot of time. It all comes down to Bullet on the Vigil. He can't make his way back into sight yet. He's going to have to fight his way back. He gets one. Can he find two more? There is one low health. Falls is only one bullet away. He's at 20 health at this point in time. Vigil now trying to work his way in, but it's worth mentioning that he's low health as well, and there you go. That's exactly what MIBR needed. They get the man onto the vertical, and it's just become an even more difficult task for Bullet here. He's searching, he's seeking, he finds one through the soft wall. It's all up to Falls. He's low health. He's got to hold on for about 12 seconds here. He just needs to keep himself away from this fight. He doesn't want to give anything away too easily, and Bullet, he's going to go in and maybe just bait it out a little bit here, but the time ticks away. He cannot do it now. It's too late, and Falls plays that beautifully. Even with his low health, it's irrelevant that Bullet gets the quad kill. As nice as it is, it will be nothing more than stat padding in terms of this matchup.
And I feel like MIBR set themselves up on that attack so nicely in terms of that initial entry, that initial map control game. And I want to give a shout out to Astro, because he played this position very well. If that had not been a double drop, and he came very close to getting the double kill there, Astro nearly made a round winning play with that first flank, and then the rotate outside from electrical to open area window, nearly getting the double kill. I want to give a shout out individually for Astro, but yeah, I think MIBR had a really good grip on how that FaZe defense would play out. Forced FaZe straight away to go back, straight away to the bottom floor. And FaZe don't look comfortable on any defensive site so far. They've tried basement, didn't win it. It was pretty clean for MIBR. They tried open area, didn't win it. It was pretty clean for MIBR. And then talking about the other two defensive sites, they're the least two preferred in terms of CEO and Tellers. Teams generally don't like going to them if they can help it. They are definitely the tertiary sites of this map. So FaZe are in real trouble here based on how MIBR have attacked these two sites so far.
5 seconds to go.
Well, we'll see if the trouble continues for them. Round number 9, 2 attacks, 2 wins so far for MIBR, one of them including this site. I think we're going to see somewhat of a different push this time. They have gone for the Ace and Thermite combo as they did last time, but it was mostly a hatch drop from main lobby. I'm not sure that is going to be the case again, because they know they might not get away with it. They do have Lukid on the knock, which just spells out the potential for a little silent sort of garage push potentially, but he's not over on that side of the map at the minute, so we'll keep a close eye on Lukid and see exactly where he's going to go. But look at this for Leapox. He's inside of 20 seconds here, looking to challenge onto Bullet.
Yeah, and I like this a little bit from FaZe in terms of getting aggressive onto lobby. However, Lukid, he's managed to get himself all the way down the set of stairs, and I think that was good idea from Souls. I don't think he knows there's somebody on the stairs. I think he just thought it was a drone, but he preemptively popped the Goyo canister just in case, and I like that. However, for Leapox has also, Lukid's also played it well by not giving away his position. As far as Souls know, that's just a drone, and therefore Lukid could still have some success on that bottom floor. However, I think the fact that the Dokkaebi calls also come in means that FaZe have a good idea somebody's probably on this staircase. However, Lukid, he's just better. Wins both of the gunfights, 2 headshots, gets a double entry kill, and MIBR, they're in a 5v3, and they look like they're going to run ragged with this particular attack as well.
Souls and Cameraman have just absolutely stacked up for him there. I don't want to be too critical, but they just gave him the opportunity for that double on a silver platter, and he ate it up. Luca doing fantastically well on the knock, just giving them the space that they needed to get inside the server. It's all falling apart. Fresh as Falls finds Astro, and there's the backstairs push. That's the backstab from Felipox. 5v1 now, and it's all up to Cyber challenged, and it's a flawless round for MIBR, and they are going to take themselves in the lead. 3 rounds in the row puts them now 5-4, and you would not put it past them to just win this out from here.
No, again, that was a massive play. It was different. The attack that they did, they saw an opportunity to get Luca down the server stairs, and that's exactly what he did. The double peek, they definitely had an idea that he was there, Cameraman and Souls, but if you're going to double peek him, I'm not sure the one man in the smoke is the best option. I think you maybe play that a little bit more conservatively. However, we are talking about FaZe. We are talking about the Brazilian region here. Playing conservatively is not what they do. However, they're going to go on to the CEO bomb site. Clearly can't win the primary. They've tried it twice. They struggled with open area tellers. Open area kitchen. And they're now having to go to CEO.
Going to be heading into round number 10 then, and FaZe Clan need to find a way to slam the brakes on the runaway train that is becoming MIBR right now. They've had 3 consecutive rounds and are looking to be trouble. FaZe not able to do anything on the defense of Bank so far, so they're going to head up to the top floor. We haven't seen them try to hold on to this yet, but as you said yourself, Fresh, it tends to be now considered one of the tertiary sites along with archives and tellers, so this to me just smells of FaZe really clutching at straws at this point.
Yeah, it really is. It's a try anything desperation moment, and I think the identity of FaZe is more aggression. So I think as and when this game kind of chugs on, if they end up back on one of their primary sites, it might be more and more aggression, and that's just something that they're gonna try and go to. However, MIBR, I feel like they're well considered on this FaZe aggression. They've played them plenty of times. They will scrim them. They know this is what FaZe will do, and I think should be ready for it. And I will say it again, they've got coaching staff that used to be on FaZe, so they'll be ready for it. Falls, he's going to try a potential Ying plant, a quick plant here. He's got the diffuser, he's thrown the Candelas in. As Redux managed to get himself into stock, Souls does find one into Fleetbox, but Redux, he's going deep. Raps gets one, works his way into Janitor. Souls has a lot of long angle with the DMI, with the 1.5, and Cyber gets one onto Falls. This is 2v4. The quick plant hasn't come off from MIBR, and I feel like they need to hold their horses a little bit. They've gone a little bit too fast. Souls gets one, and Bullet finishes it off in one of the quickest rounds I've seen tonight. That was a quick play, that was a quick plan, and it completely did not work from MIBR. There was too many 1.5 times scopes on the side of the defense.
I think given the way the attacks and defences have gone so far in this second half, MIBR won't necessarily mind losing that site. It's going to push FaZe back onto sites that they've already lost and that MIBR have attacked very well. I think it was just an opportunity to have a little bit of a throw of the dice at a cheese play, send in the Candelas and see if they could get a diffuser down. But MIBR don't want to let this one run away from them. If you give FaZe a sniff, they're going to be trying to get themselves back into it. That much is for sure. It's going to be staff and open area this time around. They're going back there. We saw them defend it back in round number 8. It was an MIBR win, as CEO is the only site that FaZe have been able to successfully hold on to, and MIBR, I think, getting just a little bit carried away there, maybe a little bit overconfident after the few rounds before them.
Yeah, and I don't know, when you're feeling it, you're feeling it, and you never want to take that away from players. Like, as coaching staff, you never want to say, don't do that. But it's one of them frustrating things that you feel like, just go about your professionalism. We saw MIBR have that professionalism in Villa to get a 7-0. They didn't get carried away with their defenses, and they just put FaZe to the sword. They had a really good opportunity in that previous round to put FaZe to the sword, and they got a little bit carried away and they went for a quick plant that was pretty ill-advised. So I want to see them kind of regroup. What they've done worked well on open area. It worked well on lockers. MIBR have to go, FaZe have to go back there. So hopefully, you know, for their sakes, they get the next 2 rounds by doing what they've done in the preceding rounds.
Reduct is bringing along the fuse this time around, so we'll see how that goes. They're going to need to get vertical control if they want to make use of the gadget and get those hockey pucks bouncing around inside a site and blowing up everything inside. They're going to be good to do two things. It's going to be clearing out some utility, but it's also about pushing defenders around. They're not looking to really get kills. I mean, sometimes you might get lucky and get one, but at this level, it's going to be quite rare. Instead, what they want to do is move people. They need to get horizontal lines of sight established, then you send in the fuse charges, and as players move away from them, that's when you pick up the kills. That's what they're going to be looking for.
Has he... I don't know if I just saw Luke had missed 2 grenades on the door. Yeah, he did. He's going to just sledge it and then we're going to walk inside. Okay, let's go. Raps is going to make his entry, not sight, into Tellers. And this is a little bit different way from how MIBR attacked it the first time they attacked. However, Tellers control is established, which means Archives control won't be far off established. If top floor gets established, there's really not many places that the defenders can actually play. And that's a worry for FaZe, given how fast... how fast MIBR have been in taking this control. The wall will be next to be established in terms of the control, breached, and then go for the plant behind the counter, making sure that the flank, primarily of Blue Stairs, is held.
MIBR have got pretty much everything that they need at this point in time. They've largely been given it by FaZe Clan. There's not been any major challenges coming through. They're just going to use a little... Well, they'll keep considering it. The Raps is going to want to use a nade hole at some point. Opens it up, decides that further along the wall will be better. It will just clear out the mute jammer and will allow the thermite to open up the wall. There is potentially going to come a little push through garage there. We just saw the drone down there. I don't know if they're going to want to maybe move in that way, but as you can see, they're using the fuse charge to try and keep people away from the wall, but it will not be successful, and they're going to lose that first exothermic charge. So second one goes off, they'll try it again, and they're going to use the soft breach now to open up that double door. They're going to have a better option here, but Souls manages to get the first onto Reduct. Falls. That could be a big kill though, shutting down the Alder and the Maestro, and for Leapox, he manages to get Cameraman, and here come MIBR. 3 versus 2 as kills rain in on both sides. 2v2 as Bullet fights back for Leapox, moving in on the backstab, but there's nobody there for him to find. Raps, he's going to start getting the diffuser down. Great kill from Felipox on the cover. He knows where the last man is coming from. It's a ring around the roses. He doesn't know which side it'll be. He gets shut down from behind the copier, and this is all going to be up to Raps to try and hold on to this. He's playing on the knock. He's keeping himself out of danger at the minute. Just in behind that reinforcement, it's Cyber versus him, and they are very similar in terms of hit points at this stage, and Raps somehow able to win the spray down and get that round over the line, and it's going to give MIBR the opportunity to close this out in 2 maps.
Ooh, that came so tense. So tense. I loved the game of cat and mouse. I always love the game of cat and mouse between the impact trick, and I thought the fuse was a brilliant idea, and the push in with the breaching charge as the fuse, and the thermite charge is also going off because the Maestro was so distracted. Great play from MIBR. They nearly let it go. I did mention that flank, that Blue Stairs flank. They nearly let it go to the Blue Stairs flank. A plant on 0-0 is never what you want, but they managed to make it work in the 1v1 with the battle of the drop shots right at the end there. And MIBR, they've got a great handle, as I say, on most of the primary sites. The only attack they've lost has been a mishap and ill-informed fast play. So once again, FaZe, for the 3rd time, are going to try this open area strat. I don't know if they're going to change it up. There's no Maestro on site this time. Oh yes, sorry, there is. I didn't see it. I looked bottom upwards, not top down. Souls is still playing the Maestro. So I don't know what the adaptation is here for FaZe, because it's so hard when a team has such a good read on you. What do you do? Do you spawn peek? Do you get more aggressive into lobby? Do you get more aggressive into top square, top floor? It's got to be some kind of adaptation, because it's not worked 2 rounds in a row now in terms of defending this site.
Oh, exactly that. Like you say, there's going to need to be something different brought out. Interestingly, the fuse not brought along this time, rather than, as I suggested, being used vertically to try and push defenders around. It was an interesting use to try and keep the exothermic charges safe, but just didn't really work. We still saw one burnt out, and ultimately, you don't really have to be that close to be landing those impact nade shots when you're playing at this sort of level. So choosing instead to bring along quite a different lineup this time. We've got the Ying, we've got the IQ, we've got the Dokubi, so things are definitely shaping up a little bit different differently for MIBR. They're going to try to get themselves into the top floor. We can see that already. Lukid opening up the windows, and MIBR just, this is characteristic of them so far today, not messing about. 30 seconds and they're pushing inside of the map already.
Yeah, as I say, they've got a really good read, and the main focus in the first 20-30 seconds is always on this Teller's Archives position and those players, because they are by far and away the most vulnerable players on the defensive side. But they've got to be there because you can't give that control for free. It looks like there's going to be a lot more investment into the top floor, particularly Cyber using those Legion Mites. He's got to make it work. If he gets picked early, this round is almost over for FaZe. So it's all about him playing up on the top floor. Redux finds one onto Astro. Again, those players are so vulnerable in the Teller's side. It's not a surprise to see that being the first pick. However, Bullet, he does find one back onto Raps, and we're 4-4 with 1:30 played.
Not a bad start for MIBR, clearing out the Azami. That's going to mean that there's no new keeper barricades that are going to get thrown up. Cameraman deciding to hold on to that angle rather than reset his phone. He'll just let that time pass by, and the phone call will stop. Cyber, as you say, a very important player here for FaZe. He's still alive, still active, and hasn't been moved as of yet. So that's something that MIBR are definitely going to have to deal with. And this garage-sided push from Philippox is something that they did last time around. If you remember, he pushed up into site with about 20 seconds left to go, and had quite a big impact as he came through. Now Souls, he's watching through into Archives Tellers, and it's all cat and mouse at this point. We've seen it time and time again between these two teams, but it's Cameraman this time who's going to get the first bite. Cyber manages to get one. Souls, it looks like we're going to overtime. It's 1v4, it's shut down, and that's going to be FaZe winning the round and taking us into overtime.
FaZe had a very, I don't know if FaZe had a good read on that, or MIBR just tried changing up their attack a little bit too much. They really didn't punish Cyber when they should have done. If you look at how Cyber managed to just crouch walk himself back into sight, there was no breaching, there was, it was a tricky one because there wasn't too much adaptation apart from Cyber being top floor, and it didn't end up being adaptation at all. We're going into overtime. Crucially, however, it's FaZe on the defense, which means they're actually gonna switch sites to CEO Exec, which is the one site that they won convincingly. However, that was from MIBR's fast play. So I would wonder if MIBR are gonna do a fast play again, given the fact that they lost it so convincingly last time.
Well, I was just going to say that the Ying was being swapped away, but then the Ying is swapped away to an Amaru, which would suggest no slaughter play, effectively. But we'll see what happens. They're going to bring the Monty along as well, so this is definitely going to be a considerably different approach for MIBR.
The one thing that I like, and what I am going to suspect might happen, is the Monty would go into lobby and try and force the way up lobby stairs as the Amaru goes up the hatch into elevators to take control of that Kanto position, is what I potentially might suspect might happen. Could be wrong, could be completely the other side. But based on the spawn position as well, which I've just clocked, is potentially what I'm thinking. With a couple of players playing on the rappel, it's a very easy take, it's a very sensible take. You have, as you say, Lukid, he's going to be on the rappel, open up the Kanto walls, and a jump out from Cyber is punished by Raps. I've hit the point of Delirious as we're going into lobby is with MIBR, and Monty will walk up the main stairs, covered by Lukid. Falls will go up into site, into the elevators through the hatch, and the window players will punish. Basically, you want a headless chicken effect. You want the defenders to not know what's coming at them, run around, and then the window players punish them.
Cyber's got to be hitting his shots there. As he came out, you could just see that they were missed on both sides, but it was Raps ultimately who was able to win it. Raps, he's going to be taking a bit of damage there, but so does Cameraman, and he has to dip away from that fight. Raps will be able to boost himself back up as well once those nanobots are available. Soul's just being chased out of elevators by that drone, and that is going to leave MIBR in a reasonable position here. They've got the entry kill, and they can move in. They've got control of main lobby and can start pushing towards that spiral staircase. They want, as you say, to get Monty up there and work in from behind, but the top of the elevators, that's going to be the next problem for them to solve.
They're just completely making sure that there's no players left straggling on this mid floor. I think Cameraman, he is going to stay stubborn, and I do worry from RBR if they spend a little bit too much time worrying about Cameraman, because Cameraman can waste a lot of time. Lukid's not even thought about breaching. I think he's going to start breaching the elevator walls now, the Kanto walls. They are going to actually nade preemptively towards the hatch as we see Falls. He's going under the hatch. He will be there shortly, presumably going to be going up the hatch very shortly.
And this is it. This is going to be the MIBR push now. The Selma Chargers opening up the wall so they know that that area is clear. They just need to get the Monty into position. As you can see him ahead of us there. Cameraman, however, is going to find Falls. He's going to find, no, it's Astro to find a second onto Raps and FaZe. They managed to gain control of the round now in a 4 versus 3. Felipox keeps himself alive, but he's in a dangerous position because he knows that there are men on the downstairs floor. They can't ignore them because they're just going to get hit on the flank. Felipox taking some damage there as well in another gunfight with Cameraman, who gets himself onto the stairs, but he manages to find Astro. If he finds a second one onto Cameraman here, this could be a big play, but right now his focus has got to be getting that diffuser and getting back upstairs to join the Monty. 25 seconds left to go. That's exactly what he's going to do, but Cameraman, he's giving chase on the castle and could be a real problem here. I'm not sure if they can get themselves in a position to put this diffuser down. There's going to have to be some cover from that rear side. Felipox goes in, gets 1 kill, but drops the diffuser as Souls manages to return it. 5 seconds left to go. Time is ticking by. They have to get the diffuser and start planting. That's exactly what they do. It's going to be Redux, and Cameraman is on an absolute breath of hell. So this round has just flip-flopped back and forward. It's been difficult to call who would come out on top, but somehow MIBR, with an absolute steal of a play, have got the diffuser down and they've got the Monty in the corner. This is going to be nigh on impossible for Cameraman now because Redux is just feeding information into Lukid, who is on low health. Cameraman does not have a great gun to be trying to make this sort of a challenge in a 1v2. Shut down by Lukid, and MIBR, they take advantage in the overtime.
Was it a flip-flop? Was it a seesaw? This round was going completely in one direction, swung all the way to another, and then back again. I think MIBR, I thought they nearly lost it. I'm not going to lie. When the Monty's already at the top of the spiral stairs, Monty knows that the elevator hatch is clear, but we're still trying to work a way for Felipox to go up the hatch. However, you know, it did work out in the end, is what I'm going to say. And the Monty came in clutch, being able to just walk into sight, gather that information, give the yellow pings that the players can play off. Just about another 0.0 second plant that did go down, was covered, and it was well played by MIBR in the end. They'd managed to get the round win on that attack, and as I said, they've looked good on the attacks. Where do FaZe go? Even if FaZe win this attack, where do they then go for round 15?
Going to be Lockers and CCTV for round 14. MIBR taking a tactical timeout just before this one. Obviously wanting to slow things down a little bit before they come into what could be a crucial round for them. Looking to get it locked out here and now, get that 2-0 win and push on towards the final. MIBR have been 50-50 on the defense of Lockers and CCTV. We saw them defend it twice and they weren't able to hold on to it at the second attempt. They did manage to get the first, but it was on the back of a big Redux flank, which they cannot rely on. It's unlikely to be successful again. So MIBR really need to do a better job of controlling the actual site itself this time. They can't rely on that big hero play. They can't rely on that last 20-30 second double kill to push them over the line. But after that last round, it was a tough one for FaZe Clan to lose. I think they were in a position where it looked like they might just get the win. As you say, it was looking dicey for MIBR. They snatched it away. Only 2 seconds left on the clock when Redux managed to start getting that diffuser down and keep things alive. So that's going to be a bit of a punch to FaZe.
Yep, and I think it's been a very, on the balance of things, this has been a very entertaining game, and I guess somewhat as a neutral, you'd hope for an entertaining game rather than a complete clean sweep that we saw in map 1. It's been to and fro in, and teams, you know, at one point MIBR looked like they'd run away with it, at one point FaZe looked like they'd run away with it, and in the end we've hit an overtime match point at 6-7. So it's all about this defense, as you say, because MIBR, they struggled. It needed hero plays, and I think Redux, he's back on the Azami. He was previously on the Oryx, and he maybe has the key. I wonder if he's going to go and play top floor and try a flank again, or whether he's going to try and play those Azamis, I would say, quote-unquote, sensibly from sight. Falls has made a shotgun rotate up into the mid floor, so it looks like MIBR are going to try some kind of, I'd call it a false roam, because they don't want to give away their lives for the roam, because the hatches are going to be closed, but it's shoot some drones, create some early pressure, delay some time, and then drop back. The fact that they have that rotate opportunity would indicate that there's going to be some mid-4 play, and I'm going to guess primarily Lukid and Redux.
Here we go then. This could be the final round of this matchup. If MIBR are able to successfully defend lockers and CCTV, then that could be the end of it. Now, Astro once again going down to Garage. We saw this from him previously, and you've got to expect that MIBR are going to be aware that this could be the case. Redux going to get spotted out. I don't think he sees the drone, and that could be damage for him, or dangerous rather. He's going to drop himself away down main stairs, but Bullet, he manages to find Philippox, and that is a good start for FaZe here. He's just using that angle that we've seen previously to watch two different rotations, and he manages to pick up the entry kill.
I'm going to start doing that in my ranked games. I really like that, I'm not going to lie. And of course, copying what pros do in your ranked games usually leads to some success. Cameraman is going to use the Rotero drone down the drone hole towards bottom server. It's not a very used drone hole, that one. I don't think not a lot of people know about it. Souls has got himself into open area, and this is great stuff from FaZe so far. They've established map control. They're going to start working on the hatches, and once again, it looks like they do have a good grip on this MIBR defense of lockers. I'm surprised MIBR didn't go over to an open area, for example, knowing how FaZe attacked this last time.
And get those hatches opened up and look to apply a little bit of pressure onto site itself now that they're comfortable with the map control that they've got. Halfway through the round and one kill to the good. FaZe 5v4. The next kill is going to be particularly important. They're going to get access to those cameras. It will pretty much just be the defaults. There's some black eye cameras still knocking about actually, so it could be a little bit of bonus information coming in for FaZe, but 1 minute 15 and still setting themselves up for site.
Yeah, 1 minute 15, but they've got the man advantage, they've got the information, and Bullet has a massive job to do on the player of Raps in Garage here. He's got to get that kill onto the Echo. It normally comes down to that 1v1 engagement, but even if he just does a good enough job to distract him, then that's good. And it means the Echo can't deny the plan. However, look at that Redux, he's barricaded back up. Yeah, you can drop the hatch, but you're going to have to drop it into a hellhole by the keeper barriers barricading back up the door from the elevator side. It means FaZe are going to have to go much more one-dimensional with the clock running out as well. Only 35 seconds to go.
Foles just going to be holding on now, just deploying those smoke canisters at range. FaZe, as you say, are going to have to get something working. There's keeper barricades to be taken down. Lukin manages to get a kill onto Souls, and MIBR start fighting back, but Cameraman, he just runs through that toxic babe and continues going. Kills rain in. It's 3v2. It's MIBR on top. Lukin going to take a lot of damage though, just trying to hold on for the time being. The diffuser's down. They don't have it fresh. There's 8 seconds left to go. Cameraman gets a kill, but he takes a lot of damage along the way, and that's it. MIBR managed to get a successful defense of lockers and CCTV, and that is going to close out this game against FaZe 2-0 and send them into the final.
Redux had a massive play there in terms of the way that he was using his army. He managed to two things that he did. He closed up the elevator side, the kind of door that's there on the elevator side, on the elevator hatch drop, and he closed up Garage as well, which meant the Echo didn't have to think about somebody walking in Garage without knowledge of it and could train his gun towards site. MIBR, they pulled out a very small adaptation, but it worked for them in that very final round on what was an entertaining game of Bank, and they've 2-0'd FaZe to book a place in the grand final.
It's been a lot of fun to watch, and MIBR certainly deserved the position. 7-0 they won on Villa, and then showing that they've got the resilience as well to win those overtime games, keep hold of their own map, and really sort of dominate FaZe in those last couple of rounds. They got an attack, they got a defence. There was just nothing really FaZe could do at the end, and I don't know if they were just a little bit beaten by that point.
Yeah, it was a very entertaining game all round. Like you say, even the 2 overtime rounds, in section of those rounds, it looked like it was going to go one way or another. It was a very competitive game, especially from FaZe after they'd been beaten up. But, you know, all credits to them. MIBR, they played superbly across both maps.
Well, MIBR yet to drop a map here in the tournament will find themselves in the final, and they are certainly the team to beat in the LATAM region. That is going to be it for me and Fresh for the night, but there's plenty more Siege action to come along, so make sure you stick around. We've got some highlights, and we're going to send you back over to Jackie and the desk to break that one down.
Thank you so much, Ace and Fresh. Fantastic casting as always. We appreciate you so much. Okay, but we gotta talk about FaZe versus MIBR. It is done. FaZe tried to come back after getting stomped 7-0 on map 1. Banking on Bank, wink, wink, but it was not enough. It was not enough, Jacob. They could not take down MIBR, which I gotta give you props, friend. You predicted, so Okay.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be that swift, obviously. I looked at this FaZe team and I figured there's enough substance here to beat MIBR by itself. But I do have to wonder how much having Dark as FaZe's ex-analyst, now being MIBR's coach, factored into the way that both of these maps were played. A 7-0 leading into what was almost a nearly perfect attack half from MIBR makes it seem like it was almost too easy. And even though it was still an overtime game on map 2, that was just because one half for MIBR felt like it wasn't nearly as strong. They still had more overall solid halves in this series, and that brought them a victory.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the series overall, right? And like, I didn't feel like it was even just the fact of like, oh, it's a super attacker-sided series, because you look back to Villa, now MIBR won 6 defensive rounds in a row. So they're beating FaZe on both their attacks and their defenses, of course, different maps, but still really impressive and a dominant series overall from MIBR.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Ace said they are the team to beat in the LATAM bracket. I definitely think so. Jesse, I want to take a closer look at FaZe, though. In FaZe's defense here, this was a dogfight, and they had a really strong first half.
Yeah, I mean, I really did like FaZe's Clan's attacks so far throughout Bank. I thought they were using attacker repick a ton, maybe not better than MIBR, but certainly more. They were constantly switching on and off of operators like IQ and Dokkaebi, and typically that was corresponding to when Valkyrie and Echo were being brought. So they had those answers to those intel operators. You look at bringing them in round 2, but not round 3. Then round 4, we saw them do a really cool attack onto the basement where they brought 2 sets of can openers. The fact that there's now 2 on each operator was huge for them, Buck and Zero, and they really were able to collapse on that basement. And then even that round 6 clutch, if you remember back Astro in the 1v3, he played Zero that game, and he always had the red pings from those SAM cams. We saw Cameraman and Cyber calling out for him, going for those pings and really giving him the intel. So I thought FaZe Clan did a great job of utilizing a wide variety of operators to make their attacking half do a lot of work, but unfortunately that round 14, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, and Jacob Escalina de Bubu is going to be playing FaZe now, looks like.
Yeah, I can't say I'm shocked. I think the first game was over like as a 7-1, and if you give me a second, I'll check what the score of the other one was. 7-1 on Villa, 7-4 on Skyscraper. So yeah, I think that just goes to show that even a tier 2 like feeder team, so to speak, made up of some really promising tier 2 talent that just kind of seems like they're waiting for our call up to tier 1 is better ultimately than an Argentinian squad, which is just going to show how deep the talent pool in Brazil is, that you've got so many really good squads in BR6, and then you've got all of this talent down here right below them that is just waiting for their opportunity to jump up into the big league. So FaZe I just realized FaZe have to play Escalina de Bubu again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like the rematch is happening. Yeah.
Ooh, boy. Well, Jacob, fantastic job today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bibu, please eliminate him now. Just kidding.
What?
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Did you tell Booba to call a hit on me or something?
Bibu's coming for you. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, no.
But Jacob, it's been so fun working with you, and we will see you tomorrow. Jesse, you're stuck with me and Bibu.
That's fine for me. We got NA coming up. I'm pumped.
I know. Yes. Talking about what's coming up next, we have SSG versus Leftovers. Cannot wait to talk about that. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit. See you soon. Bibu.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Presidential plane. University is so bad, man.
Bartlett University.
Caveira. Brazilian one, right?
Blitz.
I will go with EU. I like them the most.
Right now in A.
I'm a smoke, so it's very threatening when you're like playing smoke against a finca. So I will go with 20-second method. For me is better.
LMG matter.
I have something special for Canadian because like all the tournaments that he win on different teams, on different metas, and had this constancy over the years. Yeah, so for me, I think Canadian is better than Pango.
I'll go with Pango.
I would say Cafe personally over Oregon.
I mean, I'm picking Cafe. Yeah.
Yeah, technically I would pick Zofia, but I really like both ops, so yeah, Zofia, I guess.
Zofia, without a doubt.
I like both sides, but I do think attack, I like being able to control the pace of the round, so I would say, yeah, probably attack.
I like both now a lot. I used to not like attack, but ever since I've been IGLing, I like attack a lot more, so I would honestly say attack.
Hollow for sure.
Hollow.
I would always take speed.
I guess it just depends on the operator or like what you're doing. I think speed is still the better pick.
I'm picking plane. I like glass.
I'm picking plane still.
My career at Direct Relief started about 12 years ago. I had previously been working at a healthcare facility in San Diego, California, and was contacted by Direct Relief after wildfires had happened throughout the county. And Direct Relief offered humanitarian assistance in the form of medicines and supplies to the organization I was working for. So that's how I was introduced to Direct Relief, and was quickly kind of excited about the organization and made a career transition to work there. So Direct Relief, as you said, is a humanitarian organization. We're based in California, but we provide medicines and medical supplies to all 50 US states, as well as to 100 countries around the world. We do this on an everyday basis, free of charge, just to make sure that people who are in vulnerable situations or in poverty or after disasters have access to healthcare services and resources that they need to stay healthy. We actually work very closely with a lot of the pharmaceutical companies, the healthcare companies that produce medicines around the world. Get those medical supplies to Direct Relief, and then we in turn provide those to hospitals, healthcare centers throughout the world. As I said, free of charge, just to make sure that people have that medicines that they need. So it's really just about partnerships. It's about partnering with companies to receive donations of goods and services, and then it's supplying those same items to people around the world. Yeah, so as we all know, people who especially have chronic conditions like diabetes or asthma or hypertension, they need medicines to stay healthy and to stay alive. So it's really, focusing on people who need those sort of resources. And after there's a disaster, we know that those people with chronic conditions very quickly go into acute crisis when they don't have their medications. So we always want to make sure that resource, that door is always open for people to receive, even if they can't afford to buy it, to make that available to them so they can just make sure to, keep living a healthy life. It's been such an incredible experience to be part of Gamers Without Borders, and for us, it's really about allowing people to participate. So having the participation of people around the world playing games and being part of Gamers Without Borders, it's opening those doors to be able to share the work and share the just the excitement of being able to help people with so many people through Gamers Without Borders. I think first of all, just being aware of what the situation is, being aware of how people are affected around the world, being part of direct relief. The financial contributions from Gamers Without Borders is wonderful, but really it's just about bringing along a community to be part of change and to be part of helping other people around the world. If people care about other people getting medicine and being healthy, that would be great to donate to direct relief. But really, I think it's more important for people to find what they're passionate about. There's other great charities that work on, animals or shelter or, cancer. And so it's really about people finding what they're passionate about and being able to lean in. And if direct relief is appealing, that's wonderful. But really, it's just about giving back and being part of a philanthropic community.
Welcome to Gamers Without Borders, presented by Savvy Gaming Group. Watch, game, learn, and donate. We are in day 2 of this charity Rainbow Six Siege tournament. It is underway. We are having a ton of fun. I'm Jackie Jing. Hello, how are y'all doing? It has been a very long day, but very, very exciting, and it ain't over yet. We still have a ton of action ahead of us. So, B-Boop, please bring into the mix here Jesse and Jess. Hello, hello. Jess is back. She took a little nap.
I did.
Right?
I did. I wanted to get myself all ready to go and rested in time for these North American games because this upper bracket is about to be spicy.
It is indeed. We got SSG, right? Up against Leftovers?
Yeah,
This is gonna be really
I think they're about to be leftovers as well. Like if we're
Okay,
honest with ourselves here, they might be leftovers. Jackie's face right now.
I was like, Jess is ready to go. She woke up from her nap and she's like, all right, I'm going to tell y'all how it is. But it truly has been an amazing tournament. We've seen some incredible series so far. So we do want to give a big thank you to everyone who's competing here from EU, LATAM, and NA. So today we watched WYLDE defeat Victus from the EU bracket. B-Boop, come on, B-Boop.
Yeah, come on, B-Boop.
Yeah, I was talking about the teams, and he's leaving me hanging there. Okay, they're up now. Okay, so with LATAM, MIBR beat FaZe swiftly, and now we are going to NA. We have SSG, Leftovers, Gaming Gladiators, and Parabellum here for that region. So very excited to get this matchup underway. Let's take a look at the NA bracket and see how everything has been playing out. You know, Jesse, everyone's been talking about SSG, but you were like, Jackie, I want to talk about Leftovers. You're like, I want to call attention to them. So here you go. Pop off.
All right, I mean, a lot of people are not going to know who Leftovers are. There were teams in North America that have played under this tag before, but this is a brand new squad. It's got a core of Butters and Filthy, who have played together for a really long time on a number of different teams. They played together on Two-Face, Tempo Storm, and of course XSET, the first stage of last year. And they brought in 3 young rookies to help them out and play throughout this tournament: Max, Dexter, and Adapt. Now, these players have never played in CL before. They did just qualify, so this squad played in the CL quals for stage 2. They managed to win relegation, so they are the one and only team moving into Challenger League this stage. But otherwise, there's 3 brand new players on this lineup that have only really played in underage leagues and low-level stuff, tier 3 type situations. So there's a lot of youngness, a lot of fresh talent on this roster, but they've got that core duo of Butters and Filthy to help them out and provide some veteran experience. So I'm excited for this team, if not for this game particularly, but for the future.
Okay, well, Jess chose violence today, and she was
To be fair, I love Butters dearly. Shout out to you, my man. I love Butters dearly. So, when I say, you're going to be Leftovers, I think he won't take it too much to heart, because I think the entire squad will know that this is just experience. Grinding as many comp games as you can is absolutely crucial. Scrims only give you a portion of idea about how much your strategy synergy is actually working. Hate to put it out there, but your scrim results kind of mean freaking nothing at that point. So for now, jumping into the comp is where it's really important. You go up against a team that doesn't want to lose and is putting everything on the line. That's where things will be stress tested, and that's really important for young rookies, as Jesse said.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of eyes on Spacestation Gaming. Jesse, I'm just going to be completely frank here. Are they just going to stomp them?
They should on paper, right? I mean, this should be the team dominating this tournament, right? If you're just looking at the players, looking at the rosters. Obviously, they didn't have the greatest stage 1. They wanted to qualify to Charlotte and play in the major. They didn't. I felt like some of the problems they had in those last couple of games were a lot of based on a couple of the defensive halves against both Sonics and Beast Coast. It really felt like, Rampy was not having the best time. He was a player that I signaled out. It's okay, well, Rampy is not showing up in a lot of these games. Yesterday, in their opening match against Parabellum, he popped off. He had a fantastic start to this tournament. So that tells me that the problems that SG were experiencing towards the end of that first stage probably aren't going to be a big factor here, and I do expect them to take this game.
Okay, well, speaking about SSG, B-Boop, bless his heart, has a very special video for us about SSG. So, B-Boop, please go ahead and roll the video. Thank you, B-Boop.
Game of Thrones. I would say Game of Thrones or Ozark, one of those two.
It's so hard to pick a favorite for me, but Game of Thrones would be up there, so.
Yeah, I feel like that was a solid one. Margot Robbie.
Yeah, she's up there for sure. That's another good answer.
God, I mean,
Rampy doesn't care about cars, so I don't know.
I have said there's one car I will
Dodge Viper.
Yes, that is it. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Give me Nux. Give me Nux for that one. Dodge Viper. One car that I want.
All right, and that was a lovely video. Thank you, Bebop, doing an exceptional job. I keep on messing his name up. I'm like, Beboop, Bebop.
I don't know what you're referencing.
I don't even know
at this point, but
Boop.
Okay, come on. You know what we're referencing, Jess. You're best friends with Beboop. Don't even act like you don't have an exceptional
don't tell the public that.
with our operating system, Beboop.
I don't want anyone to know it's private. It's a private friendship.
Yes, private friendship. But we are almost ready. So I think that we're going to move into the map ban selection process here in a hot second. We are working to bring that information up on your screens. And while we are waiting to do that, Jesse, what are you thinking for these teams? I know that that big brain of yours has a lot of info on the maps and these teams. So
it's hard to know. It's hard to know too much about Leftovers, right? We do have the maps that they played in CL and so, or in the relegation, so I should say. So they won Skyscraper back then, and then they also won Theme Park. So it feels like they're kind of leaning towards some of those newer maps. All three of the new maps still in the pool at the moment. Chalet gonna get banned out by Space Station. They are on a 3-map losing streak there, losing it a bunch of times at SI, losing it in NAL as well. So that tends to make a lot of sense. We don't see it as a big Space Station gaming map. Looks like we're still waiting on the rest of these bans to come through. Clubhouse, not a huge amount of info for Leftovers. They've never played it before, but clearly not one that they're big fans of, as they banned it first. For SSG, they played it a lot at SI. Big Clubhouse team at SI. Less so in the first stage of the NAL, but likely just due to a lot of teams banning it against them too.
I mean, you just think SSG, you then think of Clubhouse, you then kind of go, what's the lesser evil here? We'll get rid of Clubhouse, and it's just one that fundamentally people know how to play. Banking Villa off the board. I was wondering whether or not we would see a ban of Cafe from SSG, not because they lost against PB yesterday, but because it was just one of those things where, like, could you have played the others a little bit more effectively, like Border, like Oregon we saw from them? I actually think yes. I think those games were fine by them. And that means we probably might get a Cafe as a result. I could
see it.
Yeah, still to come out, of course. But for those who did miss the Gladiators and Leftovers, the Cafe game that Leftovers played was actually a 7-3 for them. So it was actually a good map. So the fact that it hasn't slid into the bans is interesting to me. Maybe SSG is just like, we can clean that up. We started off slow, whatever. And we'll see.
I mean, SSG were undefeated on Cafe through the first stage of the NAL. They played it twice, so certainly it's not a bad map for them. They're probably just thinking we're not scared of Leftovers, despite the loss that we had on it previously. It will be the pick, so good on you, Jess. You got that. And then Oregon being picked up by Space Station. This was the decider game against Parabellum yesterday. They won it 7-3, so clearly feeling confident there. It's not a map that we've ever seen Leftovers play. Of course, very limited competitive history from Leftovers, so not saying a whole lot when they haven't played it yet. But still, it's going to be a new one from them when they get to map 2.
Ooh, what's the decider going to be? I'm like,
I haven't seen a good theme park in so long. We saw Skyscraper earlier on, so that's like one of those things for me. I'm like, okay, what about theme park? That's something personally I haven't seen in so long. And
there we are.
I know it's going to be like 4:30 a.m. in the morning, but if we can go to theme park, that would satiate my need to see theme park for the first time in a very long time, at least as a professional analyst. So yeah.
Yeah, it has been a while for me too.
It was one of the maps that Leftovers won in relegations. They picked it in the relegation game against Outlast, and they beat them 7-4. So that could be a good one for them if they can get all the way there. And it's actually a map that SSG have never played. So
okay, so we are still waiting for our players to get into their places, but now we have locked in Cafe Oregon theme park. So you know what time it is. It is time for predictions. I know Jesse loves predictions. Jess, you're a mixed bag on predictions here.
I am.
Jesse, what are you thinking right now?
I mean, as far as the maps go, I actually don't hate it for Leftovers. I think Theme Park is a fun one for them to pull out. Like they've won on that before. Cafe as well. I mean, there's a lot of maps in these pools or in this pool that like Leftovers just don't have a lot of experience on. But they managed to get at least 2 maps that they have gotten solid wins on in the past. So I do like it for them. SSG is still SSG. I think it's really hard to predict against them, especially coming in for a team with 3 rookies. So I'm still gonna go SSG. But I think this was a solid map ban base for Leftovers. I don't think they've screwed themselves over by any means.
Yeah, I mean, the one loss on Cafe, I'm sort of nitpicking at that point, aren't I? I'm sort of just like trying to find like that silver lining for the side of Leftovers, even though they pick Cafe, and I probably would too, recency bias. You're going to pick the one that they most recently lost on shore to see if you can take advantage. But I just think some of the Azami plays, whilst we didn't say that they were strongest, you have to know how to play up against that kind of setup specifically. You have to have that range destruction, and you have to be ready and prepared. Attacker repick will help with that in in the rounds preceding, but I still think that defensively, SSG, I remember their Tachanka setup on Villa, for example, way back in the day. People did not know how to deal with it. I'm telling you now, if they come up with one Azami strategy, the SSG roam, I mean, they're just known for being that team that comes up with something. It takes months and months to disassemble, and then they've moved on to the next thing. So that's the kind of thing that on Cafe was, I think, very frustrating, was teams trying to pull apart that Azami setup on the piano side, because everywhere they threw a barrier, it was blocking lines of sight left, right, and center. So that's going to be super exciting on their defensive half from SSG.
Yeah, and that's a good point too. Just because, right, in Brazil, we've seen so many bans of Azami. It's been like non-stop throughout GWB. But in NA, we have yet to see one. So in North America, they really like playing with this Azami.
Okay, so I know we're really excited to see what North America is going to do with the Zombie, and we've just had a really special day, some incredible series. Jess, I know that you missed out on LATAM, so I kind of want Jesse to fill us in here. Honestly, Jesse, I was shocked with how quick that went. I thought that FaZe was going to be putting up more of a fight, but I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on what you were thinking about LATAM.
Yeah, I mean, we started off with a very, very rough 7-0 win coming in for MIBR on FaZe's map pick of Villa. That one was tough, but I do think Bank was significantly better. Bank, we got to see a full 14 rounds, almost the entire way to 15, and FaZe had some really strong attacks. I really liked them in that first half of Bank, and I thought they'd be able to walk away from it. Unfortunately, MIBR also had really good Bank attacks, and part of that's the map. Large part of that is also just the meta that we're in right now. Both those teams are very, very good at handling attacker repick, bringing the tools for the job. They were always kind of switching out those operators. We saw that a lot, but yeah, I think as far as Latin America goes, I think FaZe will very likely get another shot at that. They play Escalina de Bubu down in the lower bracket. Probably going to win that one for the second time, and then they'll get the rematch for the best of 5 against MIBR. So, if anything, it was a little bit of scouting for them, and maybe they can come back with some better bans. Ban Villa next time, maybe.
You know what's super surprising as well is, I don't know if we've really had time to discuss it on the desk, but since the players are still loading in, doing their little thing, toilet breaks, we love that. As the desk, we have to, sit here and fill. But I personally love the fact that EU and NA, think about Gladiators and Leftovers, for example. One round differentiated the win from one team to the other. Max OT, that's where the bread and butter is for these teams. EU has been super close. We've been hitting 3 mappers left, right, and center. I don't know in my career the last time I've sat through a tournament set of days, not even just a singular day of tournament, but a set of days. We have different regions, different teams going head to head here, where it has gone the full 3 maps and it's gone back and forth consistently. I know LATAM has been a bit of a bowl over there, but those are the games I'm not working, so maybe there's a little correlation there. I'm not sure, but I definitely think the fact that the EU and the NA games have been so incredibly close, my heart sort of sits here and goes, hey, this probably spells a really good future for Siege as a whole, and teams that might not be in Tier 1 are slowly reaching that skill ceiling that I've always wished they had. And I think that's a really big thing, not just for this tournament, but for beyond as well. So I hope Leftovers put on a good show, because that resume filler is and that competitive experience is so important.
It's nice that in Europe and in Latin America, we've been able to see through this tournament these lower tier 2 teams play against the best of the best, play against the top teams. In North America, we haven't seen that yet, because of course in the first day we had SSG versus Parabellum, 2 NAL teams, and then we had Gaming Gladiators versus Leftovers, 2 Challenger League teams. So we're gonna finally get to see if it's the same for North America, where we're seeing a lot of those tier 2 teams punch up and make some upsets happen that maybe some of us aren't predicting. We've talked a lot about Spacestation Leftovers and how that one is going to be tough for the Leftovers, but I even think on the other side of things, with Parabellum playing against Gaming Gladiators, that's a huge potential for an upset.
That'll be fun. Yeah, that'll be a fun one to watch too. I'm not going to lie either. I think that the series have actually been really impressive. Even FaZe versus MIBR, I know there was that one map that was 7-0, which, to be honest, I have not seen many 7-0s in my R6 career, but otherwise we've seen some really great barn burners, exceptional series. So let's keep our fingers crossed. B-Boop, we hope this one's just as good. So we're going to send it down to Ollie and Demo. I think that the toilet break that our one of the players is taking is finally over. So to the cyberpunk basement we go. Take us away, B-Boop. Also, we don't say toilet in the US. We say bathroom.
Thank you very much indeed, our wonderful desk of J's, Jackie, Jess, and Jesse. It is time. Demo, we're on different sides.
I noticed that.
This is a bit new, isn't it? Yesterday I was on the left and you were on the right.
I like this. I don't know.
It's gonna mess everything up as well because my arm. Say again.
You're me and I am you because I seen that. Oh, there we go.
There we
it's
go.
The other way around.
See, my mic arm's going to be in the wrong spot now for holding everything. So when we go back onto the screens, we're just going to fall over. It's going to be a nightmare. No, I'm not too sure how we're going to deal with it. But exactly, nothing. We'll watch on the screen. That's more important.
True. We're just kind of floating.
I'm just hanging midair.
New tech.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We are, of course, here to cover Leftovers versus SSG. It is going to be an upper bracket game inside of NA. Yesterday, Demo, we did get to see SSG. We did get to see them face off against Parabellum. A lot closer, I think, than we really anticipated. It doesn't seem like the desk is too, Leftover-sided today. It's obviously, not as difficult a game as SSG faced yesterday, but we know that there's a little bit of upset potential here.
It always is, I think, in these kind of competitions where anything can happen. I think for a side like Leftovers, where there's not a single bit of pressure on them whatsoever. You look at the Parabellum SSG game, I think both teams, there's pressure to make a statement. The first game that both those teams are playing since the last time they played NAL, so there was that kind of pressure for Leftovers. They're just here to play Siege. That's it, and that just kind of proves that they have no pressure on them whatsoever. And SSG obviously being the favourites, that's going to be the natural pressure, isn't it, right off the rip?
Exactly. There's everything for SSG to sort of go out here and prove tonight. And as you mentioned there, that's really where the only pressure lies. Leftovers can come in and just play a good game of Siege. It's a charity tournament after all, so we're not expecting to see, everything super serious. But equally, we're expecting to see some good games. We certainly got good games yesterday. I was very pleased off the back of the best of 3 that we watched, SSG versus Parabellum. I think that was nice and refreshing. And of course, FaZe game prior to that. So it's it's built to be a good one. Going to a couple of maps that we went to yesterday as well. We've got Cafe in Oregon to kick things off, and then Theme Park as a decider if required. Now, it was spoken about on the desk, but of course, Azami is always something that's worth bringing up, this being one of the first times that we're actually getting to see Azami in a competitive setting, or at least with professional players using them. And yesterday, it got a lot of playtime on CAF.
Yeah, I think it's been the kind of talk of the town, isn't it? Just how good is this operator and what she really brings to the table. Boatload of utility soak. I think that's kind of been the key thing, isn't it, Ollie? Just that the amount of nades and Flores drones, Sophia, whatever it is, can just soak up. It's really helpful to the defense. You look at a map like Cafe, which is where we're going to first. That is utility through and through. It's all about how well you can displace some of these defenders. It's about getting your nades in as well as you can. With these barriers now in the way, it's just going to soak up even more of those nades. And, we've seen plenty of times where the attackers, they've been put in a position where they just don't have enough.
Absolutely. And if you're Leftovers and you sat there watching the games play out yesterday, obviously Leftovers will have been able to go back and re-watch the SSG game to get an idea of what they're going up against. They're going to roughly know anyway, but this is the first time we're seeing SSG play in a while, given that they had a break and didn't make it to the Charlotte Major. There's certainly things that you could look to try and exploit here with the way that we saw SSG playing yesterday, whether that be on Cafe, whether that be on Oregon. SSG were very good on Oregon, so it would be very difficult to sort of pick holes in that, but certainly Cafe, a very close game, went to overtime, really could have gone either way, but SSG, everything didn't come their way. It wasn't the easiest game of Siege that we've ever seen them play, so I'd be keeping a keen eye on how Leftovers want to try and approach that, and if there's anything that they really want to try and dig into and exploit.
Yeah, a lot of points you made there. One, obviously, about the Azami. Leftovers, they also played yesterday. And, you kind of look at how Leftovers went through their ban phase. They left Azami open. They didn't want to ban it. So maybe Leftovers not fearing that. Maybe are they going to have a go and play it now, as we already have a bit of a rehost right off the rip. But another point that you made as well, Ollie, is SSG in that Oregon. How confident was that side? Just how confident were they in Oregon? That's going to be our second map no matter what. I have a feeling that this series hinges on Cafe. You have to say that. It hinges on Cafe. there's no doubt in my mind that SSG can go and take Oregon. You know, every team can play Oregon. We know that, Ollie. You can play Oregon. That's how easy it is. But there's a difference between you can play Oregon and, oh, they can play Oregon. You know, there's that level of a difference. And I think whenever you come against such a well-oiled machine that is SSG, whenever they know the basics through and through, they know every decision-making, they've ran the playbook on every single account. And I think because Oregon is so easy, and I think for a team like SSG who's been around for so long, they'll know every situation. Any issue that comes up, they'll know how to fix it. Any opening that they see, they'll know how to make it wider. That's just how they're going to be able to play Oregon. Whereas Leftovers, probably still figuring things out. Because they're, you know, still a very new side.
New side, exactly. And you know, they've not been put under the gun so many times. We got a glimpse there as to just how this cafe might go. Leftovers, even though it was a rehost, they didn't excuse me, they didn't actually have to lock in their ban. They actually chose to remove the Flores anyway, and just like, yeah, this is how we're going to roll with this one. It makes no odds at this point, 5 minutes out from the game, but banning the Flores was really something that we were getting at when we were discussing the burn utility, the soak utility. You know, you're going to play Azami. Azami's likely going to be open, of course, unless SSG decide to ban. But even still, Flores is something that SSG as a team, they don't quite base themselves around it, but they tend to bring it more often than not, and it's a great option for getting rid of utility. You know, you can send those in ahead of any nades, ahead of any throwables, deal with shields, and then you can worry about the nades to remove, you know, players from positions or throw them vertically or whatever it might do. So it just frees up another piece of utility. SSG played Flores so much yesterday, it's not really too much of a surprise to see Leftovers keen to get that one removed.
Yeah, one thing is as well, which I think is an interesting point to talk about, is just because these concrete barriers and how good they can be, if we're seeing Flores bans, who then do you switch to? I'm surprised that we're not seeing Ash maybe come into the picture a bit more. Keep in mind, she has 3 of those breaching rounds. She can do them at range as well, whereas, you know, Flores sometimes can be a little bit tricky. You have to go through mute jammers, go through players in some instances to get to that objective, whereas Ash could be a great pickup. You have the 3 breaching rounds. You know, Sophia's being brought dominantly, as we know, mostly because there's a big old LMG along with the soft destruction. But I think Ash could certainly be viable if you need it. You know, if these concrete barriers are really becoming an issue, she could be a savior for many teams. But I still think, because you look at Iana, you look at Finka Ollie, you still have 2 Gone 6s, you know, with those operators. That's another 2 soft destruction in a way. So I think that's kind of where we're at, is, you know, players are still going to be going for the Gone 6s and the nades, plus the better guns, compared to Ash with the R4C, who only has the breaching rounds.
Yeah, it does make it quite difficult then when you start to, you know, I'm a big advocate for bringing Ash in. You know, Ash, bring her into the meta. It's get Ash the ACO back. That was the start. You know, it was the beginning of the end almost for the entries. And you know, we had to wait quite a long time until things like Iana and Finka became so prominent. But it's certainly an option to bring those breaching rounds back in. Let's see whether that's going to be something that we see Leftovers opt to try and get away with today or not. The likelihood is, until LMGs are changed, I don't think that we're going to see Ash make too much of a return, but you never know. If the LMGs ever get nerfed, she's probably not going to be a bad option.
And there's the Flores. We'll be stuck in. And what's going to follow, though? I think that's probably the better question, isn't it, Ollie? What will follow? Is it going to be the Azami?
Defender ban. Defender ban follows the second attacker ban.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
They're the ones that are in orange. Or blue, depending on your outlook.
Ooh, okay, so Azami's definitely going to be left open. That's a fact.
Valkyrie back in the banning sites. Mirror removed as well. You've not really got an option, I'll be honest with you. Mirror's skyrocketed in popularity. I mean, Mirror's never not been popular, but there was just a period where, you know, a little cheeky Mirror could just fly under the radar in the ban phase. But not anymore. Valk and Mirror both removed. A lot of information has gone there. For as much as we've spoken about Azami demo, we're not actually going to see it in this first site, at least. SSG are going to opt for a little bit more structure, I think, and a little bit less flexibility. They're still going to have barricades, they're still going to have things that need to be burnt, but they're not going to be as flexible as the concrete barriers that can be placed pretty much anywhere.
I mean, we talked a lot about the Azami Ollie, and it's just, you know, we look like a bunch of fools, don't we?
Early days.
10 seconds to go.
Look at the lineup coming in from Leftovers. That is very aggressive, I would say, more than anything. Whenever I see the Twitch come in, you know it's going to be hot and heavy. That F2 moving in, doing whatever needs to be done. I think the Nomad's obviously going to be a solid pickup. It isn't really too orientated, Ollie, towards, you know, that kind of east-sided take that I think we've seen a little bit off, so I think it's going to be a bit more of a traditional approach for Leftovers, where you're just going to be looking at a clear piano take. I think SSG, they were quite headstrong when going for those east-side takes a few times yesterday.
Yeah, SSG were really happy to bring the book and work from beneath, weren't they? We'll see if it's something that they want to try again. It wasn't flawless for them by any stretch. Really looking toward Leftovers as to how they establish themselves here. Fairly standard lineup, all things considered. The only maybe question mark is potentially the Twitch. Obviously, with Mirror banned out here, it's not really going to be used in the typical way of dealing with those mirror windows. You can still get rid of a bit of utility with the shock drone. The fact that it is now a laser as opposed to just an electric charge that's shot out does give you a little bit more flexibility. You have a lot more range on it as well. Leftovers for the time being. Just going to start to make their way in to this cigar shop area. They've got a little rotation there into piano as well. They're going to turn their attention toward Pixel. Very standard take so far.
Taking their time, which I think is probably the best thing to do. You don't want to jump the gun at any point. You want to make sure that man advantage is at level. Or, of course, try and get some picks if you can in the attack, but just don't give any away. A lot of different angles that you need, a lot of different guns for. Defenders can kind of crouch walk around that long bar. Ollie, we've seen plenty of times where it's a little bit slippy at times. Attackers sometimes let defenders just go about their own free will. They do regret that sometimes. So here comes the utility burn in towards Pixel. They have destroyed the shield, but at the moment, Bathroom still in favor for SSG. 50 seconds. Need to get a move on. That Bulletproof is also causing some issues. That's good information for SSG. They can feed that info over to Skies and let him know if he's getting swung or again pushed or anyone who's going near him.
SSG going to kick things off. Butters first to fall. Still trying to deal with the player inside of Washroom here. SSG have just got a lot of utility set up in and around the area. The bulletproof camera, Sky's playing close with the shotgun. It's got a mute jammer at his feet, so it's going to be difficult to drone him out of there. And we have a player on the white stairs. It's almost an extension of the Pixel hold, and it's been something that Leftovers haven't been able to deal with at all. 9 seconds left, diffuser cold on the ground, and we're still trying to get Skies out of Bathroom. Adapt's going to get taken out as he tries to rotate and pick up that diffuser. Maxley left inside of Whitehall. Bulletproof still up. SSG hardly scathed there, Demo.
Great hold. Same hold they did against Parabellum. You know, we've seen that only, didn't they? The difference is between what Parabellum did compared to Leftovers is Parabellum, they more kind of orientated their attack going up through White Stairs, didn't they? That's where they tried to enter in from, and it worked quite well. I think whenever you look at how Parabellum played, Blaz was able to move in and get those kills because they were aggressive. You know, they knew that they had to just take the gunfights. That's what you can do in Cafe. That's it. If the utility isn't working, which as we've seen, both walls being kited, Haban is useless. They cannot open up the electro claws. They cannot open the wall. You just have to go for the kills. Parabellum did that. They didn't shy away. They took the gunfights. Look at Leftovers, Ollie. Just too shy, weren't they? They just sat back. They didn't know what they wanted to do. And they just tried to, like, walk on the site, and that's not going to work.
They're timid. They're very timid. Sometimes, Demo, you've got to make the play, or the player will make you.
Stop that, because Dez has been using that, and I'm going to start handing out royalty claims against you.
It's so true, though, isn't it?
As if I haven't been saying it for the past, few years about that saying. Of course it is. Whenever moments like that where you know nothing's happening. You know, everyone's been in that situation where you're just looking at attacking and thinking, what are we doing? What is going on? Ah, sod it. I'm just going to do this. That's what I think Leftovers needed to do. They just had to have confidence in themselves and say, you know what? I'm just going to push in. If we try, and it works, brilliant. If we try and it fails, oh well. At least we tried something, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they need to press the effort button, don't they, really?
Just have to go for it, just commit.
We've got to try and go for this, and we've got to commit. Let's see if that is something that they try in this round.
Oh, he done this yesterday, didn't he?
Finally have the Azami, but, I mean, this is just horrible. It's got Fultz picking up a couple of kills written all over it.
Oh, this is a freebie. Oh, he's missed it, Ollie.
You say that he's missed it, he still kept himself alive there.
Yeah.
You think back to how timid Leftovers were in the previous round. That isn't going to help them at all when they've got a very hostile defense that's been set up upstairs.
He's out piano, though. Hasn't hung around too long to really put a dent into the Leftovers attack. And Leftovers, I think they've discovered that. They see that piano is clear. Oh, no. A Razor Bloom kill. I'm pretty sure that Butters, he dropped down into red. He triggered the gadget. And then Maxley followed through and died because of that.
You don't often get to see a Razor Bloom
no
actually get the kill. Usually they deal a little bit of damage and they're a bit annoying. They'll maybe push you into a different position, but not often you get to see the actual kill converted with it. Good stuff. Filthy's done a lot of work here with the hammer. He's been able to remove a couple of the Azami barriers and do plenty of renovation upstairs. But of course the site is going to be downstairs inside of mining. And we're still chasing shadows up here. Look at the drones left. There's a minute left and there's 3 drones alive.
This is it from Leftovers. They need to now start making those plays. Like we mentioned, Ollie, this is not the time to take your foot off the gas. You need to go, go, go. You need to try and get some kills. And even SSG, look at how they're starting to set up. Maybe they're looking to play even more aggressive in the defense. They don't have to, of course, at this stage, Ollie, but SSG are not going to give Leftovers really any inkling at all into this round. 20 seconds looks to be maybe a bit of a triple pillar drop coming in from Leftovers. Filthy will be first up to bat inside of Reading. Who is he going to be able to take on? Dexter working on the site at the moment, but look how patient SSG are. They're not giving anything away. There's the swing. Bosco using that rotate. Hot and cold finds another. Dexter will respond, but really at what cost? Diffuser's going to be going down, and at that, it does get the pistol shot, but there's so many SSG players still remaining. Bosco will seize the final kill. Leftovers, they drop another round, Ollie. Just timing again.
That upstairs hold from SSG paid dividends, and the interesting thing there, Demo, is how early did Fultz drop off from that hold? You know, he didn't play inside of Piano for very long at all. It was a little bit close toward the end, but when the time's on 0 like that, and you've got such a man advantage, you've just got to flood the site, especially if the last guy that's alive with a gun covering has got a pistol in his hand. You're going to take that engagement. That's exactly what SSG did. Leftovers really dragging the feet on these attacking rounds. They need to up that pace if they're going to have enough time to execute in the later part of the round. And SSG, as you said, Demo, patience. Patience really was the key there for them.
It was indeed. Just don't have to give yourself away. I mean, if you get that opening pick, I think as well, it's so important to maintain that, isn't it? Because if the attackers are a man behind, Ollie, they're always going to be chasing the round, aren't they? They're always going to be one step behind. And SSG want to make sure they can maintain that. They just want to make sure they keep themselves alive, steady that lead. And, you know, we mentioned this yesterday, Ollie. If you have that man advantage, just trade, and eventually you will have just left with one player left because everyone else has died.
Do we need to run through the math again just to make sure it checks out?
I don't think we need to.
I can't remember exactly what the formula was. Something along the lines of 5 take away 4 is 1.
And I said that you're the one I want.
There we go. See, I think that whilst you're still a little bit of a whippersnapper, I think that joke's probably a little bit old.
Is it?
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a bit of grease.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with it, but I just don't think that it's a joke that everyone's going to get.
How people get that? If you
Also-
haven't seen Grease, what are you doing with your life?
I'm glad that Maxley shot that speaker. There is somebody on SSG that is refusing to shoot that speaker
That's
out.
no Grease.
It's happened a couple of times. We get greeted with the beautiful classical music that's playing upstairs, but I want to hear footsteps, man.
Yep. Another point that we haven't mentioned as well, Ollie, with SSG yesterday against Parabellum, they did lose this map against Parabellum, but we said it wasn't the greatest showing from SSG. A lot of things that you would consider some rookie mistakes were catching them by surprise. We've seen spawn peaks happen. We've seen early runouts. Moments like that I think really saw over Parabellum in that map, and I think SSG has been able to learn from that. Obviously, they're on the defense, but I think during the attack, they'll be ready for moments like that. I think that was the wake-up call during that tournament for them. So I think today, they're going to come out here on Cafe and make a big statement.
Also, if you look at the kind of team that Parabellum are, they're a very aggressive team that are relying on some very talented individuals. Yeah, they're wanting to get in and amongst kills and really flex that fragging prowess that they possess, and I've not really felt that same sort of fire from Leftovers yet. Granted, we've seen 3 rounds, but there's not anybody that's getting themselves in trouble repeatedly early on and it's working for them. It's not. It's just very slow and steady. Saying that, we did actually get the opening pick there.
That's the first opening pick for them. And goes the nade from Maxley, trying to pressure in towards Bunker at the moment. There is one player stationed in that position, but at the moment Bosco is safe. However, Hot and Cold, he's not safe. And speaking of Bosco, he also falls. Just a couple of picks here and there for Leftovers, and now they have a very strong man advantage. Skies on the Echo of 1 versus 4. What is he going to be able to do? Inside a bakery, diffuser going down. He's just stuck, Ollie. Sure, he has the Echo cams, but he's not going to be able to deny the full time. Even misses sticking it to the ceiling. Nice shot on the butters, but diffuser's going down. Upstairs pressure applied by Leftovers. This is an unwinnable position from Skies, and Filthy will catch him upstairs using those vertical linings. The only issue with Kitchen sometimes, what we mentioned, Ollie, is if you don't have that mid-floor control, it's very tough, isn't it?
Very tough indeed, and I think SSG are just a little bit soft downstairs in Kitchen. We didn't get to see Adapt picking up the majority of those kills there.
Nice shot on the butters, but diffusion.
Wow, that was demo in slow motion.
What?
That was brilliant.
Why did I sound like an evil villain?
You sounded like a little bit Scottish as well.
Bit of Scottish, bit of the Ulster Scots coming through.
That was... I'm going to have nightmares about that, I think.
My goodness.
It's going to haunt my dreams. Back upstairs we go for SSG. They can afford to drop that third choice site. Maybe when we see them return to Kitchen, if we see them return to Kitchen later on, they may instead go for a little bit more of a roam and just give a few more problems over for Leftovers to solve. But with regards to how the first round went, they don't really need to do anything differently. That big point of contention for Leftovers should be the washroom. They need to try and pressure into that washroom as much as they possibly can. Make sure that those ADSs are burned. They've got so much burn utility. They're bringing 8 nades this time. That is more than enough.
Overkill, one would say.
I mean, it could be overkill. If you don't get 3 kills and you're bringing 8 nades, there's a problem somewhere.
I'm still shocked that we're not seeing more Wamai. I said it yesterday. Barely seen any Wamai yesterday in Cafe, and I'm just in awe that we're not seeing them. I really am. But maybe SSG, you look at the lineup, where do you make room? You'd probably say maybe Faults, but I know that they want to keep kind of 2 bulletproofs, don't they? So you can kind of see that reasoning, but then again, I know. Hey, SSG, let them do what they want to do, but I just think Wamai, for this kind of hold they're going for, I think would help a lot.
Yeah, there was definitely a lack of Wamai yesterday. I mean, it could be one of those things where they just don't want to give away the best, their best Wamai spots. They don't want to really tell everyone how they're going to be using it come stage 2.
This is, what, the 4th time SSG have played this exact same strategy in the past 2 days?
Yeah.
You know, there's no difference depending who they're playing on. It could just, maybe this is this the new default? I don't know. Is this a new default setup that we're going to be seeing from time and time again just in the community? We know SSG, they're
quite well.
They're a trendsetter of a team, aren't they?
Certainly are. Already we can see the focus here from Leftovers. It's much more heavily directed towards Skies in the bathroom. Skies is no longer in the washroom though. The Maverick Blowtorch is going to force him out. Can't play long range with the shotgun, so gonna have to dip himself back and make a little bit of a rotation. Dexter should be able to cause a little bit of damage into freezer storage as well. And that's how many nades they've brought down. They can afford to be burning ADSs with them.
Yeah. Oh,
what a
Rampy!
rotation! Rampy comes out of nowhere.
Rampy, I think he just slipped in towards the new hatch. He just goes for a swing and finds two of them. Fultz finds another. Butters is slowly hedging his way on through down towards White Stairs. Position will be known now. Somebody needs to put an end to this, man, because Sky's under a lot of pressure. Skies will be down, and I think maybe finished off by a grenade. Yes, he will be. Filthy also takes up arms inside a bathroom. Diffuser, though, is called. Fultz finds Butters. Filthy trying his best to see if he can get some kills. Fultz with a swing, gets shot down. He knows where the last man is, but Busco staying alive inside a freezer. Will land the shotgun blast, and oh, how many times have we said this man is a savior for this team? How many times?
Well, he doesn't get called Boss Goat for no reason.
He does have the most clutches in the game, doesn't he, at events? That's a correct stat that I think I seen the other day.
Specifically at events?
Yes.
It wouldn't surprise me. He's typically last alive and he regularly plays onto a shotgun, whether it's a mute or a smoke or whatever it is. So you're putting yourself in that ballpark, aren't you?
He's the best clutcher I think this game's ever seen. I don't think is that an outrageous statement? I don't think it is. I don't think many people will contest that.
No, I think for consistency. There's not, to my mind, a Bosco clutch that really sticks out. I've got others that stick out in my mind, but I don't know if that's just biased because maybe I was casting the event or working it.
I get what you mean. It's like Bosco has never had like an outrageous, nutty one.
Flashy clutch. Not that I can think of straight off the top of my head. I'm
sure that someone in chat. He's done the same clutch 100 times, which is still very, more impressive than I think sometimes
I'd take that.
Plays.
Yeah, I would take Bosco clutching 100 times versus the Nello clutch on Coastline that one time. And that's not to say that Nello isn't someone that clutches, but that's just one that sticks out in my brain.
Here we go. Moving in. Round 5. Here's where we head to. No little C4 up the hatch this time. We know that Hot and Cold was a fan of going for that, wasn't it, against Parabellum? Worked very well.
I think there's time for that still.
Already, Butters is gone. He's been on either an entry or an opening death. It seems to be one or the other, and I think he's definitely had more opening deaths than opening kills at the moment, Ollie.
Yeah, it hasn't been great. It's almost like there's been a bit of a thinker curse for whoever has gone against SSG.
Yeah, Gunner struggled yesterday, didn't he?
Gunner didn't play very well. Like, we just don't see whoever's on Finker doing particularly fantastically. C4 getting threatened there from below. Filthy can't get himself out of the way in time. Rampy is going to make one land. Second kill for SSG, and let's be honest, there's no option to trade a C4 from below, Demo.
No, there is not. Horrible start for Leftovers. Sledge gone. Thankfully, they have the Buck who can fill in that position, but you're still losing 2 men. You're still down 2 men against SSG, and we know if SSG, they have that man advantage, Ollie, they'll keep hold of that. They will just sit in corners, they'll not move an inch, and they'll just let Leftovers sweat it out. Now Adapt, you can see he's desperate for a kill, Ollie, to get his team back in. But you're playing into SSG. SSG wants you to do that. SSG wants you to overpeak because they're just going to be sitting waiting for you.
Exactly. When you try and get something going now, in the moment, it's going to be very difficult for it to come through. Nade goes in, but it doesn't dish the desired amount of damage out. Hot and Cold throws the C4. It is shot out mid-air by Maxley, but SSG aren't going to be too concerned. Maxley there, trying to bait out with the Gemini clone. Hot and Cold's been around the block. He's not going to fall for that one. Still just holding fast. There's no reason for him to move just yet. Can continue to hold the angle and wait for his prey to come to him, which is exactly what is going to happen. Dexter, he's at the bottom of Brown's stairs. But SSG, again, they don't need to move. They're not being given a reason to. It's going to be Rampy to collect his second kill on the round. And a flawless for SSG.
Oh, flawless. SSG just have that man advantage, not going to give anything. We know that. Leftovers felt that at full force. Not a good start. I mean, to be fair, it is Cafe. We have said that defense is certainly favored. But a lot of these rounds, it's been one-sided all. I think that's probably been the more outlying factor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not been a close game so far, has it? It's a 4-1 and it feels like it should be a 4-1.
You look at the kills.
Scary.
Leftovers, there's not much.
Yeah, it's a tough day when you flex and you flank watch who've got more kills than your entries.
Very true. Nobody really having a bad game from SSG, you can say. It's tricky.
Let's see if they finish it strong here. It can be tough to attack Cafe.
Hey, I'm still Faith. I think Leftover still just because it is Cafe, and the amount of times where I've seen Cafe games be so turbulent, Ollie, where we could be sitting here at 5-1 thinking, oh, that's them done, a 5-1, how do you come back? And then they win 7-5. It happens more times than you think, so I'm not, I don't think it's set in stone. I'm not too hopeful that, yeah, this is SSG through and through. I still think SSG, obviously, in the better position, but it all comes down to SSG and how they do on the attack, which we will admit, Ollie, that's where SSG, I think, struggled a little bit more on Cafe, didn't they?
Yeah, and especially without the Flores. Flores was such a big part of the SSG attacks. You remove that away, and as long as you can keep your head up knowing that, you know, you might have a very rough attacking phase yourselves. Daps is just spinning on the roof, having a great time. It's almost like the Leon Gids spin. Was it Leon that used to do that demo?
Do what?
The spin. You know, there was the way where you could get a kill in the final kill cam and then spin, and it would just like spin you infinitely.
Reese.
I remember who like pioneered it.
Reese. Back in the UK days. I think so.
I thought it was a Leon thing. Seems like the sort of thing he'd do.
So,
these mini games are so difficult for Leftovers to solve. SSG have just set this bathroom hold up again. Because why not? It's going to work. This time it's Bosco that's going to be playing there. But it's such a similar setup. Oh, you've still got your Gon 6 in your hand and you get caught by 2 Amis. Like, they're the mistakes. They're the small micro mistakes.
They got the
really swing around.
They got the shield, which is a good start. In comes another nade, and will successfully nail on defaults. Adapt also finds Skies. This is looking a lot better for Leftovers. Utility is working. They're throwing everything that they can, Ollie, and hope it sticks. And right now it is. Hot and Cold and Bosco. What can they do? Hot and Cold trying to support Bosco as best as he can. Bosco inside a bathroom still. I mean, Butters looks as if he can maybe just aggress, but no. In comes the swing. Adapt goes down, but Butters will be there with the refrag. Hot and Cold, looking to get aggressive, looking to see if he can find somebody. Will see ahead. Down goes Finka, and another one for Hot and Cold. This is clutchable. This is a possibility, but no. Maxley shuts him down. Hot and Cold, I thought the stars were aligning, but Maxley, he sees another sign, and it's a Leftovers round.
Such a close round as well. You've got to feel for Hot and Cold there. He obviously had a lot of good information. He knew exactly when the player was going to be rotating just on the other side of long bar and entering, looking to challenge him in freezer. That first shot was incredible. I didn't even see Butters there. Second kill here off the back of the information. And he knows that he's going to get pushed soon. Such a difficult one to play as well, but in that situation, you've got to be going for that challenge. You can't be getting caught flat-footed. Great round for Leftovers to pick up just before the turn of the half.
Mm-hmm. So this is really the make or break, isn't it? This is where I think we kind of see how this next half will go. If we see Leftovers come in, I think, to what? This next round, and they take it quite convincingly, I think we've got a good game in our hands here, Ollie. But if SSG go, and they take this next round, then Leftovers really need to start pulling out some big defensive wins. But, you know, SSG, I think if they can get this first attack over the board, that's their boundary set.
Yeah, 2-round buffer isn't a lot in reality. You're going to be expecting Leftovers to be able to pick up a couple of rounds here, depending on which site they're going to be favouring. I'll have to see how SSG are going to choose to approach this. Of course, we've mentioned the absence of Flores, banned out by Leftovers, something that SSG played quite a lot yesterday. That adaptation coming through. It's going to be Fultz on the Nook. Realistically, that's one of the sort of change arounds you would make. You would still like to have an Abana, you would still like to have a hard breach, you're still probably going to bring a Sledge and a Finker. Skies kicks things off, makes the nades work. Thing of beauty to see a nade kill onto a Jaeger.
The irony, isn't it? It's always the irony. So much utility, though, like to burn through. It's insanity sometimes. And I mean, the fact that you look at that lineup and there's been a nade kill right off the rip, you're puzzled, aren't you?
Yeah. It's definitely a problem, especially when, you know, you've actually got the Wamai that you've been asking for, Demo.
You've got all three of them. You've got Rooney, Jaeger, and Wamai. There should be no nade kills happening. Not that early on. And you look at the flashbangs, still 5 of them for SSG. They haven't even burned for utility yet, and there's still nade kills happening. Big question mark for Leftovers. But still, plenty of time left. See if Leftovers can find a pick or two. You know, the SSG, they actually weren't too lucky in the windows. I think we've seen them on the windows quite a few times. Yesterday, it just didn't really work out for them. They were getting swung, getting picked off, some great shots from Parabellum. So many Leftovers, they could do the same.
Filthy takes a huge chunk of damage there as Fultz just sends a nade into Cigar Shop. Sky's still with that Overwatch on the skylight, making sure that no one's in position to rotate. Fultz now going to go for a little bit of a crouch walk in. He's got the Nook ability activated. He's actually got himself all the way into sight, but what information does he have? SSG, they've just flooded onto Longbar. Kills are going to start to fly through now as Hot and Cold and Skies grab one apiece. Dexter, he's going to be in position to shut Skies down, and he's going to be the sole survivor here for Leftovers. But that plant is going to go down like
right beside him.
Not. Dexter, he's right next to you in the bomb chassis. Fultz with the cover. A scrappy round there. SSG just saying, we are going to shift W ourselves into sight. We are going to prioritize getting that kit down.
Full send, isn't it? That's what the call was. Yeah, just send it. My goodness, SSG, so risky with that play, Ollie. A lot of them grouping up together. It was a 2v4, almost for Dexter. I mean, the defuser went down right beside him. But thankfully, Fultz is there with the cover. But boy, SSG... It's unlike them, isn't it?
It is. It's not structured, it's not strategic, it's not counterplay.
Is this what they've been working on?
It is just, you know, it's, dare I say it, a little bit LATAM-esque, a little bit FaZe-esque.
Don't bring up FaZe, please.
That's the kind of thing that FaZe would do.
I don't want to talk about FaZe.
Not happy with the way they played today, are you?
Don't want to talk about it.
Well, at least they got beaten by your second favourite team.
I didn't know Navi was in LATAM.
Touche, though.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, look at the lineup. SSG, Lion in. So we talked about that playstyle, Ollie, with the aggressive nature. For a Lion in the mix, yeah, sure.
Now are they trying too hard? I kind of liked the last round. It was a bit scrappy. It was a bit all over the place. They got it over the line. You had the Lion into the mix. Things just become even more difficult for Leftovers. Let's see if SSG can snag themselves a nice little opener again like they did last time. It was off the back of a nade from the skies. There'll be no nades in his back pocket this time, though, as he's on the book. First Lion scan will come out. No immediate push off the back of that. Bosco going to get himself onto an upside-down rappel here just to play in and around the white window, but not looking to give too much away. Rampy storms in downstairs, picks himself up a nice little solo. Another Lion scan, excuse me, off the back of that, just to ensure that he doesn't get pushed as well. But once again, that opening kill hasn't been traded, and it's gone in the favor of SSG.
The SSG looking for the east side take. We've seen a bit of them from this yesterday, where Parabellum and they went up against this. And then you get Skies, though, in the raiding, start bucking underneath that main cocktail bar. Need to get in there as quick as you can, because every second does count on Cafe Ollie. We know that. You don't want to be leaving yourself too late, because then we start swinging in windows during about the 10-second mark. Pre-fires can happen quite easily from the defenders, so the quicker you get in, get these kills, the easier your life will be. So Skies just waiting, I think, for some information from the drones. It does look as if anyone's in the common positions, Ollie, that we expect to see from the defense. They've actually just left it. Filthy's really the closest person to do anything with denying access into the cocktail bar, but for the meantime, leftovers, I think they're just going to try and play these long angles. Sit back, let SSG have the control, because they have faith that they can retake, I think.
And the worst thing for leftovers to do now would be to go chasing the kills. They just need to try and burn this clock down as much as possible. SSG are playing fairly passively at the moment, and it's almost like they're waiting for leftovers to make a mistake to get itchy feet and to start making rotations. The Lion scan comes in as the players from SSG hop on through. Bosco, diffuser in hand, could look to try and get it down here, but instead needs to take the challenge. Filthy, he's going to pick himself up too. Rampy and Bosco both fall. Fultz didn't commit, didn't go in at the same time, and is now left up on the roof. Misses the nade, but sees the feet of the Jaeger, gets a second chance. Excuse me, adapt. He is going to fall, but is it going to be meaningful? There's only 10 seconds of this round left, and Fultz is trying to fight his way through. Leftovers, you just got to keep yourself alive here. Don't keep giving yourself up. Skies are going to be inside of the freezer. He'll be finished off, and then Maxley will finally put an end to Fultz's rampage. Leftovers, they're going to grab a round for themselves.
Something happened there in that round. I think it came down to Rampy. I think there was some maybe communication between Bosco and Rampy. We seen Bosco get himself in, swung in, was looking for the plant, but I think Rampy then lost his engagement with Filthy on the top of the stairs. And then there must be some kind of communication, maybe a refrag they were hunting for there. I don't know, but whatever it was, Filthy on that smoke just stood tall, able to get that important kill. And Rampy was pushing up in towards white stairs, stopped the defuse going down. Great work from him, and from there, and then it's difficult for SSG to get back in, because that's their whole game plan, is to take control of, you know, white stairs area and get that diffuser down.
Yeah, great play from Filthy, as you say. The shotgun played on white stairs was perfect. He obviously navigated the air jabs very well as well, because we saw those get placed at the start of the round. But obviously we didn't see or hear any of those go off, so you can only imagine that he was able to get into a position to shoot it before it detonated. It's thrown leftovers somewhat of a lifeline here. It keeps SSG off of that match point. An all-important 6th round. Now we get to see leftovers switch things up. They've obviously tried upstairs twice. Won one, lost one. Now they're going to be hitting up their second choice site. It's going to be reading. Fireplace.
Very run-of-the-mill for SSG at the moment. Moving upstairs, start sweeping throughout the rest of the building. I'm surprised that we're not seeing the pickup of Jackal from SSG, because we know it's an operator that they like to take whenever they're not attacking in towards the top floor. So it's a bit strange not to see it here now, Ollie. Maybe just mixing things up. I don't know.
Yeah, I think quite possibly. SSG have been very fluid in their lineup, and everybody's been playing everything. It hasn't really been too sort of set in stone as to... Yeah, I mean, you just... You just give Bosco whatever he wants.
Oh, Maxley. We didn't see the kill, but we've seen it plenty of times before, Ollie, from the other perspective. That was a good shot, and I think Hot and Call knows it.
Sat down off the rappel. It's a great feeling there as a defender. Maxley will be traded out, though. Rampy upside down will manage to find one onto him. Fultz looking to play a little bit more aggressively here. Bosco taking a bit of damage as well, but Adapt will be the next player to fall. Bulletproof camera removed, but a bit of a worry as to what's going on below. Still 2 C4s in the hands of Leftovers here. They have the information to make good use on them.
This guy's looking to enter in towards the top floor. Dexter will be there, but not for long as he quickly drops down. Just feeling a little bit scared, Ollie, I think. Doesn't want to chance it at the moment, so SSG, they have upstairs control, which is good from them. Only 4 or 5 seconds to go, though, Ollie, so not all the time in the world, but they do have that all-important man advantage. That is the big one. And say that, it's gone. Filthy swings up the white stairs. Rampy gets caught out. Surprised Rampy's let that happen. Isn't that what you should be watching or trying to, inch towards? Is that white stairs?
You'd certainly think so. Obviously, Hot and Cold falling early has removed any ability to get those air jabs out there, and it's made the flanks a little bit more susceptible. Fult's going to try and take advantage, though. Manages to find that man count back. Sky's still upstairs. He gets shut down as well. Bosco picks one up onto Filthy, and it's all down to Butters. Got to try and stop this plant from going down. There's only 3 seconds left. Bosco has the diffuser, but he doesn't have a clue as to where Butters is going to be. Fultz could not provide the cover there. You can see him just get blasted as he tries to make his way through the door. Bosco, no point putting the diffuser down. There's only 2 seconds left. You're going to get swung, my friend. Tough round for SSG.
Butters has no idea how lucky he was. I think 1 more second and you would probably expect that Bosco would have had him. But Butters just staying alive inside of reading. A great clutch. Just hanging in there. You know that picture of the cat where it's just hanging in there? That was him.
I can imagine what you're talking about, yeah.
I'm sure many people know. Feels if it was featured in an episode of The Office.
Attackers need to locate and
I think, not sure.
Such a strange sort of segue there, Demo.
I'm not sure. Can anyone fact check that? It was hanging in there. Was that like on a card or something in The Office? If memory serves me right, I think it is. Was it Meredith's birthday?
Call in.
Was it Meredith's birthday? Someone search it up, please. I'd love to know if I'm right.
Leftovers not giving up without a fight here. Certainly a lot closer than it was previously. You think back to the scoreline at the turn of the half, 4-2. SSG have picked up 1 round so far on Leftovers' defense, but Leftovers have fought back. They've managed to scrape themselves to within 1 round of SSG here. We're going to try down in Kitchen to convert that into a level 5 all. The lineup from SSG. We've got the Ying Demo.
It's always a temperamental operator. We see it actually, I think, have a good success rate. I think we've seen Ying work out a lot more than it not working out. I think teams have become quite comfortable with the style that you have to play Ying like. You have to make sure utility's burned, and you just have to commit to it. And I think a lot of it does come down to the Ying player. The Ying player needs to have confidence, so you need to make sure you're putting someone in there who isn't going to shy away from a gunfight because you are that main driving force. Abuse that power off. You can see everyone, but they can't see you. You need to be able to prove that. Fultz, as we know, very capable flat. He can play numerous operators, and I think he'll be well versed in that operator.
Rampy again finding the opener here for SSG. It's meant less and less as the game has developed, but it's still a stat line that SSG are dominating on here. Ooh, Skies. Unfortunately, you've caused Bosco's demise there. You've opened up the window, and Dexter's threaded the C4 all the way up and through. Poor old Bosco just stood out there on the drone. Fultz finds it back. It's the trade over, and will regain that man count for the time being. With your hard breach gone, it's going to make Kitchen a little bit trickier.
Certainly is. Dexter will respond, eliminates the Ying Ollie. Down she goes. That's what I think we wanted to see from Leftover. Sometimes during their attacks, whenever things are not working out, you need to go and find something. And Dexter's done just that.
It's important to know when that time is as well, and timing it is not as easy as it sounds. SSG is still wrapped up in this vertical control, which is fine for the time being, but there's 50 seconds left. They're going to have to start progressing here pretty soon. Hot and Cold will eventually shut Dexter down. Just gets a little bit too overzealous, peeking onto that main door. Butter's going to be holding the bottom of White Stairs. He can hear the barbed wire. He's had that audio cue, but his call out will have been given now. He's got the DMR, so it isn't ideal for taking on these engagements, especially when you're going up against Rampy and an LMG. Maxi finds one, does achieve the trade, has a little bit of info to work with here. Skies needs to get himself into position, and he will do just exactly that. Inside of the site already, one step ahead. And we'll find the final kill onto the Wamai. SSG put themselves on a match point.
They do indeed. I think Rampy, good round from him. Solid opening. Getting this important kill. You know, Butters. I think Butters, he gets one kill there and run away. That's a completely different round, isn't it? He had two opportunities. One on the gold stairs, one outside the double door. He knew where both of them were. But sometimes that DMR Ollie, it's a difficult beast to tame. And sadly for him, it didn't work out. So yeah, SSG in strong position. One round, comfortable lead as well. Good buffer zone, Ollie. So they can falter if they want to, but would you expect it from SSG at the moment?
Well, there's a 50% win rate on this top floor so far in this game with Leftovers on the defense. So you wouldn't typically expect anything too one-sided. Obviously, we'll have to see how SSG want to approach this one. But as you mentioned, they've got themselves a nice buffer here. And if they can continue to pick up that opening kill, they're going to make things even easier for themselves. The thing that's really piquing my interest at the moment is the proposed lineup that SSG have got selected and now locked in. We're going to be dealing with not only the Lion this time, but they're throwing the whole kitchen sink at it demo. We've got the Amaru, we've got the Ying, and we've got the Capitao. There's four extremely disruptive operators when typically you would expect to see one, maybe two of them per round. Do you think SSG are going to try and finish this the same way that they tried to finish Oregon yesterday? In a hail of flames.
Just full send again, isn't it? I would assume that it's going to be a mixture of Rampy in that window, which I think everyone knew this was going to happen. Really the only viable window that I think you can entry in on as that Amaru. And then it's going to be mixed with probably a skylight drop. You would assume you've got Faults there positioned with the Ying, with the Gandelas, with the smokes. Capitao can also support with smokes. Let's see what happens. Hot and Cold has the diffuser, so he's in the hot seat. He has to get this diffuse down, so they're relying on Faults to be that spearhead. And this is what we mentioned last time, Ollie. If you're on that Ying, you need to be aggressive, and you need to be ready to get kills.
It's a very difficult thing to time this. We see the utility go in, the Lion scan comes out, and Rampy flies himself up through the window. Filthy gonna pick up the first kill onto Faults, but aside from that...
Oh.
Game we're going to hit a rehost, apparently. I'm going to wait for some sort of clarification on that. I was refreshing my feed just to make sure that it wasn't just me. I mean, that's a cliffhanger demo, if ever I've seen one.
It's like Stranger Things. Where do we go? Oh, what's next?
Black
Where do we
Mirror
go?
episode. I am on the edge of my seat. I need to know how that went. It looked like it was going well? Question mark. Well, we will get the game fixed. I'm not entirely sure what's wrong with that. I'm not sure if it was the observer sort of crash. There is an observer crash, or whether it was like a full server disconnect.
Is the team still playing? Is it a full...
I would imagine that they're still playing. I don't know. We're waiting for clarification. As soon as we get something from production, we will let you guys know. But for now, there's not a great deal to say. We were just getting ready to jump into.
I just want to know what's happened.
What was built to be the juiciest gunfight of the night, or at least one of them. But yeah, as soon as we get a little bit of info, we will let you know. Aside from that, SSG were on 6 rounds. We saw they had a good little buffer there, a 2-round advantage to try and get that done, and they'd opted for the classic Skylight Rush, Amaru in through Heaven Window. Who knows how it plays out?
It's a tough one to call because those attacks, Ollie, either end up as being just a magnificent piece of work or into the dumpster. That's... You know what I mean? That's where you're at with those types of plays. They're not really an in-between. It's either one or the other. I just don't know. I just have no answers. I'm sorry.
Well, at the moment, nobody has an answer. It seems that we're really flying by the seat of our pants here as to just exactly how that game went. As soon as we get a result, we will let you know. But, I mean, on the face of it, a rush strat like that, you can't really call it either way. SSG could have just been met with a shotgun at every window that they tried to hop into and very quickly dealt with. Or they could have got a couple of lucky kills, managed to get the plant down and kept hold of it in a post. You would at least expect one person to stay up on the roof so that you can at least watch over that planted diffuser. But, you know, it's a bit of a throwback, isn't it? The whole Capital bolts through the skylight. Back in the day, we'd throw a glass into the mix as well. We'd have maybe some Ying Candelas knocking around.
Maybe a Monty, I don't know.
Potentially a Monty, maybe.
Whenever I think of Skylight Cafe, I'm sure many people probably also know this. I always think of the iconic clip where he jumps in through Skylight with the Monty and just plants it and then repels back up the Skylight. That's always one that sticks with me whenever I think of those types of plays. So, yeah, it's so turbulent. You have no idea how those kind of rounds can go.
Well, we've got clarification that we're going to be hitting a rehost. So as soon as we get all the players into the lobby, we'll be jumping back into that. Bit of a strange place to rejoin, but we'll make the best of it. I'm not sure that SSG are going to go for the same strat again.
Yeah, this is the thing now. It's a bit of a one-time ruined the surprise. They've ruined the surprise.
They've they've let the magic trick out of the bag there, and I think that we're probably going to see leftovers be ready for it. I mean, you could go for the double bluff. The double bluff is you've got to have a real, real confidence in what you're doing if you're going to go for that double bluff demo, because sometimes we do see it.
It's a mental game because you could have leftovers sit there and prep for that rush again, but then SSG do something completely different. So all that setup, all the positions means nothing. Or they could take it as, oh, they'll never do it again. Let's just set up for something else. And then SSG go ahead and do it. But then maybe SSG think, oh no, we'd never do that because they know we're going to do that, so we're not going to do that. But maybe because they know we're not going to do that, they wouldn't expect us to know it, so then we're going to do it unless that's what they want us to think.
But if they think that we think that they're going to do it, then we think
they wouldn't do it.
They won't do it, but then they do it.
But if they were to do it, but then they didn't do it, you'd look like a mug. So
just as plain and simple as that. You would just literally look like a mug.
To do.
Like this?
That's you. Or that could be it. Could be anyone. It could be SSG. It could be leftovers. We don't know who would end up being the mug.
Well, we could just do this, and I'll get myself off screen and just leave the mug like.
Put the glasses on it.
You want the glasses on the mug?
Put the glasses on the mug. Yeah.
The glasses are see-through, so it doesn't really work, Demo.
It's a new low point for you in your career, isn't it, doing this?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this is rehost time, let's be honest. It's rehost time on match point.
Half past one over here in the UK.
True.
We're just chilling.
Can he see now?
But yeah, I mean, again, this is where we need people to phone in. Let us know, how was your day? Let us know. We're here. Welcome.
How do you think SSG's day is going?
I think okay.
It's got to be a tilter. It's got to be a tilter or a rehost at that point.
Yeah. I think if you're SSG, it looks as if you've orchestrated that quite well. Look, like from our perspective, from what we've seen, the timings were on cue, wasn't it? The Yings, Candelas, Smokes, Amaru, Lion Call all went off at the same time. So it looked good, but sometimes it's not about how you start, Ollie, it's about how you finish.
Exactly. And SSG have still got to finish strong because there's still a map to be won here. We're still inside of map number 1. So you would expect, the teams to be still fresh, still very mindful that there's a full best of 3. Well, there's at least 2 maps of a best of 3 if we need them both remaining. So SSG have surely got to keep themselves, in that mental win state. But for Leftovers, I mean, this might be a bit of a lifeline. It's a chance for them to have a quick chat and just discuss, right, how do we want to move forward? We've picked up rounds here. We can take this all the way.
Again, you still have for SSG, you still have rounds, don't you? It's 6-4. There's still 2 rounds that Leftovers need to get before they go overtime. So SSG still have that bit of flexibility. They have that room to maneuver. If they drop around, that's fine. They can still go there and win a 7-5 potentially. So SSG, I still think, obviously in good shape, still in good standing. One thing as well that I think we noticed from just before the round crashed was Amaru actually went unchecked. Because typically whenever Amaru goes in through that window, we see somebody close with a shotgun, just swings, kills the Amaru, someone downstairs in pillar. Multiple ways that Amaru can get killed right off the rip. From what we've seen from the outlines, it didn't look as if anyone was in a good position to actually stop that Amaru. And if that Amaru is in that position, you can shut down numerous angles. Obviously, the cocktail bar's one. You can have a long angle onto freezer, either freezer doors as well. So that's a key position to be in. And if SSG managed to get themselves tucked in into that corner, they could easily get a plant down because they have so much cover.
Yeah, it's a very common sort of spot to sit in, just on the other side of that heaven wall in cocktail. Typically you find like a Maestro or something along those lines there. You can pretty much anything. Maestro does often find themselves in that spot. And as soon as you get the audio cue, now granted, SSG did a really good job to mask that audio cue. There was a Lion scan going on, there was Candelas, there was Capital, there was everything going on. You probably got Skies just dumping a mag into a wall somewhere because he was playing on the sledge and couldn't really add anything to that part. He's sure he could maybe throw a nade or something, but they're trying to mask that sound as much as possible to make it as successful as they could. It's just a shame that we're not actually going to get to see how it all played, Demo, because I would have loved it.
I just want to know.
Can we force the players to do exactly the same again? Is this going to be a situation where they've got to pick the same operators?
You know what we could do? We'll just end the stream and we'll just go and nobody will ever know. It'll be one of the great mysteries.
I thought you were going to say something useful, like we could recreate the moment.
What do you mean?
We'll recreate the moment. We'll get everyone
gentleman's agreement. Gentleman's agreement. Everyone has to be in the same spots, and we replayed around from that second.
All we've got to do is find 5 random people that don't know what's going on, and then it'll be fine. And then the other 5 people know that it's going to be an Amaru rush. It's pretty flawless if you think about it.
We could. I just want to know. That's it. But yeah, still waiting. Waiting for the rehost, see what happens. So me and Ollie's here. Again, we just need that phone in so people can let us know, how's your day went. It's been a few things happening over here today in the UK.
I've got a bit of something for you, Demo. If you want to go off topic, I've got some riddles. If you want to go off topic.
Oh, Jackie Esports, welcome.
Well, I mean, it's always a little bit of fun, isn't it? Prepared for such an eventuality.
Go on then.
Okay, so this is a riddle for, I would say, it's not quite like a high school or primary school level riddle. Like, you're probably in college to figure this one out, maybe.
Right.
So like that, we're talking average IQ of a sort of average 17 to 20-year-old, which of course you're above, so you should have absolutely no problem. Let me pull up the list.
Not by a lot, though.
What time is it when an elephant sits on a fence? What time is it when an elephant sits on a fence? Anyone in the chat, feel free to participate.
Hammer time?
No, not hammer time.
No, not hammer time, no.
That's a different joke.
No. Time. Why is an elephant sitting on a fence?
What time is it? There's a lot of questions. There's only one answer. Are you giving up?
Yeah.
Give us one more guess. You've not even given me a serious guess yet.
I don't. Like, how do you respond to this? It's gonna be such a stupid answer.
Well, then start to think stupidly.
No, I can't do that. That's impossible for me.
Okay, then just start to think.
Again, very difficult task you're asking of there.
Demo, if an elephant is sat on the fence, it is time to fix the fence. The fence is probably broken, mate. We're talking about an elephant here. I can see that you're not impressed. I'm very upset by that. I was hoping that I'd get at least a little bit of a chuckle. Like a little bit of like a sigh, sort of like, oh, go on, like, yeah, you're funny. Like, you know, we'll give you that one.
It annoys me.
Yeah.
I love riddles, but that one's just...
I think you're just mad because you didn't get it.
Yeah, probably.
I think everybody in chat that types them got it as well. So, well done to everybody in chat. I have just been told that we are approaching getting ready into the game.
Thank goodness.
I'm not entirely sure what the deal is, but thanks for bearing with us during the short break. Obviously, we've got to get all the teams in. We've got to re-enter all of the round history. There is a little bit of a process there in terms of remaking a lobby. But as soon as we get all of the players in, we will rejoin exactly where we left off. Now, whether everybody will have to pick the same operator or not, I would imagine, given that it's a rehost, you would. Now, is that going to put SSG at a disadvantage, Demo? Because, you know, look at what they've got. They've got a Capitao, a Ying, and an Amaru.
Mm-hmm.
And a Lion. And a Sledge. Like, there's one thing that you can do with that comp, and it is a rush. Surely they can't get away with it again.
Yeah, I just don't know what the logistics is. I don't know what the ruling is here. I have no idea. No idea how we progress now. Is it full rehost, same operators, whole shebang? I don't know. I honestly do.
Full rehost 0-0. Start from the top.
Start from the start. Maybe.
Why possibly? I imagine that we're going to be going in at 6-4. But this has been quite a long break. 10 minutes, serious rehost, a lot of time for the teams to talk.
We haven't done a fill like this in years, it feels like.
I think it shows.
I mean, I think we've done all right. For two blokes who are now, we're leaning into the podcast realm.
Welcome to the podcast.
We're on our things to say.
Welcome to the podcast.
Welcome.
To be fair, you didn't get the riddle, which upset me.
Give me another one.
Let me pull up the list.
Take a swig.
We've got to get the coffee in.
It's 1:45. You'll never get to your bed.
Okay, here's another good one.
Okay.
What has many teeth but cannot bite?
Oh, it feels as if I know this one.
I think you should.
Has many teeth but cannot bite.
The thing that I always find difficult about riddles is...
See, I've heard this one before.
But I always find it difficult to remove the obvious from the situation. So as soon as you think about teeth, you think about pearly whites. And then you start thinking about what doesn't bite with them. Like everything that's got teeth bites something, right?
Yeah, but it could be like I don't know, another trick. I'm gonna...
Well, it certainly
false teeth. Is it false teeth?
It isn't false teeth. What I'm going to do is I am going to let everybody know the answer to this riddle after a very short break. We're just having a bit of a trouble remaking the lobby, but we're going to cut to a short break and we'll be back very soon.
Welcome back, everyone. It is Jackie and Jess and Jessie. It's really nice because, you know, sometimes I have to think really hard about your names, but with both of you, I'm like, Jess. And then I'm like,
one.
Oh, and maybe sometimes I have to go Jess E. So yeah, thanks you guys for making my job a little bit easier. Moving on. We got some Rainbow Six Siege to talk about here. So Map 1 Cafe, that was not a bad map, y'all. That was fun to watch. SSG starting very strong, Jesse. They had a great first half, and I think that undoubtedly helped them secure the win there.
Yeah, I mean, Spacestation going back to Cafe, obviously we saw this in their game yesterday against Parabellum, and they did really well in their defensive half on that match as well. The only bomb site that they were dropping against Parabellum was the top floor of Cocktail, but they ran it back against Leftover. They played the exact same strat, but they just held back a little bit. They didn't play as aggressive. They were able to stay a little bit more passive when they ran that strat with, you know, the Castle, the Kaid, the Aruni. They had so much utility like stacked up on their site. I like that they just tried to play it a little bit more passive. They still had, you know, Skies in the bathroom with the super shorty, you know, which is fine. But all in all, I mean, they did play it a lot smarter in my opinion, and I think that's what we saw from like the majority of the bomb sites. There wasn't a lot of change up between this game and their Parabellum matchup, but just a little bit of sharper play meant that those sites that were losing last time weren't a problem over here.
Yeah, and Jess, Leftovers had a little comeback, but they were struggling on defense, so...
Yeah, I mean, that was something that Jesse and I were keeping a real close eye on. I mean, defensive depth on a map like this, where you should have a pretty good defensive half, is something that is really indicative of a team and where they're progressing at the moment. Because we're talking about a Tier 1 team that is highly synergized and someone that we expect to see at Tier 1 events around the world, even, you know, world championships, dare I say. And then we're talking about a team that's really trying to, you know, come together and work out what it is and how they look, the identity and whatnot. So the defensive depth for Leftovers was unfortunately not quite as strong as SSG, but we're talking about different echelons of team, and for them to be able to run it back, win that top floor, then go down and win the middle floor, and then give a pretty good run for the money in Kitchen, they're so close yet so far. So I think that scoreline actually for them, they should be pretty proud about it. And even though that we weren't able to sort of catch that last round there, I'm sure they fought valiantly.
All right, well, we got to get to map 2. Dare we say Borg and Snorrigan. We will see if it'll be entertaining, though, because it's actually, this tournament, it hasn't been a bore always, so we shall see. We're going to hand it over to Ollie and Demo. To the Cyberpunk basement we go. Okay, beep-boop. There we go. Bye.
Thank you very much, our wonderful desk of J's. And Jackie's right. It does make it really easy. You just got to remember Jackie and then Jess and Jessie. And you can throw it around whichever way you like. It's so simple. So I appreciate it. We are back. Thank you for bearing with us, of course. We didn't get to see the end of that first map, but we have it on very good authority that the rush strat from SSG did pay off. The only downside was, damn it, we didn't get to see it, but we have another map lined up here, and I'm sure that we will get to see all of the action here on Oregon as we fly into what is going to be the second map here inside of this best of 3.
Well, I am just gutted. I think that's probably the best way. One of the biggest unknown mysteries ever in Siege.
But it's going to be up there with the pyramids, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Alexander's Library.
You just naming off all the ancient wonders of the world.
And the ancient wonder of the world is going to be round number 8, 9, round number 9. Cafe.
No, round number 10, 11. It was round number 11 on.
Never do on maths. Never do on stream math.
Never do on math.
Never do on math.
You're so tired.
Well, the teams are tired. We're ready to get stuck in. SSG versus Leftovers, map number 2. Here, Flores is going to be the first band operator. Leftovers, they know their stuff. You know, they're coming into this with their eyes wide open.
Yeah, we see Flores work really well in a map like Oregon. You look at positions inside of Elbow. Flores can make quick work of the shield in that position. And we've seen SSG. They've shown this already against Parabellum yesterday, was they can play a damn good Flores. And to remove that, yeah, now SSG have to think of other ideas that they can use to burn in through that blue utility. Thatcher, no surprise, WAMI ban. You think about Wamai, we've kind of mentioned him quite a few times, Ollie, haven't we? Just about how good he really is. It was a ban that we seen on Oregon the last time, but it was Parabellum who banned it against SSG. It wasn't really something that we seen kind of put the fear in SSG, I think, all too much. I think SSG were able to cope with it quite well, weren't they? But see SSG ban it out now is a bit of a surprise.
Wamai's been real hit or miss. You know, it's teams have either not been using them at all, or we've not seen them for an entire map in a best of. Or like this, we see it banned out. And with the removal of the Flores, you remove the Wamai as well, and you do just give yourself a slightly easier time. It's kind of nice back and forth in the bans there of SSG going, well, you're going to take the Flores away from us, we're going to take a little bit of your soak utility away from you. And it doesn't quite equalize it out, but it's not too far off. 2 deployable shields being run here by Leftovers, 2 bulletproof cameras, and of course Mirror. That is the trade-off when you do choose to ban something that isn't Mirror or Valkyrie. You're going to be giving up one of those 2.
SSG, how well they go into this first attack? How will they set the marker down? And nothing too crazy with the lineup choices. I think everything's quite common we'd expect to see on Oregon. Yes, even the Monty. It's an operator where we see quite a lot whenever you look towards Oregon, especially that basement. It can be great at taking control of Freezer. May it be pushed in towards even Pillar as well. He's very tough, you know, gives good information from Highway, for example, Ollie. So, yeah, strong operator you can bring in Oregon. I think just because Oregon just has so many long corridors, it's just really helpful, isn't it? Just so you can walk in, no fear, gain a lot of information, and supply that to the team.
The good old walking drone that is a Monty. SSG are going to try and use that. Nade gets sent down there by Rampy, just in an attempt to stop anybody from playing aggressively on the stairs. Fultz initially dips himself down Freezer, maybe just for more of a cursory glance. Of course, one of the things that Monty does really well when a mirror's available is you can just walk up to the mirror window. There's nothing stopping you from just taking that real aggressive stance and being like, well, you're stood behind some bulletproof glass, I'm stood behind some bulletproof glass, but guess what? Mine moves.
Here's a walk-in mirror window. Yeah, it's true. But he needs to get himself in a position. So, Fultz, he was on the floors, wasn't he, a lot yesterday? Pretty sure that was the operator of choice he had. So, now he's going to be playing the Flores-like role, but on the Monty. The Monty, equally like Flores, who wants to push in, gain control of elbow. Monty can also do that. Only issue is, though, the smoke canisters. That's going to be Monty's biggest issue. But look at the information he's able to gain. Another Toxic Babe goes out. But Fultz is still alive and well. The third one also gets popped. Takes a bit of damage, but still happy enough to sit back and just wait for it to burn out. And this is really where Fultz has nothing to fear now. All the gas canisters are gone. He can just walk in.
Fultz's job's pretty much done there. You know, he's even been able to burn the ADS, and it's forced Filthy back. No pocket reinforcement left here by Leftovers, and they're not even going to be given a chance to use it. Dexter, however, he's got something else to say. He's going to pick up 3 kills on the round and force Fultz onto the pistol. What a shot onto Filthy. It's going to be the last remaining player alive. Dexter and Adapt both very low indeed. Butter's down in action, but Fultz, he hasn't got a lot of information to be going off here, and all he's got is the pistol. Swings and finds one. Dexter, what a round. 4 kills for him there. Manages to salvage something. It was a lot closer than really it should have been. Fultz. It's not the first time we've seen him hit a nutty shot with the pistol, Demo.
It was an almost clutch, much closer than what it should have been, in all honesty, Ollie. My goodness. Honestly, I thought he had it. I thought he was just in the zone. He was in his element. But Dexter had the pre-fire. That was the important thing from Dexter. Was able to predict where that Monty was going to be. But, you know, even Fultz almost had the pistol on him as well. And when we talked about the HP of the remaining defenders, it's pistol range. It is pistol range. So, so close, so close. Leftovers, first round in the books. I don't know what actually happened to SSG. We missed the majority of that, didn't we, Ollie? We were just focused on how that Monty was pushing in towards blue, and it looked a bit of everywhere for SSG. Somebody tried to support the Monty, got shot down. One player came in from Freezer, got shut down. Just a bit of a mess, really.
10 seconds to go.
I think Dexter happened.
5 seconds left.
You know, you look at him and picked up 4 kills. He's done something well, hasn't he? He's been in the right place at the right time. Good start for Leftovers. Obviously, it's Oregon. You're going to expect them to pick up a good amount of rounds here. They do have quite an interesting setup there inside a games room wall. They've actually left half the wall soft. But it's not the typical half. Usually you would leave the left-hand side soft. In this instance, they've left the right-hand side soft. Ooh, bit of opening aggression there, hot and cold. Gujabu is looking at that. Still gets chunked down by half. Fultz attempting a bit of a crouch walk in as well. SSG seems to be playing fairly solo here, Demo.
Just seeing what they can get up to. Looking for any picks that they can. This Jackal, it was a big feature that I think SSG went for on Cafe yesterday. No, that was... I was going to mention about the Jackal. It's gone, but I'll finish my point. An operator that we've seen chose a lot by Fultz against Parabellum. On the map of Cafe, it worked really well for them to be able to root out some of those roamers. Ain't going to get the same value, though, because he's dead, so you can't use the ability, as we know. So, not a good start from SSG. SSG just very much playing for their ones, aren't they, Ollie?
I mean, it speaks to the solo nature, doesn't it? You see Fultz get taken out. There's no option for a refrag. Butters is going to be inside of Attic. It's mute jammed as well. It's made it more difficult for Hot and Cold to make anything happen on the Nook. Begs the question, why wasn't the Maverick 6 picked into? Maverick's great option for getting open Attic wall and applying a bit of pressure from tower side. Skies is going to be below, trying to make some vertical holes. Rampy is able to pick up Maxley on that rotation. Maxley sent to the cameras now to provide what information he can. But SSG aren't moving very quickly at all. Nades from below, of course, could be a factor here, but Rampy does only have 2. Filthy going to be taken out by Bosco. That main window is being guarded. Bosco does have a bit of a chance onto the player inside of games as well. And Adapt is in fact going to be the next player to fall. Hot and Cold making good on all of that vertical that Skies has been able to do so far. But Butters with the rotation back inside. Look at all this utility demo that's just gone untouched in this round.
It's a really weird round, isn't it? It's really weird. Just a bunch of nades. Hot and Cold, just he's covered pretty much the entirety of the map, has he not? And he's still alive and kicking. Rampy will find Butters, and that's a 1 versus 2 for Dexter to try and clutch up. Yellow Ping will come out, but the drop shot comes in from Rampy. What a weird round, and SSG end up the victors in it. Yeah, I don't know. Just win their ones. That's literally the game plan.
Honestly, and this is not meant in a disrespectful way, it just looked like when you're playing in ranked and you come up against a team that are scrimming in ranked, and Leftovers have set up this elaborate stall, and SSG are just 5 solo players that have approached it and taken it down. Because SSG didn't play into any of that utility. We had Malusi Banshees, we had Aruni Laser Gates, there was Bulletproof Shields, there was ADS, there was all sorts of stuff there to, you know, protect and anticipate where SSG wanted to go. And SSG went, looks a bit busy over that side. Instead, we're just going to rip open the floor, pick up a couple of kills on rotation. We'll lose the opening pick, but we're not too concerned about that. And we're just going to make it work from that point onwards, and we're going to watch Leftovers just get itchy feet and venture out to the bottom of White Stairs where they probably oughtn't be. Bit of a strange one, as you say, but Leftovers more than happy to give it another go. It's going to be a fairly similar setup. I'm concerned at these half-reinforced main walls, though, Demo. Surely the Attic one and the one in games is... I mean, the one in games is fairly typical, but the Attic one's a bit weird.
No, I think it's something that we're starting to see a little bit more common. I think teams are starting to actually extend very heavily in towards the trophy side of things, where you have those Attic walls open, you have that big rotation leading in towards the closet, and it just, you want to just get into the faces off the attackers. Don't give them any control at all. Look at the lineup from SSG. We see the Mario come in, we see the Lion coming in. SSG are also looking to get quite aggressive, so I would say both teams are going to be butting heads very early on. Honko just jumps in with really no information, and Dexter gets an absolute freebie. Bosco will find 1, but there's Dexter again. He's taking 1 ollie, and it's only been round number 3. It's round number 3, he's got 8 kills.
Dexter's come alive in this map on Oregon. Certainly wasn't this prevalent over on Cafe. Rampy eventually puts a stop to it, but it takes Finker, the LMG, and a nade to do so. Rampy can now apply quite a lot of pressure through this wall that's been left half soft and has a rotation in it. No clear advantage for one side or another. We're going to see Lasergate start to get reactivated now as Fultz to be forced to push through. He's able to burn. Tanks a C4 there as well. Does get away with that one. Rampy does have a couple of adrenal surges left that he can try and use, but he's going to get swung straight onto. Adapt, taking the initiative there. Much more willingness from leftovers to challenge these players of SSG here on Oregon. We didn't see this aggression over on Cafe.
No, we did not, and this is what we were kind of asking for, wasn't it? I like the hold. I think it's good. Want to get into the faces of SSG, get those early picks, really rattle SSG. However, the main man, Rampy, as we know, has that LMG in hand. Ollie certainly make things happen, so don't count SSG out just yet. But Butters, great position. Rampy not ready for him. Tried to go for the flick, but Butters is quicker to the trigger. That will be a 1 versus 3 that Skies has to go through. Just look at the adjustments again. Butters looks as if he's went even deeper in towards the bedroom. There's a swing for Maxley, has the shotgun. Skies should be aware of that, trying to spray with a G8. Neither of them landing their target. It seems to be a matter of time, Ollie, isn't it, before Skies eventually goes down?
Yeah, unfortunate situation for Skies, especially with the laser gate reactivating there, but even if that hadn't have happened, would have been a very difficult time for him. It was Butters to be credited with that final kill, not the two players that Skies was already in combat with. Again, a little bit of a solo round from SSG. They're not going for, you know, your sort of very default Oregon attacks here. And that's not really a comment on how leftovers are setting up. It's more the operator selection and the way that SSG are approaching it.
Yeah, SSG, they're just, it's not typical of them, is it? This isn't really the classic SSG that we seen yesterday. It's very much guns up. That's what it feels like to me. Very rushed. You know, I think Hot and Cold kind of summed up quite well whenever he just jumped in for a window wall right from the get-go. Didn't think twice, just did it. That's not really the style that we expect to see from SSG.
No, and even down to the picks, right? The Amaru pick. Skies pick the Amaru. You see an Amaru on that site and you're expecting someone to fly in through kids.
Fultz is on everything right now as well.
I mean, Fultz is just closing his eyes and making a selection. And, you know, is he lost because of the look of Flores? I doubt it. I think he's just probably having a bit of fun. But Flores certainly would have been something that you would have seen Fultz playing onto had it been available.
It is interesting to see them know that it's going to be that downstairs and it's going to be that basement. Leftovers are going to go there straight away. And they brought the Lion in. You know, we kind of look at that selection from Fultz as that would be the Flores. We know that. It helps them disable the player inside of Blue, inside of Elbow. And they had the Monte in the last round, which was kind of like the substitute, which does work well. We've seen the Monte was able to take control of Blue very swiftly. No real issues. And now they're not going for really anything. Sure, maybe change the Monte up, but not even like an operator. You could make an argument for it. Yeah, that's actually really strong for clearing out Blue. So I wonder what their avenue is. Maybe it might be just a straight laundry freeze, or maybe just full send it down that side. I don't know.
Rampy seeing if he can find some success on the rear stairs. Likely going to throw the nade down. Hot and Cold is in a position to assist here, but I don't think they're aware that there is actually a player that has just rotated. Rampy actually going to pick up 2 kills with the nade. Catches the rotating player as well as the one playing aggressively on the stairs. Fultz snags himself one as well. Not even seen half the round demo, and more than half of the forces for leftovers have been taken out. Dexter has been the man of the game so far, but even he will have a tough time to fight back against this. Adapting him, looking to try and get aggressive, see if they can find a little bit of a pick just to ease some of this pain. Fultz, tagged up by half, pops the Lion scan in order to not get pushed even further. He knows that someone's aggressed up to the top of those freezer stairs. That somebody is going to be Adapt, and that someone is sent to the cameras along with the rest of his team. Dexter, you've had a great game so far. You found yourself 1 here, but it would be an ace clutch if you were to pull this off. Activates the glasses, picks one up onto Skies. Doesn't anticipate Hot and Cold's peek round from the deployable shield. The attackers becoming the defenders there. We know it's a powerful position for the defenders. Well, guess what? Equally as powerful for the attackers.
Yeah, much better there from SSG, wasn't it, Ollie? It was clear cut. We knew exactly what the game plan was. I will say that maybe Leftovers overstepping their boundaries a little bit. Obviously, that double nade kill, it's always rough to come back from that. You know, Adapt then trying to get something back in the board, but that was just an over-aggress really from Leftovers. You still have to remember what that bomb site is. It's not a roamer-friendly bomb site. It is anchor-favored. So then why not just play the favored playstyle? Why not play anchor?
I mean, the whole point of basement is, we spoke about it yesterday, there's nothing below you. There isn't an attacker that can burrow yet. Moleman hasn't been released. So, just on that basis alone, it's a heck of a lot safer than anywhere else, because you can only worry really about the stairs and the hatches. There's no destructibility from the roof.
Moleman isn't here yet. Next season.
Next season, gonna get Moleman, I'm sure. You know, someone that can burrow into the unbreakable surfaces on a siege map.
If you've seen The Incredibles, you'll be well familiar with what he does. Is it? Wait, no. What's that? What's like the mole person in The Incredibles called? What's he called? Hold on.
Ant-Man? I don't know.
Incredibles Mole Man. The Underminer. What a name.
That's a great name.
The Underminer.
I'd love that. Our Leftovers going to play a little bit more reserved here. You would expect them to. Still on track for a reasonable split here. But Rampy's just too good with the nades. How many times do we see Rampy get an opener, or SSG as a whole pick up an opener with a nade? It's such a free and safe way of picking up that opening kill as well. Even if you destroy the drone that's gotten you the information, it's probably quite worth.
A lot of nade kills in this series, hasn't there been? A lot of nade kills. You look at yesterday's games, Ollie. Wasn't that many. This one, take your pick. Honestly, take your pick. SSG just playing this slow game. Oh, I thought Hot and Cold almost missed it, but he will secure the kill. Great position to be in. You know, opening that wall. There's no way Maxley's going to be expecting that angle to be open whenever they, of course, have reinforced that. So yeah, great pick there from Hot and Cold. And once again, SSG, very healthy lead now.
It begs the question as why that's been reinforced as well, because typically you're going to bring a Maverick if you're attacking the basement, and Maverick's perfect for just putting a small line in something. It doesn't make a lot of sound. It's not like an exothermic going off or even a X-Kairos pellet, so you're really doing it to yourselves at that point. You then look to peek up and just play a little bit too aggressively. Again, we've spoken about this. This site is very defensible. You've got to play into the power positions that the site naturally has. Got to mold that landscape into something that you can work very well with and not just keep challenging things. Filthy. Next player to fall. Fultz is really having a good time with that DMR on Lion. Dexter. You just don't feel like his team is fully around him right now. Still 10-3, still really popping off, but is he going to be the difference maker here? Goes for the swing, gets taken out by Hot and Cold. Adapt, repeaks, does manage to finish the job. He's being faced with the plant. C4 over the top is not going to be enough. Skies. This is going to be a fantastic kill. Doesn't get a lot of a glimpse there. Very good time. If that C4 goes off, almost certainly would have stopped the plant from going down, and SSG would have had to readjust. But Skies, with that pressure coming in from that laundry side, is going to be enough. 3-2 SSG.
Just in the nick of time. Great angle there from On Cold. Great kill. Almost missing the first chance, but gets the swing on the second, as we know. Just clinical from SSG again, isn't it, Ollie? Just right down to just the timings of everything was picture perfect. So Leftovers suffered 2 rounds there in a row that they've lost on that basement. So I'm gonna go back up to the top floor, and this was again just another weird round, wasn't it? We've seen that aggression from Leftovers. They were playing that very heavy playstyle of don't give SSG any control whatsoever, and SSG played into it just a little bit, didn't they?
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, SSG have looked quite well disciplined attacking onto the basement, and it's almost been the flip reverse, because we've seen Leftovers look very impatient attacking the basement, and then when you look toward the top floor, SSG have not really had the same level of discipline or patience because they've been playing this sort of solo game that we've commented on. Filthy, gonna pick himself up a cheap opener. Hot and Cold gonna be taken on out. Not entirely sure where that took place, but there's at least 2 nades gone in what is, for SSG standards, quite a light nade round. Only bringing 4 and only going to have use of 2.
Get the drones in. Figure out where these leftover players are going to be stationed. I mean, leftovers have been very loose a couple of times. You see the overpeaks come in.
Tracking drone.
And it does cost them a few times. And you just see the difference, you know, a young gun team, Ollie, they've got that itchy trigger finger, haven't they? Whereas SSG, just patient. You know, that's the best way to kind of sum them up. Just shows, you know, the new guards versus the old guard, isn't it?
It's that clash of styles. You know, SSG, you look at these players and you think about players like Bosco and Skies. They've been around for just such a long time. Fultz, Rampy, Hot and Cold as well. You know, it's a story.
Hot and Cold's been around for donkeys as well.
Yeah. I mean, I just think back to, you know, Skies and Bosco Xbox days.
Mm-hmm.
They're 2 that really stick in my mind. But there is certainly a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
Great kill there from Rampy. So consistent on the nade. He's got the nade timing down to an absolute T.
It's great to see. I mean, that's what you need to... obviously, we don't want to praise him too much because that's his job at the end of the day.
It is his job, yeah.
Well done. He's done his job. What can you say? Bolts, that big old DMR is really making it sing today, Ollie. Rampy with another one. Just keeps on piling the kills up in the corner. He's 10-2 right now. You know, it's a 3 versus 2. Adapt and Butters, what can they do? I mean, Butters has definitely kept himself in there with that DMR also. Adapt trying to play that long angle. Sees Bosco skirt around. A great shot from Adapt. Rampy creeping up the white stairs will be eliminated. And both players stacked up in the double window. What are they going to go for? The flashbangs have to be good now. They have to be able to clear out these lines of sight. Butters will try and dodge one, and in goes Bosco into the plunge. Will try and get this diffuser down, so all pressure on the Skies. He has to have the cover. Has to make this happen. Adapt, I don't think he knows he's in the double window. Now he does know. Diffuser will be planted in a horrible position though from Skies. There's no way he can deny it. Has to jump in, has to take the kills. The diffuser's gonna be stuck, but no, Adapt comes off at the perfect time. SSG fumble the diffuser. And Leftovers secure the round win. A great 2 versus 3 from Leftovers there.
Leftovers doing a really fine job there. As you mentioned, it was a less than ideal plant spot, but I think both teams are really lacking information in the dying seconds. Rampy getting a bit unfortunate as he approached the top of those white stairs as well. Daps with such a nice kill. You can barely see Rampy due to the, you know, sort of blue outline or the red outline, whichever one it is. You know, when you really see those fine pixel shots, you can almost barely make out the difference. These players have it down to a T. Leftovers have pulled that back, in my opinion, Demo. 3-3 split, they're going to be fairly pleased with that.
Yeah, pretty happy, I would say. Good stuff, good stuff. Let's see how they do on the attack now. It is probably the least favored side on Oregon. I would say I think defense is probably where teams are a lot more comfortable with in Oregon. But still, a good half nonetheless. SSG have their work cut out for them now. Rampy on a tear, but other than that, there ain't much you can really sing about. Sky's a rough opening half from him. 1 and 5 at the moment, Ollie's. Pull out the Ella. Is the shotgun attached with that? I assume it is, because he's running around with a pistol.
I'd hope so.
Oh, it's a Scorpion.
Oh, he's not gone for the Titan Killer. Well, we do like to see the old Ella shotgun from time to time. It can be very effective, especially when looking to challenge or play an elbow or try and play aggressively on some stairs. And quite a few problems to solve. Filthy, he's got somebody in his sights. He knows that there's at least one inside of security, but does he know that there are two? Dropping through the hatch as Rampy and Fultz get themselves out of dodge. Their job has been done. They've just caused a little bit of distraction there, but not looking to hold on too heavily to that mid floor.
Filthy has to be careful. That shotgun at the bottom of the stairs. How do you approach that? I mean, he just shouldn't approach it. Skies has that shield, quite aggressive on towards bunker. So I think Leftovers trying to figure out what they want to go for here. Ollie looks to be more of a, I'd say what, more laundry freezer side to take. It seems to be Fultz will find one. He played that position so well yesterday, Ollie, just underneath the hatch, doing so well in that position.
Toxic Babe canisters to cut off any attackers moving down those freezer stairs as well. Dexter is going to find one onto Bosco. No more smokes in this round. Still a mirror window that you're immediately faced with. Leftovers don't really want any part of that. Need to start making pressure and progress elsewhere. Still with Skies playing in bunker, Rampy on pillar. There's a lot left to do here inside of this round. You can just see that slowly starting to find our final attacking push positions for Leftovers. Bit of presence inside of Laundry. Players rotating into bunker as well. Just look at all the utility they've still got to get through here, Demo.
There's Skies, the Scorpion, holding things down, and Leftovers. I think they're just lost now, Wally, aren't they? They don't really know what they want to go for. Every avenue just seems to be cut off by these SSG players. Dexter goes down, Rampy sees to that. That's a 2 versus 4. I mean, as soon as Adapt drops that hatch, he's a goner. He's done. Hot and Cold will have a DC, but you would expect SSG still have enough, and Adapt gets shot in the back, riddled with bullets. Rampy finds Filthy, and there's Fultz with the final kill off the round. So we will have a rehost, but still SSG managed to maintain the cruise of victory in that round, and now we move into round 8 with SSG in the lead.
SSG are going to be pretty happy with the way that went there. Lost. Certainly the way that Leftovers looked. It's not ideal when you see a team that struggles to deal with deployable shields, laser gates, ADSs, and you've already lost your nades. You've brought 4 smokes. Got to question 4 smokes, like, really? You know, flashes are a good option. You know, you can use the smokes to burn things, sure, but you're going to get fewer smokes than you would flashes. So if you're really going to try and get, you know, burning things, you know, sure, bring smokes for a plant or bring them for a little bit of cover. But realistically, you've got to question where that utility is going, especially when you're left with essentially desperate hatch drops to try and make something happen. And SSG just happy to sit back. Only a brief break there, as it was only a pause. Hot and Cold has got himself back in, and we are ready to rock and roll. Round number 8, and we head upstairs.
I think one thing that Leftovers got caught lacking a little bit was that engagement from Fultz underneath the freezer hatch, Ollie. We seen him do that plenty of times yesterday, and sadly for Leftovers, they fell into that same trap. And I think whenever you lose that first man on an Oregon, similar to what we kind of seen a couple of times on Cafe, where Leftovers would lose that opening engagement, and SSG would just play patient, and then Leftovers would stumble, maybe panic a little bit because they don't have that man advantage coming back in their favor. And then that time starts to just chew away at them, and then they're left with, you know, last-ditch efforts, which are not the most favorable positions to play.
Well, let's see if they can get their act together here. They've brought a very different lineup. It's much more nade heavy, 6 nades. The Zephyr and the Hibana. They do have that potential to obviously breach. They're going to try and no doubt breach in to either games or in through attic. But they've also got the ability to rain hellfire from below with those vertical nades. That's going to be their initial focus here, as we see Maxley getting himself in on this west side. It's not going to be given away entirely for free, though. SSG body is going to be downstairs. Dexter knows this. Ping information coming out for him here as the drones do slowly work ahead. No one looking to try and make this charge.
Taking their time. Not wanting to give away those opening picks. Which has probably been, I think, what Leftovers have struggled with. I think SSG a lot stronger in those openings, I think, stat-wise, Ollie. So Leftovers have always kind of seems if they've been playing from the back foot, always playing from behind. Just maintain that steady course. Look for these picks whenever they come. Get the drones sent in. Now, SSG, they're very stationary teams sometimes, aren't they, Ollie? They like their set positions. Just get the utility in, get the nades in, and they can't do much against that.
You've got to get in and amongst them and really disrupt them.
Get that cat.
He's not in a bad position here. Top of white stairs. I don't think anyone really knows that he's there. Nades are going to start to come through as well. Fultz chunked down significantly as these nades do damage. Butters is going to be credited with that one. Bosco as well. Only sitting on a slither. Adapt. Holding that cover and fire, but it's going to be filthy to fly himself in. Got control of master bedroom here and has ping information to work from. It is all going to result in a trade, however. Still, advantage leftovers here as Adapt is going to finish Rampy off. So much damage from that big window. Bosco somehow has managed to stay alive, but not for long. And nade sails on in. Those vertical nades, they will get you.
Yeah, Leftovers, better game plan. I think during the round, they knew what they wanted to go for. They seen the setup from SSG over towards that extension with Trophy. They just ignored it, didn't they? They said, okay, you can have that. We'll just walk up the white stairs, which you don't have control of, and then just nade below because they're not holding towards kitchen. That's something that we see a lot more, I think, from teams is you extend downstairs in the kitchen, isn't it, Ollie? And you have that extension denies the attackers moving in below and nading the players inside of kids. So I just think Leftovers just read into that and just said, okay, you can do that, we'll do this instead.
Good adaptation from Leftovers. Leveling things up at 4-4 here. We've definitely got a game in our hands. I was a little bit concerned at the start of this one, but they've kept on pace. Could we be about to see equal splits? 3-3 each half demo? Maybe send us into an OT? SSG are going to have to do something significantly different here. The changes that have come through, most notably, the Banshee being brought out from Rampy. It's a great counter to anybody just getting free passage up those white stairs. Also can slow that progress somewhat in through the west side, which is undoubtedly what Leftovers are going to be going for here. Those vertical nades proved so valuable to them previously. And that's what they're going to be going for again.
Dexter, what is he up to? He's looking for something. That's that drone. Don't really want to do anything with it. Leftovers again, similar idea. Move in, get the nades. Of course, that switch up though from SSG. They've moved across all that utility that they set up in towards Trophy. Instead, the more typical kitchen hold. Oh, Butters, I thought maybe was going to get caught out there, Ollie. It was a nice attempt there by Fultz. Dexter finds Rampy. We know Dexter was sniffing around down in that bottom white stairs for quite some time, and he will find his man, find his kill. Fultz is going to try and get a kill back. Goes for the swing with a shotgun. Takes a hefty amount of damage. Rotates over towards that security door. Another nade gets tossed in. Just so many nades, so much utility from Leftovers. I would say that SSG, they've done a better job this time, haven't they, Ollie? They've wasted a bit more time.
Yeah, it's been a little bit easier for them to keep control for a bit longer. There's still imminent threats, though. It's Filthy. He's made his way in through Trophy. More nades from below. This time, Skies are going to be there ready and waiting. Can now try and hit that rotation. Get himself back into sight. SSG, they've only got one player currently on site as Fultz is still downstairs as well. Maxley kind of stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place, but Dexter finds Fultz. The nade forces him down the hatch, and Dexter was waiting to catch. 3 kills on the round for him now as he finally shuts Skies down. The rotation back onto site unsuccessful. Now we can see that the diffuser's cold here. Bosco, 1 versus 2. We've spoken about him before. He had a fantastic clutch on Cafe. It was on much different circumstances. It was a lot shorter on time. Here, leftovers. Can try and make this approach. You can see there's a bit of drone work going on. Going to swing and find the kill onto Dexter, breaking these down into 1 versus 1s. At the top of White Stairs, he's going to be going up against Filthy with the F2. But how much info does Filthy have? Bosco, happy to drop back. Red ping's being provided here. Could maybe look to try and use some of the vertical angles. Goes for a bit of a flick shot. Doesn't manage to make it land. Still, information being called out here. Bulletproof camera inside of sight is really proving its worth. As Filthy has collected the diffuser, 4 seconds left. He's got no option but to try and get this down. Bosco, he's played this beautifully. Waited for his time to strike. Doesn't want to give that death away. Filthy instead comes off the plan. He knows what's to be coming if he continues to hold F there. Bosco, another classic from him. 1 for the archives demo.
Yeah, just has to lie in wait in those final few seconds. But like we mentioned, Ollie, it's every day. He just breathes those clutches in him, doesn't he? SSG take the lead 5 rounds to 4. You look at leftovers and how they attack that. You know, it was the correct way, the correct approach. I just think they needed to be a little bit more aggro. I think possibly send 1 man down green. That probably would have helped them a lot. I think if you try and spread your forces out a little bit, have somebody coming from the backside, you would have no issues with taking control of Kitchen from that perspective. Oh dear. I see an operator, I'm not happy.
What's to do? Oh, it's your favorite.
Nope, not my favorite.
10 seconds to go.
1 off?
Nope.
Second favorite. Second favorite at least.
Nope.
Third?
No. No. No.
4th?
Just keep this. I don't like to chank it at all. I just look out and think, what does he do?
I think it's a level of disrespect from Skies to play Tachanka when you've got Bosco on smoke. You've got arguably one of the best smoke players of all times, and you're feeling the need to, like, double down on that job.
The reason why I don't like to chank it is the amount of times where I've seen somebody use the gadget, use the Molotov launcher, and someone just sprinted through the Molotovs and just shot them in the head. It is unbelievable. It's just too clunky for me. It's too clunky.
And especially when Goyo exists in their current state.
Rework it so he froze Molotovs.
What, actual, like, glass bottles full of petrol and flame?
Yes. Because that means he's not vulnerable.
Yeah. I'm glad to see SSG have brought the Goyo. I think that's something that leftovers could have done a lot more of. I don't believe they played Goyo at all. It was something that I did sort of cross my mind when they were on the defense. Goyo great for that area denial. And SSG have tripled down on it now. And you can, you know, with Goyo, no deployable shield anymore, just the hot pocket. You can make it work. Couple that with the Tachanka, the Molotovs, couple it with the smoke, the Toxic Babe canisters. More often than not, going to have a pretty tough time as an attacker trying to push through all of that. And when you're already known for being a little bit slow, it's going to make things even worse. Fultz picks up a very important kill. Dexter 15 and 8 so far. Really picking up a majority of these kills. Players like Maxley, Filthy, have all been relatively quiet here on Oregon. It's been on Dexter to pick up a lot of those important frags. And without him, other players are going to have to step up.
Attackers now starting to edge their way in towards Freezer, but there's the Flames starting to cut them off for the meantime. A lot of them stacking up in towards Freezer, 3 of them at least, so now they're thinking, okay, maybe we need to think of another avenue, another plan of attack. Maxley slowly but surely creeping his way up now towards the lockers, but as you can see, SSG, we know how patient they can be. Maxley will take the plunge and he goes in towards Freezer, will pop a canister, also finds the Goyo. Fultz Found Butters, though, and a great swing from Froltz again. 3 kills in the round. Filthy tried something dropping towards the back, and Adapt all by himself. Gets caught in the smoke, pushes in, and there's Skies. The Chanka does get a kill. SSG storming away now, Ollie. Good fashion, good shape. SSG looking hot.
The savior of the round was the Tachanka, of course.
No.
Guys picking up that all-important final. I don't think he could have done it with anybody else, if I'm being entirely honest.
He sat behind a shield with a gun. Anyone could have done that. Anyone.
Good attempt from Maxley. I really thought that Maxley, I mean, you know, you give him that engagement to play out 3 or 4 times over, he probably wins it 50% of the time. It was real coin flip stuff. But SSG, overall, too coordinated there to deal with. 6-4. They're going to switch things up, take us into meeting and kitchen. See if they can't close out Oregon and this best of 3 here and now.
SSG, same scoreline as what they were in Cafe. Does that mean it's going to be a game crash?
I'd rather not.
But it could happen.
Let's cross our fingers. We're going to be fine.
Could happen. SSG going for the meet and hold. Extension towards the top floor. That's kind of expected, isn't it, Ollie? We see a lot of teams try and hold on towards Attic and then towards Kids as long as they can. I wonder how Leftovers are going to approach that. I think we see usually more teams just like to extend in towards Big Tower, just take control of that side of the map, and that's really it. No real interest in contesting Attic, mostly because you can hold the players over towards Kids, over towards Attic, simply just by opening up the other Attic side, isn't it? That's kind of how you play that. Good opening pick, though, from Leftovers. Taking down Bosco, we know how much of a nuisance he can be. If you give him that ability, just to sit, lie and wait, in the final few seconds, he can easily clutch against you.
Is that what happens when Bosco plays anything but smoke or mute?
Good point.
Bosco and Jaeger just gets caught. He's like, oh, I need to remember how to do this.
It's not for him.
give me an impossible clutch with 5 seconds left, and I'm your man. But the start of the round, all this space, all this.
What's a roam? What is a roam? Yeah. That's what he's asking himself.
Who is Rome?
Where is Rome? He just goes, I thought that's a city.
Beautiful city. Fultz. He's going to respond. Manages to take down Butters there. Adapt. Does have that long angle. These Osa shields are providing a bit of value here for Leftovers to play off. Got some nice long lines of sight there.
And open up that wall as best as they can. Ramp B, seeing somebody, goes for a quick peek, but nothing's happening at the moment for them. SSG again, happy enough to play that patient game. Nothing comes off at the moment. Like I said, Ollie, these shields being set up just gives the attackers a bit more survivability, gives them more chances to swing. It looks as if maybe they're going to try and open up the other side of the wall using that Thermite charge. In goes a nade. Rampy has to try and dodge, but he will get pushed into the cross hairs of Filthy, who takes him down. 3 versus 4 now with 50 seconds to go. SSG on the back foot. I wonder if we're going to see anyone maybe try and attempt the retake upstairs, Ollie. There is still one player stuck inside of Kid's bedroom and could easily rotate in towards Attic. It's just a question of, are Leftovers in a position to stop that from happening?
Well, they do have the Osa shields, but you can't sit behind an Osa shield and win the round. You've got to get active. That's what Filthy's doing right here. Hot and cold, trying to make something happen here from the Attic. Will 2 be taken down. The plant is going to be going down now. Fultz finds himself one. Adapt comes off for a time, but he's going to re-attempt. The plank going down inside of the kitchen. Nothing really for Fultz to do to try and stop this. Finds himself one, but Leftovers, they hold on. Manages to get that final kill. The plank going down as well. A good end there for them inside of that round. Recognizing meeting was just too much of a hot topic. Not able to successfully get that plant down in there and pivot into the kitchen to get the job done instead. Leftovers. Chance to try and bring this to an overtime. They only need one more round.
Only one more. Take it to OT. SSG caught lacking there on the tertiary bomb site. Just a few simple picks. I think it was a good play rooting out ramping on that smoke. I think that was a very important kill, wasn't it? Get the nade underneath that drone hole, get it rolled in, push him out of his safety corner, and from there, whenever you lose that main man who's kind of there to hold back the first wave, it's difficult for SSG.
Let's see if SSG can get this one done in regulation then. Of course, the winner of this game advances through into our grand finals for North America on Sunday.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds to go.
See if SSG are going to be that first team locked in. There's still the option of a theme park here, Demo. It's not felt like it for the majority of this map, but as we approach
look at
6-5 scoreline, it becomes a little bit of a reality.
16 kills for Dexter. I'm surprised I haven't made a Dexter's Laboratory pun yet.
Are they the ones that are trying to take over the world? Pinky and Dexter?
Get out.
Is that not the plan?
Leave.
He goes, what's the plan today? He goes, we'll do what we do every day.
No. Stop.
Wrong cartoon?
Yes.
Apologies.
You should be. So, anywho. SSG. Extension downstairs is where they will try and hold again. Making sure they can control that downstairs portion, take it away from the attackers more importantly. We've seen how deadly the nade kills have been during this series, and I think leftovers from below, they've been scary. They've been able to use the utility very, very well. We'll talk about the nades. They start rolling in now. Dexter trying to see if you can find a pick, but nobody at the moment from SSG is there. Look at the Azami, look at Rampy looking for something. Oh, Butters, he's seen a ponytail, but that was it.
Azami's fantastic for holding up here. You can just create all of these pockets of safety. Give so many little mini problems to be solved. Leftovers just like, well, realistically, what do we try and do
We're not wasting
to deal
nades
with that?
That's the way they
exactly
look at
what you're going to do. You're going to waste nades. You've not got, well, you have got the sledge, but you're going to rotate the sledge all the way around just to deal with a little bit of that. Butters has got his eyes set elsewhere. Puts a little bit of damage in onto Fultz. Leftovers are dangerous. They do get themselves into horrible positions where they can just crouch walk their way in. Maxley is going to be holding on through into Trophy. Does start to get chunked down a little bit, however. Butters still conscious that Rampy could be inside of Tower as the Toxic Babes now start to deny some of this attacking push. Dexter eventually will finish Rampy off, but a lot of the damage has been done. The refrag comes in there from Fultz as he picks up his second. Kills continuing to fly. Filthy, he's got few options. He has to try and get himself on in. He'll be taken down at the top of White Stairs. Adapt, he's inside of the smoke. He too finished by none other than Bosco. SSG, they are going to take the win here on Oregon. That concludes the series. No third map required, Demo. And they are going to be our first team from North America locked into our grand finals on Sunday.
Are we surprised? It's SSG at the end of the day, Ollie. We know how good this team is, and they've just shown it again here today. Good fight, though, has to be said from Leftovers. A couple of things probably I'd pick up from Leftovers is I think the utility usage is very strong. You know, good team who can get those nades in. Dexter seems to be lively as this kind of new player. You know, we've seen Filthy, we've seen Butters before inside of NAL, but the other three are very unknown to us, so it's good to see a good glimpse of these young players coming in. So I think they'll make a decent dent into the CL, Ollie, if they can just refine some of the mistakes that they made.
Absolutely, and it's great experience for them. You know, they've just gone toe-to-toe with SSG, and they've got to practice that, to feel what it's like. They've gone through the rite of passage to get naded by Rampy and clutched out on by Bosco. Like, these are things that they're going to have to get used to if they are going to be successful players. They've certainly given a good account of themselves tonight. I think we maybe got to see you know, the nerves maybe get to the better of them a little bit at the start of Cafe. They were very slow. They were a little bit lackluster in some of those pushes. There was a hesitance to push. And on Oregon, that was almost entirely gone. We saw them really trying to make those plays and be aggressive. And that's what we really asked of them. And you can't ask for much more than that. Almost managing to cinch it out into an overtime, but just not quite. SSG, a little bit too strong today.
Yeah, I think SSG looking in good form. I think they're going to be the favourites no matter who they'll be playing next in the grand final. Obviously, they get the break day, don't they now? So they can sit back and watch who it may be. But yeah, I think SSG always going to be the favourites. And yeah, we'll see how they go from there. But good performance from them today.
Absolutely. That's going to do it for us here tonight. We're going to throw you back to our wonderful analyst desk, and they're going to break that one down.
All right, thank you so much, Demo and Ollie, and fantastic job casting as always. But as they were saying, let's bring it back to the analyst desk. And Jesse, honestly, I think the Demo said it perfectly. Basically, it's SSG, you know, doing SSG things, and they did it in 2 maps and looked pretty strong.
Sure. I mean, certainly to start with, I really liked SSG's attacks, right? I think that they had a lot of good bottom-up pressure. They kind of were getting caught off guard by some aggression from leftovers, right? The first couple of rounds, those first 3, it felt like sometimes SSG were just not prepared for the swings when they would come out. But they adapted pretty well, and they were able to kind of bite that back in that second quarter. But I really also was impressed with leftovers on their takes and in general this game. I thought that they put up a really, really good fight against SSG. Dexter's going to be the player that everybody talks about through this match. He played phenomenally, finished with a ton of frags. He finished really, really highly. So I thought he had a big impact. I also thought Filthy did pretty good on some of those defensive paths, so I do want to like shout out somebody other than just the man who dropped dozens of kills. But no, ultimately I thought the pushes were pretty strong. There were a lot of big clutches towards the end of that really gave SSG the edge, but it was a competitive match for sure.
And Jess, talk to me about leftovers a little bit. It's actually interesting. SSG were pretty dominant. I feel like they were coordinated and confident, but there were definitely points where leftovers had them on their toes, especially in that second map. I mean, it wasn't a stomping by any means.
No. I think this entire series probably says more about leftovers than it does SSG. I mean, SSG is the expected team to win. That is something on paper, in reality, in practicality that you should expect from a team of that caliber and with that kind of experience. I think that this just says a world of wonders about leftovers. I'm really excited for them. You can probably hear the excitement in my voice because as a bit of a Butters fan, you know, you see him come out of the works there and you're like, yes, do well, my man, do well. But beyond that sort of like fandom that I have, I definitely think they put things on show that you can be proud of, and a team that has rookies that are just thrown in the mix with them, it can be so hard to coordinate of having like experience, wealth of knowledge, and then try to impart that on new players can oftentimes be really, really difficult because you're picking up players who aren't just like fresh out of the woodwork. You're picking up players who have played this game for thousands of hours. They have their own, you know, like worked in habits and rituals that they themselves prefer to do, and that's really hard to work into a team. So I hope that they keep up with what they're doing, and I really liked a lot of their fundamentals. I think a little bit of polishing on the defensive side, then start to work on the attack. These little step-by-step things, honestly, they looked really good, and I really can't wait to see more.
Yeah, not a bad showing from leftovers at all. And it's really been a fantastic day. And for all of you watching at home, we want to just do a quick recap and take you all through it. So boop. Let's get the brackets going here, and we shall begin with the EU bracket. So, Jess,
yes,
Wild going wild. I had to, you know. Yeah.
I was so thoroughly impressed by Victus because I actually thought Wild was like really on the up and up. Like upper bracket finals there, I was like, okay, out of those two, like my money's on Wild, but Victus gave them such a run for their money. And I tell you what, two styles clashing there. Do go back and watch it. It was like Victus sweaty, droning everything, clearing the map from left to right, doing everything by the book and making sure that they get control. And then Wild swinging, doing wild things as Wild as expected. So it was really chaotic to watch. It was really fun. I want to see that chaos go up against I want to say Rogue. Like, I want to see Rogue push it up there and go up against Wild because we know that there are some fraggers on road, point. And I want to see how that goes head to head with Wild because, like, that is a clash, like, I would pay really good money to see. So that's going to be exciting when we do get the lower finals tomorrow because it's a break day for Wild. They get to watch that match. And that is the one where we've got to see Rogue come out on top if they really want to show us what they're made of.
And let's talk about LATAM a little bit, Jesse. MIBR defeating FaZe in 2. That first map was probably one of the harsher stompings I've seen in a while, just being honest.
It was a fast day for South America. I mean, MIBR started off with a 7-0 over FaZe Clan, and certainly map 2 on Bank, FaZe fought way, way harder. They managed to pull it back and almost managed to take the win over MIBR. But regardless, a decisive victory and a historic one for MIBR against a rival that they typically can't really hold their own against. And I think down to the lower bracket as well, Escalina to Boo Boo's little school, taking down Furious Gaming. That's a big win for them. That's honestly a team that everybody's talking about in the Tier 2 of Brazil. Many people have said now that this looks like the most promising roster in Challenger League / Tier 2 for Brazil. So really excited to see what they can do. I think it speaks a lot to their ability to be able to so dominantly beat Furious, not just 2-1, but 2-0 as well. They get the rematch against FaZe Clan, and again, that'll be a tough game, especially going back against an opponent you already lost to. We'll see how well they can adapt. We'll see how much the analysts work from their coaching staff is able to put in the work there. But should be a fun game tomorrow for those two.
Yeah, and we just wrapped up NA, Jess. SSG securing the W against Leftovers. So let's roll up that bracket there and break it down.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't tuning into the whole SSG Leftovers just then and the pandering to Butters, just rewind a little bit, you know, that'll give you everything you need. But you can see the lower finals there. That's what tomorrow will bring us, and that's where we probably really need to turn our attention. Leftovers did not go out without a fight against SSG, and I think PB has to be pretty careful that there's a lot that Leftovers can put on the board here. And maybe, as you heard Jesse sort of reference before, these swings that SSG weren't expecting. Well, if SSG is one of the most experienced and decorated teams in North America and they're not expecting it, I don't expect PB is going to be able to handle it even better than SSG did. So that's the kind of thing that PB needs to be ready for. Some serious gunners on Leftovers and some opportunity for them now to have this as a bit more experience. I would love for Leftovers to get more experience. Conversely, PB has a new, fragger on the lineup, so they themselves also need that kind of competitive experience. So I think from my heart, I want it to be a very, very close, 3-mapper, get the most out of it, really squeeze out all of the experience you can. But we'll see. That's going to be one of the highlight matches for me tomorrow, is that one.
Oh, well, it has been so much fun with y'all, but we have so much action ahead of us tomorrow. So really quickly, B-Boop, roll up tomorrow's schedule. Get it up there. We start with EU, Rogue versus Victus, then LATAM, Escolina de Boo versus FaZe, and finally, NA, Parabellum versus the Leftovers. Is it the Leftovers or Leftovers?
Just Leftovers.
Stop adding the... Yeah. But I like the Leftovers. It's like, add some gumption to it.
Sure. As you
I don't think they'll mind.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll talk to Butters. We'll get it sorted out. We'll figure it out. But anyway, I want to give a big thank you to my lovely analysts. Yes, B-Boop, you just zoom right into their beautiful faces. Jesse, I said it while we were in the break, two of my favorite people, period. So happy to be working with both of you again. A big thank you to all of our talent. You have all been fantastic and working so hard. And of course, I need to say thank you to the wonderful people behind the scenes. Sending you lots of love and lots of love to all of you at home. Okay, B-Boop, shut it down. We're out, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Woo! Bye.